A male figure labeled with a T had been crossed through with a large black X, and 5 of them were entirely blank. I found a storeroom near the back filled with dozens more. What the hell is this place? And these mannequins weren't even the weirdest thing about the abandoned store. The weirdest thing by far was hidden behind the counter, right in the center of the room. A singular, deep, dark hole right there in the middle of the floor. Damn, I'd murmured aloud, peering cautiously down. The hole in the ground reminded me of one of those kid slides, the types you see in McDonald's funhouses and ball pit playpens. Old and dusty and grimy, hard plastic, it went down about 6 or 7 feet into the darkness and then rounded a gentle corner. And there was something else, too. Around the hole, around the tunnel's entrance, there's this general creeping sense of unease. It's tough to explain. There's this sense that the floor upon which you walk is fragile, far more fragile than you give it credit for. That everything is more fragile than you give it credit for, in fact. It's a cold and clammy sensation, and it gets right under your skin. You can hear the whispering more clearly when around the hole, too, if you stay there long enough. In the early days, I'd stick around that creepy tunnel for ages, despite the unease. The allure of that mystery was too great, almost an hour at a time. I even went down into the tunnel, too, despite my caution. Poked around, had a good look to see where it led. I quickly stopped doing that. I don't go into Tartarus anymore. Not unless I have to. Not unless I really, really have to go down into that tunnel, but thankfully, such an occasion is rare. I shiver. Don't much feel like talking about that right now. I take another sip of coffee, sighing with frustration as my right earbuds cut out yet again. Damn thing. I take it out to fiddle with it some more, and in doing so, my ear picks up the sound of a pattering in the distance. My senses are primed at once. I reach into my pocket and pause the music. I stand from the chair, set down my coffee, and determine from which direction the noise is coming from. The pattering rises into a murmur, and before long I hear the laughter and muffled speech of what sounds like a group of teenagers. Great. Haven't had to deal with something like this for a while. I check my watch. 1 a.m. I wonder what the cause could be this time. A break-in, perhaps? Or maybe just a group of dumbasses who hid away in some store and waited for the mall to close. Maybe they're making some kind of YouTube video. That's what the last group were doing. When was that? August? September? I shake my head with a grumble. Idiots. I mutter, deciding on tonight's approach and folding my arms, waiting for the group to round the corner at the far side of the mall's open plan. Their laughter becomes louder and louder, growing more obnoxious with each step. They round the corner, and my suspicions are confirmed. 5 teenagers, all washed in that subtle purple light. I'm standing so still that it takes a second for them to spot me. Once they do, however, their laughter cuts out at once, and the pattering ceases as they come to an awkward and sudden stop. I let the moment hang in the air. Then I break it with a simple, "You kids shouldn't be in here. Get the hell out before I call the police." The one in the front of the procession opens his mouth to say something and glances from me to Tartarus and then back. I narrow my eyes. Interesting, and troubling. I'm really, really hoping these dumb kids aren't here to see Tartarus. Though none of them have their phones out. Doesn't look like they're filming any kind of video. "What are you doing here?" the kid at the front asks. He's got some stubble around his chin and an oversized white sweater. I can sense the general anxiety of the group, but this guy seems bolder than the others. What the hell kind of question is that? I work here. Get out. Don't make me ask you again. You're not wearing any kind of uniform. And what kind of security guard hangs out right in the middle of the mall? Sweater takes a step forward and again glances from me to Tartarus, less subtly this time. Dude, no way. Was Rex telling the truth? One of the girls of the group mutters to the boy beside her. She looks between me and the accursed store. You're trespassing, I reiterate, raising my voice. Just go, for God's sake. Leave by whatever way you came in and leave me to listen to my crappy music. The group's other girl, one to Sweater's left, looks up at me. Why would you want to listen to crappy music? She asks. I push some air out through my nose. Well, it's not the music so much as the headphones. Look, that's really not important. I falter, squinting. Hey, wait a second. Don't I know you? You're one of Abby's friends, right? Abby is my daughter. The girl's eyes widen and she takes a step back. Yeah, I know you. For God's sake, I'm Abby's father. You're, Maddie, Riley, something like that. Avery? She squeaks. Yeah, that's it. Look, I remember you. You're a good kid. I'm sure you all are. So just get out of here. This is your final warning. What about Tartarus? Sweater asks me. I take another step towards the group. What about it? Well, what's in there? Nothing's in there. That's a lie, chimes in one of the others, a boy to Sweater's right, long blonde hair over his fringe. There's stuff in there. We know there is. I take another step towards them. Kids these days, so reckless. Back when I was young, if I'd seen someone like me in a place like this, at a time like this, I would have ran for my damn life, not engaged in chit-chat. I don't know who you've been talking to, I reply through gritted teeth, but I can assure you that there is nothing of interest to you or to anyone in that empty-ass old closed-down store. So you won't mind if we take a look around it then? Sweater replies, and he draws from his pocket my key. I am actually taken by surprise. It glints violet in the light, but it's my key all right, no doubt about that. The long, sharp, and serrated silver key to Tartarus. I can see the store's logo or symbol or whatever emblazoned across the handle in black. How the... You dropped it back there in the hallway. Sweater replies. Careless, really. There's a tense pause. Now, Sweater says, and the group disperses. Avery goes with Fringe and a pair, but the others all split up and run their separate ways. Oh, for God's sake, I say, taking off after him. How could I be so careless? Dropped my key. But that's impossible. I'm always so careful. Never in all my years have I once lost that key. I watch as Sweater tosses something shiny and silver to the group's other girl before she sprints down an adjacent hallway, past a Claire's and a Starbucks. I am taken by the coordination and pre-planning of this group. Not because Sweater actually passed her the key, but because he pretended to. It was a quick motion, but I caught it. It was just a coin. The actual key was hurriedly and subtly passed to Fringe before they parted ways. I saw the hands connect. These guys are something else. I mutter as I change directions and head off after the duo. God's sake, even if I get rid of them tonight, they'll probably be back. I might have to bring out the big guns to scare these ones away. I race past the mall fountain, a white and marble thing with a life-sized horse carved as its central feature. It doesn't take me long to catch up to him. I may be a little old, but I'm sprintier than I look. Not so fast, I call out, reaching out and grabbing the scruff of Fringe's jacket. He lets out a yelp and skids. Avery carries on a little farther before stopping herself to look back at us. She puts her hands to her mouth. "Wait! Liam!" "Liam," I snarl, looking down into the kid's face as I catch my breath. "You've made a mistake here today, kid. Hand over that damn key, and I'll think carefully about what it is that I'll tell your parents." If he's friends with Avery, then he probably goes to my daughter's school, I thought. And if that's the case, shouldn't be too hard to work out who he is. I can't give you it," he stutters, not so confident now. "Please." Jesus, have a little backbone. Have some self-respect, kid. Now give it over before you make me take it from you. I've given you guys enough chances already, and I am really starting to lose my patience. "I can't give it to you because it's not mine to give." "It's mine." "No, sir, it isn't. It's Rex's." I pause. "Rex? Who the hell's Rex? What are you talking about?" "It's Bryce's brother's." "Bryce?" "You know, the guy in the white sweater." "Don't lie to me, kid. I know a Tartarus key when I see one." And then it hits me. A cold feeling spreads out from my stomach, and I actually think to check my own pocket, the pocket I keep the key in. And I realize that I've been duped. My key is right there in my pocket. It was always there. I draw it out, and it sparkles in the light, silver with a black logo of Tartarus emblazoned upon it. Of course I didn't drop my key. I would never do such a thing. Which means you have your own key to Tartarus. My voice has dropped, and the entire atmosphere has changed. I think perhaps that Liam and Avery can sense this. I release Liam from my grip, and he stumbles away. Avery goes to him, and they look up at me as I try not to panic. Starting to get quite scared now. "Where did you get the key?" I ask them. Then louder, "Where did you get it?" I told you, Bryce's brother. I'm sorry. We thought there might be someone guarding the store. Rex was drunk the other night. He's always drunk, and he told us." "What? What did he tell you?" "He told us about Tartarus." Shit. Is Rex one of the guards? Could he even be the guy I saw that one time in the mall? Sweat begins to bud on the back of my neck. Very slowly, very calmly, I say to them, "Just give me the key." Liam glances to Avery, and she checks her watch with a glance. "Bryce never gave me the key," Liam says in a quiet voice. He kept it the whole time." He turns out his jacket pockets, and they are empty. I'd be able to see its outline if it were in his jeans. I put my hands on my head. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I hear the sound of the metal sheet door of Tartarus being raised in the mall down the corridor behind me, and I shoot a look back into the purple gloom. "He'll have joined up with the others by now," Liam says. "Others?" "There's a whole group of them going down, like 7 or so, I think. I said I'd be part of the distraction." I turn to stare at Avery. She must see something in my eyes because she recoils. "Avery, is Abby with you? My daughter, Abby Jones. Come on, I know you know her. You guys are friends." She pauses. "No, she isn't with us." I'm not convinced. I can hear the running of quick footsteps in the distance. "Avery." I grab her by the shoulders, and she goes deathly pale. "You won't get in trouble. Neither will she. I get it if you're trying to cover for your friend, but you have to tell me, is Abby a part of this group? No. I said no. She stumbles over her words. We asked her if she wanted to come, and she said it was stupid. Well, at least one of you has some damn sense, I retort, releasing her. I'm not convinced, however. I'm really not convinced. I take off back down the corridor, leaving the two quaking kids behind. Go home, I shout at them, racing through the midnight mall. I stumble to a stop by my massage chair, staring in horror at the entrance to Tartarus. The metal sheet that covers the door is not currently covering the entire door. It's clearly been lifted and dropped back down, and has not settled properly into place. I can hear from here that the door behind it is open. Shit, I swear, and curse my way to the door and haul the metal sheet up with a grunt, pushing into the store itself. I am instantly struck with a wave of unease. Handprints and shoe prints are marked all over the dusty countertop in front of me. I glance to my right as I stride over. The nearest mannequin rests awkwardly against the wall. A faceless man, with his arm raised in a sad, silent wave. Crossed out, it says DERR, and then Darren, -R, is written across the mannequin's face in black marker. I swallow with a dry throat. Could that be your writing, Rex? I try not to think about it. I'm not supposed to know. I jump the counter and look down into the dark, hard plastic of the tunnel in the floor. I run my hands through my gray-flecked hair and look around. The mannequins watch silently, judging. I swear some more. I slam a fist down onto the counter. I think over the instructions. Number 1, watch Tartarus. Number 2, don't let anyone in. And number 3, don't let anyone out. I also think about whether or not my daughter might be amongst this group of young idiots. How close she was to the people who have just leapt so foolishly down into the dark. I consider what I would want if another parent saw my Abby head down into such a dangerous place. And after a moment, I sigh and return to the front door of the store, locking it closed behind me, and then heading back to the hole behind the counter. I don't get paid enough for this shit, I mutter as I prepare to follow on down. The tunnel in the ground seemed to know I intended to enter. The whispering coming from the depths increases, becoming a fog-like shivering and rattling around the back of my head. I sit myself down on the tunnel's edge, and with one last deep breath, I push myself off the side and drop down into the dark. The hard plastic of the tunnel carries me down and around the corner like a slide. Down it goes, turning this way and that, before steadily leveling out. I grunt and readjust myself as I slow to a stop. The tunnel is rather claustrophobic, but it's fine. I've been down here before. I have to turn onto my front on my hands and knees. I do so and crawl forwards for about 2 minutes or so, before rounding one last corner. Ahead of me at the end of the tunnel is a narrow pinprick of pale purple light, same shade to the light in the mall upstairs. I mutter to myself, pushing down the fear, and continue my crawling, knees aching as I do so. You gotta be more careful, Matthew, I think to myself, chiding myself for being so careless. Can't let this sort of thing happen again. This was too many kids by far. The purple light at the end of the tunnel grows a little brighter. The view into the world beyond becomes clear. I can't hear any of the teenagers, I realize, which is not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. My heart is pounding. I'm not supposed to be down here. No one is supposed to be down here. And yet, here we are. Pull yourself together, I think. Let's get this over with. Abby might be down here. Despite what Avery said, she might still be down here with her friends. And I clamber out from the tunnel's exit and into the place that lies beyond, and beneath. I stand in a room with blue-green peeling walls, scuffed floors. It's kind of like the Tartarus store, only with a different color scheme. And there are no mannequins. No creepy-ass mannequins with names and initials written all over their faces. The windows ahead are not boarded up, and there's no metal sheet over the door that leads out. I glance behind me. The tunnel does not go down into the floor, of course. It instead carries on in a straight line and disappears through the back wall. I return my gaze to the room's front door and stride towards it, heading out, and into the plain beyond. Goosebumps shiver up my skin as I step through the door and look around, reminding myself of the layout. I stand in a mirror reflection of the mall upstairs. It changes and warps the further from the tunnel's exit you go, but here, for now, I stand more or less in the center of a copy of the mall. A copy with a few key differences, of course. As always, there's that faint, almost imperceptible music. Orchestral. Sad, but beautiful. You have to strain to hear it, but it's there. It's always there. Sounds like it's always on the verge of a crescendo that never comes. My surroundings and I are bathed in that same purplish light, but there's no moon on this side. No stars are visible through the glass above. There's only pitch black. It isn't clear where the light comes from exactly. It just seems to hang in the air. I turn around. The Tartarus store stands behind me, though it isn't called Tartarus on this side. It's called Gaia. And whilst the windows are empty and free from displays of any kind, they're not boarded up. There was no metal sheet I had to lift to get out. The door is unlocked and easily accessible. Whilst at first glance, the surrounding stores seem familiar and plain, close inspection of each reveals that they are anything but. There's no English used down here. The letters might appear to be recognizable if you skim your eyes past them, but the storefronts are covered in no native language of mine. It's nothing but strange symbols and unusual lines and shapes. My footsteps echo as I walk the length of the mall's central hall, closer to the fountain and the statue upon it. It's not a horse on this side. It's an enormous coiled snake, white marble, lidless, staring eyes. And sitting atop it, I jump in shock and swear to myself under my breath. He's often lurking around down here, but he's never in the same place. And he's a frightful son of a bitch too, to put it lightly. Hello, Minus. Comes the voice of the figure sat upon the snake's head, like a hiss almost. The voice is smooth, yet unsettling. Good evening, Typhon. I reply steadily, composing myself and looking up at him. You're looking handsome tonight. Typhon has tonight chosen the form of myself. Sitting up on the top of the snake is a copy of me, though, as with the mall, the copy is twisted. Typhon's copy of me is pure white, and when I say that, I mean everything. The hair, the skin, the clothes, all a mist-like, ghostly white, all except for the eyes. There's no color in the eyes, just void black. Typhon grins and flickers out his tongue, like a snake's. He cocks his head at me. You've made a tragic mistake tonight, haven't you, Minus? Typhon doesn't know my name. It's safer that way, and I intend to keep it as such. He knows that it begins with an M, however, and he chooses to refer to me as Minus. A mistake, sure. I don't intend for it to be tragic, though. We all make mistakes, I say.
Some more than others,
Typhon replies, licking his teeth. He does not blink. There is a pause. Well, I'd best be looking for them then, I say, doing my best to sound casual. I imagine you saw where they all went?
I did. I saw where they went.
And I don't suppose you're going to tell me, are you?
When did I become so predictable?
Typhon replies, with a stretched, white grin. All right. Well, I'll be seeing you then, Typhon. I start walking around the statue of the snake on its fountain. I watch in my peripheral vision as Typhon creeps like a lizard across the statue's head.
Have you thought some more about the offer I made you, Minus?
Typhon asks, his voice dropping and the hiss in his throat becoming more prominent.
It will save you a great deal of trouble a little further down the line.
I doubt that, I reply, looking directly ahead and leaving the statue of the snake behind me. And as before, my answer is no.
Well, the offer stands. I do hope you change your mind.
I hear the sound of Typhon scuttling down the marble of the statue. I shoot a quick glance over my shoulder, but he's already vanished. And when I'm sure he's gone, I breathe just a little easier. It may not seem like it, but Typhon scares me more than most down here. He was in a good mood tonight. I continue on along my way, aware that the clock is ticking, ears straining for any hint of the group, listening intently for any clattering, speaking, or screaming to accompany that faint orchestral music. I think hard. The kid in the oversized white sweater, the ringleader of this little group. What was it that the duo upstairs had said his name was? Bryce. And Bryce's older brother is a guy named Rex, a nighttime alcoholic by their accounts, and the owner of the key Bryce used to get them all down here. This troubles me greatly. Ignorance is bliss. I know more now than I'd wanted to. So Rex is likely one of my mysterious colleagues, another of the shift workers, the tragic guardians of Tartarus. It fits, given the existence of the R initial scrawled across many of the mannequins upstairs, and this colleague of mine has supposedly been careless with his key. Stupid bastard, I mutter, though my heart goes out to him. And now his brother is down here in the depths, maybe with Abby. I increase my pace. If I'd heard stories about this place from an older brother through drunk ramblings, I guess, where would I want to go first? If I was some stupid kid? A couple of potential answers come to mind, and I settle on one, adjusting my course and heading to the right. I pass beneath the silent, watchful gaze of the eerie storefronts on either side. The color schemes, all washed in violet, of course, seem vaguely familiar in one's peripheral vision, but when you turn to look directly at them, well, as I said, they ain't anything recognizable, dreamlike, and nonsensical. I can hear voices ahead, male and female, kid voices. It's them, all right. I start jogging. I round the next corner. In the mall upstairs, the actual mall, I guess, this right here would be one of the mall's exits. The corridor leads to a large bookstore, and if you walk right through the center, then you leave into one of the parking lots. You can see the exit from the store's entrance. Down here, however, beneath Tartarus, the bookstore does not lead to an exit. It only leads into more corridors of the mall. There are no windows. There are glass panes in the walls, sure, but they only give you a view back into the mall, not to the outside. The layout starts getting weirder from here, more labyrinth-like. In the center of the bookstore is another feature that is missing in the one upstairs: a giant carved titan. It cowers with one hand above its monstrous face, snarled in rage and fear. As with the snake, and I suppose with the horse, it appears to be made of white marble and is so huge that it takes up the bulk of the room's center. Even the escalators do not rise above the top of its head. The teenagers are in here. There are 7 of them, as Liam and Avery had suggested there would be. There's Bryce, the oversized white sweater guy. There's the 2 from the initial group, a boy and a girl, and 4 new ones. I am relieved to see that Abby is not with them, though, and it appears that Avery may have told me the truth. It does concern me, though, what Bryce may have told Abby about this place, about Tartarus, and whether she would have believed any of it. And if she did, whether she connected any of it to myself. Upon my arrival, they all turned to me at once, high off of the energy of doing something you're not supposed to do. The feverish excitement of being in some place secretive and strange. None of them have any idea what sort of danger they're in. I can see it in their faces. None except for Bryce, maybe. I come to a stop, and we regard each other, them and I. Do they know, kid? I ask him after a beat, careful not to use his name. Do they know the danger that you've put them all in tonight? I look them over, and don't use each other's names, I add. If you call each other by your real names down here, then you might not get back up. There are creatures down here that are always listening. What's he talking about, Bryce? One of the girls ask him, the excitement faltering in her demeanor. For God's sake, I bellow, striding forwards. They back up against the base of the statue of the Titan. What did I just say? What the hell is wrong with teenagers? Why are y'all so damn thoughtless? I jab a finger into the girl's face. I appreciate that she's just a girl and I'm a grown man, and the gesture might come across as quite frightening. But, frankly, I don't particularly care. My priority is getting them all out of here. I said no names. No names. Do not use my name. If you happen to know it, do not use your friends' names, or else you might just get stuck down here forever. I grab Bryce's collar and swing him round, throwing him a little ways towards the bookstore's entrance, back towards the mall corridor, the way we came. You have put your friends in danger tonight, I tell him. Now you can think of a way to apologize to them as we head back to the entrance. Go to hell, old man. Bryce replies, snarling at me. Bryce, murmurs the girl behind me in shock. I spin around. If I have to tell you one more time, leave her alone, Bryce shouts. We're not going with you. We all knew the risk coming down here, and we're not leaving until we've completed our mission. What the hell are you talking about, kid? I reply, exasperated. Why are you so intent on being down here? Just let me do my job. For God's sake, I'm getting real tired of this shit. Why are you so stubborn? This isn't the place for some dumb teenage urban exploring. We're not urban exploring, you miserable old son of a bitch, Bryce replies, folding his arms and fuming. My brother gets sicker every day, he says. I won't say his name, but you know who I mean. He's worked at the mall for so long. I don't know why he doesn't just quit already. The contract is 3 years, I murmur. He can quit at the end of every 3-year period if he wanted to. Then why doesn't he? Bryce replies, why does he put himself through it again and again? And what the hell even is this place? He puts his head in his arms and then throws them out wide. It's all real. It's all real. I thought it was drugs. I thought that my brother might be wasting away in some crack den, but the more I researched, the more I stalked and watched. It's all real. Tartarus. He pauses, gathers himself. My friends came down here with me voluntarily. They trust me because I trust them. There's a murmur of determined agreement from behind me, from the little gathering. Bryce's eyes flash. And if it's all real, then that means Typhon is real, and it's his fault. It's all his fault. The air in the corners of my vision begin to shimmer slightly. A book on a nearby table stand starts to shake. Kid, I say, carefully and quietly. I walk forwards and try to usher him onwards. It's time to go. He shoves me away, and his friends go to stand by his side, staring back at me, some anxiously, some defiantly. It's Typhon's fault that my brother's stuck in this job. I'm not sure how exactly, but I know it must be his fault, and I know he's evil. So, we're gonna find him, and we're gonna kill him. I cannot help a panicked laugh escaping my throat, which seems to rile Bryce up even further. Kid, what are you saying? You think you'd be able to kill Typhon? You think you'd be able to, even if it were possible? This is insane. Unless you want to put your disappearances on your brother's already burdened conscience. Then go. Go back to the entrance, all of you. A voice from above cuts through our clamor like ice. It is a disconnected fragment of sentence, chilling in its lack of context. The voice is neither male nor female, raspy and cold, hissing in bouts of fiery spouts. The big one shouts. I know what I'll see before even looking up. It's one of Typhon's playthings. We're steadily running out of time here. The eyes of the kids before me go wide with terror as they look up to the ceiling. I crane my neck unenthusiastically. Above us is the plaything in question. It has the rough form of a human, like Typhon, entirely white. Unlike Typhon, however, the thing has no eyes. No features on its head at all, actually. No face, no hair, no ears, just a blank canvas. It has one large mouth in the center of its chest. The mouth puckers and salivates as it creeps across the ceiling. It moves tentatively, but surely, like a spider. It has no legs, but instead has 6 arms. 2 from where you would expect, 2 from the joints where its legs should be, and 2 from its hips. It is an abomination, and abominations are aplenty down here. What the hell is that? The boy to Bryce's right says, the boy from upstairs, adorned in a blue hoodie. That is our cue to leave, I reply, pushing them towards the entrance. Is this all of you? There's no one else? Just you 7? Most of them are stricken by the monster overhead, but 2 of them nod at me in response. Games, hisses the creature. I would love a game. Love, a lone flower in the cold field. Its ramblings are lost to a general murmur as I quickly draw the door to the bookstore closed behind us. Bryce gathers himself. He glares at me, with a purpose and a determination well beyond his years. I came here for a reason. There are worse things than Typhon down here. My brother talks in his sleep. He mumbles when he's wasted. I know what needs to be done. I'm not afraid." And the kid pushes right past me. He slams open the bookstore door and races right through to the doors on the opposite side. Blue Hoodie goes with him. One of the new girls goes as well. "I've got your back, man," the boy shouts as he joins his comrade. "We're with you," the girl cries. "You idiots! You'll never see the daylight again," I roar after them, painfully conscious of Typhon's plaything scuttling across the shelves above and after them. I swivel back to the rest of the group. My chest tightens. Fine. They want to disappear so badly, then so be it. Screw 'em. Anyone else want to die down here in the dark? I am met with stricken silence. Good. Then let's go. I grab two of them and start to run back through the mall, but I let them go after a few seconds. They're all running with me this time. Back through the corridors, back past the statue of the snake. I glance up, but Typhon himself has vanished. He could be anywhere now. We stumble towards the entrance to Gaia. All right, in you go. I pant, grimacing as I catch my breath and stretch out one of my legs. Back through the tunnel. One of the girls turns to me. She's from the original group that I saw upstairs. Curly black hair. What about She stops herself. What about the others? We can't just leave them. I clench my jaw. They made their choice. I ain't their babysitter. She grabs me by the sleeve. Please, sir. Please. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry we made you come down here, and I'm sorry we all thought this was a good idea, but you can't just leave them. I look at the faces of the kids before me, hesitating. He'll never give up, says one of the boys. Never. If you don't go after him, then he's gonna die. Please. We're sorry. I blow some air through my nose. I ain't giving you my key, I tell him. And if I go to unlock the Tartarus door for you, then by the time I get back down here, it'll be too late. If I go after them, then who knows what'll happen. There's no telling when I'll be back. You might have to wait for the next person on shift to come and let you out. That's not so bad, one of the boys replies, bravely, or foolishly. How long would that be? I glance at my watch. 2.5 hours or so. Well, that's not so bad. Perhaps not, but... I pause. But what? The girl with curly hair replies. But whoever comes to let you out will be bound to the rules, I think. Just like myself. Watch Tartarus. Don't let anyone in. Don't let anyone out. But there's no telling whether or not they'd actually let you out. I finish simply. We're not supposed to let anyone out, and the longer you stay in Tartarus and the realm below, well, the worse it gets. There is a long silence, and the kids look at each other. An unspoken agreement passes between them. Guys? Curly asks, and the others nod. She turns back to me. Please, we can wait. Just go after them. I consider their request, and then swear quietly. God's sake. I point to the tunnel. Head up anyway. I don't want you creeping around down here. Head up to Tartarus and wait for me there. I start jogging away again, back through the mall. I turn to look over my shoulder, and I jab a finger at them. Hurry, and don't touch those damn mannequins. And as they scurry back to the tunnel, I let out a heavy sigh and carry onwards. Onwards, through the purplish light of the world below. For better or for worse, God help me. Racing through the mall, I again reach the bookstore, the store that marks the edge of this branch of the complex. I put a hand on the glass pane of the window and look through, peering this way and that for any sign of Typhon's abomination. "Where are you, you bastard?" I mutter as I cautiously push through, taking the key from my pocket and brandishing it like a weapon. The door squeaks as I step inside, and it closes behind me. Step by step, I walk the length of the room, round the statue of the agonized Titan, and between the still and silent escalators. Nothing. Though this is not necessarily a good sign. It likely followed on after the trio. Already across the room, I push through the next set of doors and out into the corridor beyond. To my left and right are more stores. Endless, bleary, and unidentifiable stores. I look down to my watch, and a sharp chord is played in the distant orchestra. I wonder if perhaps I'm wasting my time. These kids have brought this fate upon themselves, after all. I notice a trash can knocked to the ground. There's no trash inside of it, of course, but a decent indicator of where they might have gone nonetheless. I take the corridor beyond it, to the left. The pattern on the floor is covered in subtle false shadows. It gives the impression that it rises and falls in unusual places, making it difficult to move in a straight line. I think about Rex, about the young man I saw that one time while starting my shift, about the look in his eyes. My fellow guardian. Bryce is his brother. He might be a little shit, but Rex is a watcher of Tartarus, damn it. A gatekeeper, like myself. And I'm just not one to leave people behind, if I can help it. The stores here stand at weird angles. A bench beside me is longer and thinner at one end than it is on the other. It looks normal when viewed from a certain angle, but from any other, it is strange and disturbing. The way ahead branches into 3 paths, and I come to a stop, catching my breath. Which way did they go? As I consider the options, a clear drop of liquid falls in front of my face, splatting quietly against the ground by my feet. I look up, and above me is an abomination, perched against the ceiling and staring right at me. I mean, it has no eyes, so it's technically not staring at me, but it might as well be. It certainly feels like it is. Its body is angled towards mine, and a low hiss reverberates out from its enormous mouth. Quietly, slowly, I edge away. "You know where they went, don't you?" I murmur. "Don't get distracted by me now. You just keep going. I'll follow."
"Follow the yellow brick road. Bricks and stones may shake my bones. I don't want to go to the theater tomorrow."
It rambles in a low, wet voice. It licks its teeth and creeps just a little bit closer to me. "No," I warn, heart pounding, reaching into my pocket to grasp the key to Tartarus. "Keep going on your way."
"Which way to the train station? He tells me we're running out of time."
It creeps closer. This one is interested, it would seem. These things can be tricked, though. There's a formula which has varied results. The nonsense they spout, they react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives. You can use this against them. "The theater," I begin, standing my ground. "There's no room on the upper deck. We have to go to the lower floor."
"Lower? Lower the flag. The parade will end soon,"
the abomination says, as the sweat down my back starts to chill. Still, it creeps closer. Saliva drips to the ground with another wet splat. "Lower," I repeat. "Lower levels, the end, There are lower levels than this.
Lower levels. Lower.
The lower levels are worse, I say. There are worse levels below. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. I brandish the key before me, and it glints violet in the light. The abomination pauses.
There are worse levels below.
It repeats. We regard each other for a moment more. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below, and I could send you there. I finish, and the abomination is done. With a little hiss, it turns from me, continuing on along its way, crawling across the ceiling. I check around to see if there are more, and once I am happy, I follow along after it. It'll have Bryce's scent now, if none of the others. I'm careful to keep a comfortable distance, but I feel sure enough to return my key to my pocket, glancing around warily as the abomination leads me deeper into the labyrinth. Through corridor after corridor, the sound of hissing grows louder. Through passage after passage. And at last, there they are. Around this final corner, stood in the middle of a wide intersection of varyingly sized corridors, are my trio, Bryce, Blue Hoodie, and the girl. They stand in the shadow of another marble Titan statue. The ceiling is higher in this section of mall, and the Titan towers up towards it. Its upper chest, head, and shoulders are above the mall's next level. It looks like there are more stores above us, but there's no way to reach them. The Titan's fists are balled in rage, an emotion frozen in time. The abominations are creeping their way around almost every visible surface. There must be at least 50 or more. Bryce is hurriedly reading through the pages of a small notebook. Blue Hoodie and girl are standing on either side of him, sweating and anxious, watching the encroaching abominations. Blue Hoodie spots me first, and he nudges Bryce. The three of them look over to me, and Bryce grimaces, stowing the notebook away in his pocket. "Why are you still following us?" he asks, his voice echoing around the space. I cringe and glance from abomination to abomination. "They aren't gonna hurt us," Bryce says, though he doesn't sound too convinced. "I know what they are, what they used to be." "You don't know jack shit," I reply. "Now what do I have to say to convince you to come back? There are people who care about you, you know. Not me, but people." Bryce half smiles and raises his voice. "Typhon," he shouts, to a sudden shiver of hissing around the room. "I want to make you an offer." I shake my head with gritted teeth as a cool draft blows down the nearest corridor. "Hello," Typhon replies. All eyes look up to see him leaning over the rail of the floor above us, peering down with that grin stretched wide across his face. He's taken the form of Bryce, an altered Bryce, of course, pure white, with those black, unblinking eyes. The three kids draw a little closer together. "What do we have here?" Typhon asks, as he drifts down the rail like smoke, settling on one of the Titan's knees and resting there. "Two young gentlemen and a young lady." He looks over to me. His gaze is, as always, cold. "These fine folks with you, Minus." "Typhon," I mutter, raising a hand. "Just let these ones go." Typhon laughs, and the abominations, all perched in wait around us, echo the sound with a series of hisses. "Let them go. I'm not keeping them." Typhon's attention drifts back to Bryce, and he leans forwards, resting his chin in his hands. His snake-like tongue flickers out from his mouth.
You think you have an offer to make me, young man?
I know you like to make deals and bargains. Bryce begins, reaching into his pocket, but Typhon interrupts.
Oh, do you? Do you now? You must know all sorts of things. How clever. A clever man.
His grin stretches wider still, cracking the corners of his mouth.
Clever.
Echo the abominations, hissing.
Clever and cleaver meets to be cleaved. Four-leaf cleaver.
My blood chills.
And what kind of deal and bargain would you like to make with me today?
Typhon asks, staring down into Bryce's face. Bryce swallows and draws from his pocket the key to Tartarus, his brother's key, glinting purple in the light. What the hell are you doing? I hiss to him, but he ignores me. I'll give you this key, Typhon. Bryce begins. He's doing his best, but he does not sound as confident as he did before. I'll give you the key to Tartarus in exchange for something of equal value.
And what would that be?
Typhon asks, the purple-silver shine of the key reflecting in those black pools of his eyes. Release all the abominations attributed to our... Just let them go.
Now that is an interesting request.
Typhon replies after a pause, slithering around the Titan's knee and standing instead on its foot, a little closer to us, but still a meter or so above ground level.
Attributed to R, you say? Well, I don't have the first idea which of my playthings were the responsibility of your brother.
You're a liar, Bryce replies, though still trying to keep his composure.
Ah, so R is your brother then?
Typhon grins, flickering his tongue.
I thought I picked up on a family resemblance. Noted. So you stole his key. Are you sure that it's really yours to offer in trade?
Bryce falters. Typhon chuckles and speaks on.
And I'm not lying to you. It's so difficult to keep track of who sends me my playthings. And why would I care? It matters not who allows them down.
I watch this back and forth with white knuckles and a clenched jaw. I do not know if Typhon is truly interested in the key. He's never expressed any particular interest in mine, though it's possible Bryce knows something I don't. Bryce grips the key a little tighter, holds it a little tighter. Let the abominations go. That's why my brother keeps doing his job, year after year. It's because he can't forgive himself. He can't forgive himself for all the people he's let through, and he'll never stop coming here until they're all free. Typhon starts making his way towards Bryce. His steps are slow and lazy, but his eyes remain fixed resolutely on the boy.
Do you know what I would do with this key? I would use it as bait. Your brother will come down here to try and retrieve it from me. I don't know how he'll get down here without a key, but he's a smart lad. He'll find a way. I doubt his employers would accept such a loss.
He grins.
If they know that you were able to steal his key in the first place, well, the damage might already be done.
Bryce lowers his hand a little. He stutters. His employers?
Ah,
Typhon says, his eyes flashing.
so you don't know everything then. Interesting. So very interesting.
He's standing right in front of Bryce now, looking directly into his eyes.
Your offer is a fun one, but I don't accept offers made by mortals. Allow me to propose one of my own.
Is this Bryce's plan, I wonder? A bargain, and a dangerous one at that? I rack my brain as to how to get them out of this. But the next phase kicks in, even as I mull it over. Typhon's attention flickers back to the key. That same violet light shines in the void, and his tongue darts out past his teeth. And in this moment, Bryce suddenly raises his voice. The lower levels are worse, he says. There are worse levels below. There is a rumbling of hissing from around the room, but my stomach drops. That's not going to work on Typhon, kid. I shout at him. You have no idea what you're doing. Enough. But Bryce carries on. He holds the key in the manner that one would hold a cross in the face of a vampire. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. Typhon is entranced, fixed on the key. He does not move, and I do not believe what I'm seeing. No, surely not. This simple trick, it wouldn't work on Typhon. It couldn't. It barely works on the abominations. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below, and I will send you there. Bryce finishes. And in this exact moment, the kids to either side of him, the boy and the girl with their eyes downcast and barely moving, extras even, not worth a second look, completely devoid of Typhon's attention, jump suddenly into action, and two sharp blades, long knives drawn from inside their clothes, are stabbed into Typhon's chest. There's a sudden scream and a blast of icy Arctic wind. The abominations and the kids and myself are all knocked backwards as the screech echoes round and round the hall. The elbow of the great marble titan creaks and the dust rains down from its joints. Typhon twitches in agony, and he collapses like a stone to the ground with a thud. And for a moment, we are stuck in stunned silence. The abominations are likewise frozen. No one dares move. And then a dark grin spreads out across Bryce's face. He looks to me. You see? He begins quietly, then louder. You see what I told you, old man? It worked. He looks down to Typhon's corpse. The tension now eased. He releases a laugh. You couldn't help yourself, could you? He taunts. That's when you're at your weakest, when being offered something you want. Bryce laughs and hugs his friends, drawing them close. He's giddy with excitement. That was for Rex. He shouts with glee. He turns to the abominations. You're free. But the abominations do not rejoice. The mood cracks.
Rex.
Typhon whispers with delight. Bryce spins around in alarm to find Typhon standing behind him, hands clasped behind his back. The corpse vanishes in a burst of mist. Bryce panics and stumbles, shoving the key into Typhon's face. Typhon pushes it aside with a sigh, his tongue running quickly over his teeth, as if it had a mind of its own.
I don't want your key.
Typhon hisses. He twitches.
I don't need it to lure your brother down. He comes down all the time. And Rex, you say? His name is Rex.
Stay back. Bryce splutters, his courage completely shot. The lower levels are worse. There are worse. Typhon laughs in Bryce's face and increases his height. He's still using the boy's form, but it grows now, stretching upwards like a snake.
Rex.
Typhon laughs feverishly, drunkenly almost. He looks up to the sky and laughs all the louder.
Rex. A noble name. What's in a name? A Bryce.
He stares suddenly down into the face of the boy, his black eyes shining and terrible. I've begun my retreat, careful and slow. I beckoned to the others, to Blue Hoodie and the girl, and they've begun to creep towards me. But Bryce is trapped, transfixed.
This was fun,
Typhon says airily, tapping Bryce on the head.
But I think we're done now, Bryce.
Typhon has begun to salivate grotesquely. Saliva spills from his lips and splashes against the cold floor below.
I can't wait to meet him. We have so much to discuss.
Typhon's neck slithers around, and his eyes meet mine.
I made him the same offer that I made you, Minus.
He whispers.
I wonder if he'll be more inclined to agree when his brother lies below, especially now that I know his name.
I take a step back as the abominations close in. What have you done, kid? What have you done? Typhon giggles with glee, frothing at the mouth, and his twisted form, his pale copy of Bryce, stretches further up above our heads like a monstrous cobra.
Rex,
he repeats over and over, and he points carelessly down at the quivering Bryce below.
I'm done with this one,
he says to the waiting, watching crowd with a wave of his hand.
Bryce can be taken.
Hissing and salivating, the abominations scurry towards him. I leap from my position and close the gap in seconds, grabbing the boy by the collar of his sweater and hauling him out of there, roughly pushing aside the abominations as they cluster around us. They are more cautious of me than they are of Bryce. I knew that much already. But still, there's just too many. I struggle under the growing weight of the creatures, their cold, clammy hands all over my face and body. I feel their hot, wet breath against my skin, their hissing in my ears. I can feel the sting of their teeth as they bite my arms and legs to keep me in place. To keep me in place so as to undergo the process. I can feel one of my hands starting to become numb as their paralyzing saliva begins taking effect, and I can feel them tugging at Bryce, pulling at his joints as he cries out. There's too many of them. There's just too many. They're wild, unfocused, frenzied and riled up by their master. In fact, I realize a truth about the chaos. They're getting in each other's way. I can probably get myself out of here, but to do so, I'll have to let go of the lad. He screams louder. Just let him go, I think. And you can escape, Matthew. Shit. And you know what? I prepare to do just that. I make my decision to abandon him. It's brutal, but tough decisions have to be made down here. I curse and release my grip, bitterly ready to leave behind the boy for whom I've already risked so much. My name is Emma Ray, calls out the girl just ahead. Jackson, calls out Blue Hoodie just off to the right. My name is Jackson. And confusion bubbles amidst the ranks of the abominations. The clustered crowd around me thins as their attention is diverted and displaced.
Jackson.
Typhon repeats from up high.
Emma Ray.
He grins and dismisses them with a wave of his hand. The mass of abominations split. The ones further back go for their new targets, for the boy or for the girl. I swallow a great breath of air as the pressure against me is reduced. I shove away the gaping, gnawing mouth of an abomination on my arm, drawing blood as I do so. And I briefly turn around, reaching back for Bryce, grabbing him and hauling him out of there as fast as I physically can. Jackson swings round his blade. I catch it flashing in the corner of my eye. Emma Ray does likewise. But there are far too many for me to help them now. There are too many abominations between us. Get back to the corridor, I shout to them. I glance back. Bryce has an expression of terror and bewilderment frozen across his face. His eyes are wide. One of his arms is bleeding, and one is fixed in place, hung awkwardly out from his side, paralyzed by the look of it. He limps, and a quick look down makes it clear that he is struggling to flex the muscles in one of his legs. I stop and stumble and hoist him up into a fireman's carry. No easy feat when one of your hands is basically fallen asleep, and begin barreling my way back to the corridor. All right, on me, kids, I shout, already exhausted and now facing the prospect of running all the way back to the main hall with this teenager on my back. But the kids are in no position to join up with me. I shoulder away one of the screeching abominations, cursing as I feel the teeth from one of their massive mouths crunch into my leg. I stamp right into its throat and it chokes, struggling beneath my boots as it scuttles away.
Kids.
Hiss one of the nearest creatures.
Kids today. Gone tomorrow.
Tomorrow never comes, I mutter quickly in response, backing up and into the corridor. Looking to my right and to my left, I watch as the knives of the two brave children go flashing and slashing. I watch as they are gradually lost beneath a sea of the creatures. Tomorrow never comes, I continue. So lower your expectations.
Expectations. Salutations.
Lower your expectations. Lower your levels. There are levels below. The levels below are worse. There are worse levels below.
There are worse levels below.
The abomination repeats, slinking back a little, though keeping me within pouncing distance. Guys, Bryce screams, writhing on my back. Guys, come back! But they cannot hear him. The hissing rises. Emma Ray's blade comes up above the tide of abominations for the final time, and she is lost beneath the monsters. Shit, I swear, still retreating, looking over now to the boy in the blue hoodie, to Jackson. I catch flashes of blue amidst the pale skin of the abominations. An abomination steps on the dropped blade, and it skids across the floor and away. The creatures have sensed these two kids to be the easier targets and have largely left us alone for now, and a quick glimpse through the crowd shows us Jackson's fate. He is the fate of everyone who gets taken by the abominations. The teenager is paralyzed, frozen. His legs are in the process of being swallowed up whole into one of the abomination's mouths. His arm is lost in the gullet of another. Jackson! Bryce screams out, struggling, but I do not let him go. The abominations fight each other, pushing and grabbing and throttling with their many hands, hissing and screeching, until one of them wins the fight, and Jackson is once again lost to view. They will take everything they can. The abominations will absorb all but his most basic core essence. He will be left as warped and distorted as the beings that surround us. It's time to go. I'm sorry, kids, I mutter, turning to take my leave. I catch Typhon's eye as I do so, the black eye and the white, now ringed with orange and rivers of yellow, like a hot, burning coal. The stretched and snake-like creature towers over us all.
Rex,
he mouths, licking his teeth, then loudly he speaks.
I'll be seeing you again soon, Minus.
I'm sure you will, Typhon, I reply, shoving to the side one of the bolder abominations as I flee the scene. No, Bryce shouts, doing his best to kick me with his working leg. You have to go back, please. I'm sorry, bud. Not this time, I reply as I make my hasty retreat through the distorted mall complex. A couple more corners, a touch further, and yes, there it is, the bookstore just up ahead. I can see the statue of the Titan through the glass. Bryce has begun to sob. There's no fight left in him now, poor bastard. Nearly there, I grunt, unable to keep myself from slowing at this stage. A bit further. I push us through the double doors of the bookstore with my good hand, and they swing quietly closed behind us. For a moment, there is no sound but that distant orchestra. And then, I nearly jump out of my skin as an abomination creeps round the corner ahead from between the shelves. It could well be the one from earlier. Perhaps it never left the store after all. Shit. Can you walk, kid? Yeah, he replies, and I set him down. He stumbles and staggers into the nearest shelf, and a book goes falling to the ground. The abomination cocks its head, hissing its great wet mouth as it creeps in a wide arc around us. Just get through the door. I'll be right after you. Go on now, I say to Bryce, and to his credit, he does so. He limps, and I make sure to keep myself between the abomination and he. It hisses as I draw back up through the store, still trying to catch my breath. I bump into a table and send another couple of books to the floor. I grab the Tartarus key in my pocket and hold it out in front of me. It's okay, I mutter, beginning the little trick. It's okay up here, but it's harder, lower. The abomination pauses. Hard. It'll be hard without you, Darren. It whispers. I hesitate, and a slow chill runs up my spine. What did you just say? As I mentioned before, the abominations spout nonsense. They react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives. And this, too, you can use against them. I can hear Bryce behind me, breathing hard as he watches our interaction. The abomination hisses at me. It approaches, and I raise the key. What did you say? Where did you go? Who turns out the lights? Darren, I repeat quietly. Was that your name before? Are you giving me sentences you said yourself, or are you repeating what someone said to you once before, perhaps a long time ago? The abomination has stopped mid-creep, body angled towards mine. It does not reply, nor does it repeat or echo my words. Gritting my teeth, I step towards it. I'm gonna go for it. The penalty for screwing up is rough, but it would be good if I could save just one more. The abomination does not scuttle away at my approach, nor does it lurch forward to tear into my hand. It instead sits tensed as I place my palm on the pale, smooth skin of its head. Darren, I mutter, then clearer. Your name is Darren, and I free you now from the clutches of Tartarus. What follows is no pause, no moment to consider. Reacting instantly, the abomination rears up on its hind legs and dry heaves. It makes a strangled, gurgled screech and heaves again, this time with a torrent of saliva that splashes across the thready carpet of the bookstore. I watch, wide-eyed, waiting, taking a step back as the monster writhes. And at last it convulses violently and heaves up an entire person, naked, soaking wet, a man in his mid-20s by the looks of it, and all that is left behind is an empty skin, a twitching, pale, and crumpled pile of skin, like what a shedding snake might leave behind, if a little larger, and with more teeth. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and crouch down, nudging the expelled body. "Darren?" I ask quietly, and the body stirs. "What the hell?" Bryce mutters from behind me. "Great, more carrion," I grumble to myself as I hoist this disgusting, slippery, naked man up onto my back. Ugh. Bryce and I walk side by side and back through the mall, back past the statue of the coiled snake and towards the entrance to Gaia. The man on my back has begun to stir. It doesn't usually take him long. "Good," I say, as I set him down with a grunt. He slips and staggers to the ground, and I reach out a hand to help him back up. He stares at me, at Bryce, at his surroundings. "Don't worry about it, pal. You've been saved. You're welcome. You'll get your voice back within the hour. Now be a good lad and go through that there tunnel." Darren turns to look through the doorway for Gaia, at the long tunnel that burrows into the peeling green-blue wall at the back. "Go through first, Bryce. He'll follow," I say, and the boy nods. "Hey, kid," I say, and he pauses, looks to me. He looks awful, shell-shocked, broken. "I'm sorry about your friends." He pauses, then nods again, the reality of the consequences of his actions settling in as he begins to crawl through the tunnel. Darren looks to me, and I urge him forwards. He goes, and after one final glimpse around the realm below, I follow. "Till next time," I say to no one in particular, then head on in behind the others. It's significantly more effort on the way back up. You've got to put out your hands and knees to wedge yourself in place for the steeper parts. And Darren didn't really have any time to acquiesce before this little climb. So on several occasions, he crashes back into me. A decidedly unpleasant experience, but it's fine. I help him back up each time. I've dealt with worse. And at last, we ascend through the hole in the floor of Tartarus, hauling ourselves up into the abandoned old store of peeling red and faded black. The other kids are still up here. They stare at us in alarm, at all three of us. A new, strange, and naked man amongst them. Curly steps forward, puts her hand on Bryce's shoulder. "Bryce," she says quietly, concerned. "Where are the others? Where's Jackson and Emma Ray?" And Bryce can take it no longer. He breaks. He doubles suddenly over as his body is racked with sobs. He can hardly get the words out as he falls against the nearest wall and collapses to the floor, face in his hands. "It's my fault," he says. "It's all my fault." "Come on," I urge, gently but firmly, as I step between them to unlock the door. "Everyone out." I point to the newcomer. You too, Darren. There's an open-clothes store just across from here. Go grab a shirt and get some pants. I watch as the group help Bryce up, and they stumble out into the mall, and I shake my head. Teenagers. Thanks to Bryce, 2 of his friends now lie below. But then, it isn't Bryce's fault. Not really. It's mine. I am a guardian of Tartarus, and the instructions are clear. The responsibility belongs to me, even if you might, to an extent, disagree. I take full blame for this. But hell, you know what? I think my estimation of this particular age group might actually have gone up a little this evening. What those 2 down there did for their friend, what Emma Ray and Jackson did to try and save Bryce, it was noble. Admirable, if nothing else. I rub a hand across my face. I'm feeling my age tonight. I watch as the teenagers settle onto a nearby bench, doing their best to console Bryce and to work out what happened. And I watch as Darren stumbles his way towards the clothes store. I turn. When I first stepped foot into the Tartarus store 5 long years ago, I'd counted 21 mannequins in total. 16 had been marked with names and initials. The other 5 were blank. The storeroom was also full of them. Well, the storeroom these days looks like it houses the same amount. But the number of mannequins all around me, stacked and clustered against the walls and the counter, have risen considerably since then. There must be at least 60 in here now. It's a wonder that there's any space for them. The world around me is quiet as I consider this. I can hear the distant murmur of the kids beyond the door, but overall, the sound is low. There is no faint and distant orchestra here. It's nice, calming, clear, refreshing, like drinking cool water after a long and beverage-free drive in the sun. I lick my lips. That's something else I could do with some water. I'll grab some in a minute. But first, I walk to the counter and pick up the marker, uncapping it, on the closest section of red wallpaper, on a part that can be easily peeled away. I write, Your name has been compromised. You cannot venture down into Tartarus from here on out. Typhon knows. I head next to a pair of mannequins leaning against each other in the middle of the floor, a male and a female. On the black canvas of the male's face, I write the following with a sigh. Jackson -M. And on the females, I write Emma Ray -M. I'm sorry, guys. I mutter. I hope someone will find you again someday. Maybe it'll even be me. And finally, before departing for the night, I head over to the mannequin closest to the door, marked Darren -R. I cross out the name and initial with 2 black lines, marking an X shape over the mannequin's face. I cap the pen and return it to the countertop, glancing at the bottle of bleach and the rag as I do so. Once Rex sees that this soul has been saved, he'll use these things to wipe the mannequin's face back to blank. I hope this goes a little way towards alleviating your burden, man. I mutter, before clenching and unclenching the fingers of my bad hand, encouraging the blood flow to return. I stride out into the mall. The kids are all teary-eyed. Darren stands awkwardly at the side, wearing ill-fitting clothes and unsure what to do. Darren, I say, do you know where you are? Do you know your way home?" The man nods, mumbles something incomprehensible. "Do you know how long you've been down?" He hesitates. "Well, I can't say for sure, pal, but your name's been on that mannequin since Easter. I remember the displays the mall had set up. So you've been gone for about 10 months or more." He stares at me, and I nod to him. "Best of luck, pal. I'll be seeing you." He nods once more, then wanders away. My approach might seem cold, but I've done this before. He'll be all right. Don't worry about him. I turn next to the kids. "It's time for you guys to be heading home now, too," I say to them, gentler than before. "But sir," Curly asks me, stepping forwards, "what about Jackson and Emma Ray?" You'll see them again someday. I don't know when. It's rough, I know, and I know that none of you are likely to get much sleep tonight, but you need to be heading home now." I nod to Bryce. "And you make sure your brother gets that key back. Don't ever tell him you were down here." Curly nods at me reluctantly, and she returns to the group. The group of 5. And I watch them leave. They catch up to Darren and walk with him, looking after him, perhaps. I wait to see if Bryce is going to say something. He turns back to me on his way out just once, washed with the others in the purple light through the sky windows, but he remains silent. And after they've left my field of vision, I return to Tartarus. I lock up the front door with a click, and I slide the key into my pocket. I hold down the metal sheet with a rattle, and I walk back to my chair, slumping down with a great, slow sigh. I reach down for my coffee and take a sip. It's cold now, of course. And so that's that. Lots of open threads, unfortunately, here at my little story's end. Sorry about that. But I'm still doing my job here in the mall, and trying to do it a little bit better, too. Or am I? On the whole, yes, I am more vigilant. I'm far more cautious. Nobody's been let in, and nobody's been let out. That being said, however, I have an occasional guest these days, a guest who comes by sometimes during my shifts. It's Bryce, of course. He comes alone, and he sits nearby on another of the massage chairs. I tried to shoo him away the first time, but you know what he's like. He's a stubborn bastard. So I let him sit with me, on the condition that he doesn't bother me. He's suffering, the poor guy, and I don't blame him. He's guilt-racked, nightmares and the like. He's wanting to go back down, you know. Back down into Tartarus. I haven't allowed it. He feels that it's his responsibility. I take the fact that he is actually asking me as a sign that he's truly returned Rex's key, that Rex is being more careful with it, or maybe that Bryce has developed some form of begrudging respect for me. Perhaps it's both. But Typhon will be growing impatient by now. I know that Typhon is desperate for Rex to return, to welcome my colleague back to Tartarus, and to throw open his arms, and to make the man an offer to beat the one made by our mysterious employers all those years ago. I shift in my seat. When Typhon is in a bad mood, he can be very unpleasant. Very damn unpleasant indeed. And I don't know what he would do to Bryce if he thought he could use the boy to lure Rex back down. He was careless before. He was willing to let the abominations consume him. He was arrogant. thought that Rex would come back down regardless. But Rex has done well. He's held out from his obsession. He's stepped up his game as well, perhaps. I haven't asked Bryce if the guy's still drinking. A part of me doesn't want to know. I suspect that he probably is to some degree, though hopefully he's at least cut back. Typhon won't make the same mistake. And so, I cannot allow Bryce back down as badly as he wants to go. Credit to the kid, he isn't whiny about it. He doesn't pout or beg. He just nods and settles back into his seat, staring bleary-eyed at the door to Tartarus. Sometimes he even drifts off. Through the sky window, the clouds roll gently across the moon, and the mall is bathed in shades of gently but ever-changing purple, indigo, to violet, to lilac, and back. The music comes crisp and clear through my headphones. Jolene again. Bryce had tossed this pair to me one night, still in their box, brand new. They're not from me, he'd said. Avery brought them for you. They're the latest model of the shit ones you're using now. And damn, they sure are nice. They're more comfortable, too. Maybe kids aren't so bad. Frustrating, sure. Irritating and anxious and stubborn and emotional. But hell, don't mean they ain't good people at heart. Indigo to violet, to lilac, and back. The world turns. In the gullet of another, Jackson! Bryce screams out, struggling, but I do not let him go. The abominations fight each other, pushing and grabbing and throttling with their many hands, hissing and screeching, until one of them wins the fight, and Jackson is once again lost to view. They will take everything they can. The abominations will absorb all but his most basic core essence. He will be left as warped and distorted as the beings that surround us. It's time to go. I'm sorry, kids, I mutter, turning to take my leave. I catch Typhon's eye as I do so, the black eye and the white, now ringed with orange and rivers of yellow, like a hot, burning coal. The stretched and snake-like creature towers over us all. Rex, he mouths, licking his teeth. Then loudly he speaks.
I'll be seeing you again soon, Minus.
I'm sure you will, Typhon, I reply, shoving to the side one of the bolder abominations as I flee the scene. No, Bryce shouts, doing his best to kick me with his working leg. You have to go back, please. I'm sorry, bud. Not this time, I reply as I make my hasty retreat through the distorted mall complex. A couple more corners, a touch further, and yes, there it is, the bookstore just up ahead. I can see the statue of the Titan through the glass. Bryce has begun to sob. There's no fight left in him now, poor bastard. Nearly there, I grunt, unable to keep myself from slowing at this stage. A bit further. I push us through the double doors of the bookstore with my good hand, and they swing quietly closed behind us. For a moment, there is no sound but that distant orchestra. And then, I nearly jump out of my skin as an abomination creeps round the corner ahead from between the shelves. It could well be the one from earlier. Perhaps it never left the store after all. Shit. Can you walk, kid? Yeah, he replies, and I set him down. He stumbles and staggers into the nearest shelf, and a book goes falling to the ground. The abomination cocks its head, hissing its great wet mouth as it creeps in a wide arc around us. Just get through the door. I'll be right after you. Go on now, I say to Bryce, and to his credit, he does so. He limps, and I make sure to keep myself between the abomination and he. It hisses as I draw back up through the store, still trying to catch my breath. I bump into a table and send another couple of books to the floor. I grab the Tartarus key in my pocket and hold it out in front of me. "It's okay," I mutter, beginning the little trick. "It's okay up here, but it's harder, lower." The abomination pauses. "Hard. It'll be hard without you, Darren." It whispers. I hesitate, and a slow chill runs up my spine. What did you just say?" As I mentioned before, the abominations spout nonsense. They react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives. And this, too, you can use against them. I can hear Bryce behind me, breathing hard as he watches our interaction. The abomination hisses at me. It approaches, and I raise the key. "What did you say? Where did you go? Who turns out the lights?" "Darren," I repeat quietly. "Was that your name before? Are you giving me sentences you said yourself, or are you repeating what someone said to you once before, perhaps a long time ago?" The abomination has stopped mid-creep, body angled towards mine. It does not reply, nor does it repeat or echo my words. Gritting my teeth, I step towards it. I'm gonna go for it. The penalty for screwing up is rough, but it would be good if I could save just one more. The abomination does not scuttle away at my approach, nor does it lurch forward to tear into my hand. It instead sits tensed as I place my palm on the pale, smooth skin of its head. "Darren," I mutter, then clearer. "Your name is Darren, and I free you now from the clutches of Tartarus." What follows is no pause, no moment to consider. Reacting instantly, the abomination rears up on its hind legs and dry heaves. It makes a strangled, gurgled screech and heaves again, this time with a torrent of saliva that splashes across the thready carpet of the bookstore. I watch, wide-eyed, waiting, taking a step back as the monster writhes. And at last it convulses violently and heaves up an entire person, naked, soaking wet, a man in his mid-20s by the looks of it. And all that is left behind is an empty skin, a twitching, pale, and crumpled pile of skin, like what a shedding snake might leave behind, if a little larger and with more teeth. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and crouch down, nudging the expelled body. "Darren?" I ask quietly, and the body stirs. "What the hell?" Bryce mutters from behind me. "Great, more carrion," I grumble to myself as I hoist this disgusting, slippery, naked man up onto my back. Ugh. Bryce and I walk side by side and back through the mall, back past the statue of the coiled snake and towards the entrance to Gaia. The man on my back has begun to stir. It doesn't usually take him long. "Good," I say, as I set him down with a grunt. He slips and staggers to the ground, and I reach out a hand to help him back up. He stares at me, at Bryce, at his surroundings. "Don't worry about it, pal. You've been saved. You're welcome. You'll get your voice back within the hour. Now be a good lad and go through that there tunnel." Darren turns to look through the doorway for Gaia, at the long tunnel that burrows into the peeling green-blue wall at the back. "Go through first, Bryce. He'll follow," I say, and the boy nods. "Hey, kid," I say, and he pauses, looks to me. He looks awful, shell-shocked, broken. "I'm sorry about your friends." He pauses, then nods again, the reality of the consequences of his actions settling in as he begins to crawl through the tunnel. Darren looks to me, and I urge him forward. He goes, and after one final glimpse around the realm below, I follow. "Till next time," I say to no one in particular, then head on in behind the others. It's significantly more effort on the way back up. You've got to put out your hands and knees to wedge yourself in place for the steeper parts. And Darren didn't really have any time to acquiesce before this little climb. So on several occasions, he crashes back into me. A decidedly unpleasant experience, but it's fine. I help him back up each time. I've dealt with worse. And at last, we ascend through the hole in the floor of Tartarus, hauling ourselves up into the abandoned old store of peeling red and faded black. The other kids are still up here. They stare at us in alarm, at all three of us. A new, strange, and naked man amongst them. Curly steps forward, puts her hand on Bryce's shoulder. "Bryce," she says quietly, concerned. "Where are the others? Where's Jackson and Emma Ray?" And Bryce can take it no longer. He breaks. He doubles suddenly over as his body is racked with sobs. He can hardly get the words out as he falls against the nearest wall and collapses to the floor, face in his hands. "It's my fault," he says. "It's all my fault." "Come on," I urge, gently but firmly, as I step between them to unlock the door. "Everyone out." I point to the newcomer. "You too, Darren. There's an open-clothes store just across from here. Go grab a shirt and get some pants." I watch as the group help Bryce up, and they stumble out into the mall, and I shake my head. Teenagers. Thanks to Bryce, 2 of his friends now lie below. But then, it isn't Bryce's fault. Not really. It's mine. I am a guardian of Tartarus, and the instructions are clear. The responsibility belongs to me, even if you might, to an extent, disagree. I take full blame for this. But hell, you know what? I think my estimation of this particular age group might actually have gone up a little this evening. What those 2 down there did for their friend, what Emma Ray and Jackson did to try and save Bryce, it was noble. Admirable, if nothing else. I rub a hand across my face. I'm feeling my age tonight. I watch as the teenagers settle onto a nearby bench, doing their best to console Bryce and to work out what happened. And I watch as Darren stumbles his way towards the clothes store. I turn. When I first stepped foot into the Tartarus store 5 long years ago, I'd counted 21 mannequins in total. 16 had been marked with names and initials. The other 5 were blank. The storeroom was also full of them. Well, the storeroom these days looks like it houses the same amount. But the number of mannequins all around me, stacked and clustered against the walls and the counter, have risen considerably since then. There must be at least 60 in here now. It's a wonder that there's any space for them. The world around me is quiet as I consider this. I can hear the distant murmur of the kids beyond the door, but overall, the sound is low. There is no faint and distant orchestra here. It's nice, calming, clear, refreshing, like drinking cool water after a long and beverage-free drive in the sun. I lick my lips. That's something else I could do with some water. I'll grab some in a minute, but first, I walk to the counter and pick up the marker, uncapping it, on the closest section of red wallpaper, on a part that can be easily peeled away. I write, your name has been compromised. You cannot venture down into Tartarus from here on out. Typhon knows. I head next to a pair of mannequins leaning against each other in the middle of the floor, a male and a female. On the black canvas of the male's face, I write the following with a sigh. Jackson -M. And on the females, I write Emma Ray -M. I'm sorry, guys. I mutter. I hope someone will find you again someday. Maybe it'll even be me. And finally, before departing for the night, I head over to the mannequin closest to the door, marked Darren -R. I cross out the name and initial with 2 black lines, marking an X shape over the mannequin's face. I cap the pen and return it to the countertop, glancing at the bottle of bleach and the rag as I do so. Once Rex sees that this soul has been saved, he'll use these things to wipe the mannequin's face back to blank. I hope this goes a little way towards alleviating your burden, man. I mutter, before clenching and unclenching the fingers of my bad hand, encouraging the blood flow to return. I stride out into the mall. The kids are all teary-eyed. Darren stands awkwardly at the side, wearing ill-fitting clothes and unsure what to do. Darren, I say, do you know where you are? Do you know your way home? The man nods, mumbles something incomprehensible. Do you know how long you've been down? He hesitates. Well, I can't say for sure, pal, but your name's been on that mannequin since Easter. I remember the displays the mall had set up. So you've been gone for about 10 months or more. He stares at me, and I nod to him. Best of luck, pal. I'll be seeing you. He nods once more, then wanders away. My approach might seem cold, but I've done this before. He'll be all right. Don't worry about him. I turn next to the kids. It's time for you guys to be heading home now, too, I say to them, gentler than before. But sir, Curly asks me, stepping forwards, what about Jackson and Emma Ray? You'll see them again someday. I don't know when. It's rough, I know, and I know that none of you are likely to get much sleep tonight, but you need to be heading home now. I nod to Bryce, and you make sure your brother gets that key back. Don't ever tell him you were down here. Curly nods at me reluctantly, and she returns to the group. The group of 5. And I watch them leave. They catch up to Darren and walk with him, looking after him, perhaps. I wait to see if Bryce is going to say something. He turns back to me on his way out just once, washed with the others in the purple light through the sky windows, but he remains silent. And after they've left my field of vision, I return to Tartarus. I lock up the front door with a click, and I slide the key into my pocket. I hold down the metal sheet with a rattle, and I walk back to my chair, slumping down with a great, slow sigh. I reach down for my coffee and take a sip. It's cold now, of course. And so that's that. Lots of open threads, unfortunately, here at my little story's end. Sorry about that. But I'm still doing my job here in the mall, and trying to do it a little bit better, too. Or am I? On the whole, yes, I am more vigilant. I'm far more cautious. Nobody's been let in. And nobody's been let out. That being said, however, I have an occasional guest these days. A guest who comes by sometimes during my shifts. It's Bryce, of course. He comes alone, and he sits nearby on another of the massage chairs. I tried to shoo him away the first time, but you know what he's like. He's a stubborn bastard. So I let him sit with me, on the condition that he doesn't bother me. He's suffering, the poor guy, and I don't blame him. He's guilt-racked, nightmares and the like. He's wanting to go back down, you know. Back down into Tartarus. I haven't allowed it. He feels that it's his responsibility. I take the fact that he is actually asking me as a sign that he's truly returned Rex's key, that Rex is being more careful with it, or maybe that Bryce has developed some form of begrudging respect for me. Perhaps it's both. But Typhon will be growing impatient by now. I know that Typhon is desperate for Rex to return, to welcome my colleague back to Tartarus, and to throw open his arms, and to make the man an offer to beat the one made by our mysterious employers all those years ago. I shift in my seat. When Typhon is in a bad mood, he can be very unpleasant. Very damn unpleasant indeed. And I don't know what he would do to Bryce if he thought he could use the boy to lure Rex back down. He was careless before. He was willing to let the abominations consume him. He was arrogant, thought that Rex would come back down regardless. But Rex has done well. He's held out from his obsession. He's stepped up his game as well, perhaps. I haven't asked Bryce if the guy's still drinking. A part of me doesn't want to know. I suspect that he probably is to some degree, though hopefully he's at least cut back. Typhon won't make the same mistake. And so, I cannot allow Bryce back down as badly as he wants to go. Credit to the kid, he isn't whiny about it. He doesn't pout or beg. He just nods and settles back into his seat, staring bleary-eyed at the door to Tartarus. Sometimes he even drifts off. Through the sky window, the clouds roll gently across the moon, and the mall is bathed in shades of gently but ever-changing purple, indigo, to violet, to lilac, and back. The music comes crisp and clear through my headphones. Jolene again. Bryce had tossed this pair to me one night, still in their box, brand new. They're not from me, he'd said. Avery brought them for you. They're the latest model of the shit ones you're using now. And damn, they sure are nice. They're more comfortable, too. Maybe kids aren't so bad. Frustrating, sure. Irritating and anxious and stubborn and emotional, but hell, don't mean they ain't good people at heart. Indigo to violet, to lilac, and back, the world turns, and Tartarus turns beneath. Hey everyone, remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. And a special thank you to the author Darkly Gathers, one of my favorite authors on the channel and a friend of mine. Make sure to check out more of Darkly Gathers' work, there'll be a link in the description. If you'd like to support me further, there's a link to my Patreon in the description. And remember, if you ever go down into Tartarus, don't let them know your name.
Who's the worst, most despicable person you can think of? Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, Louis Garavito, Pol Pot? Of course, you can make your own arguments for any of them, or anybody else for that matter. Yet, all of these people have one thing in common. They're human. Preposterous people try to act like monsters, either due to lofty, ridiculous ideals or some primal urge to revolt against society as a whole. It's quite the bizarre phenomenon, yet none of these admittedly sick people have truly fallen into the abyss. Perhaps they've stared down into it, dipped their feet in it, but none of them have taken the plunge as a whole. Despite their efforts, they weren't able to separate themselves from their inherent humanity. But that's a good thing. That's why they were relatively easy to take down. The bad news is that every once in a while, special cases will arise. In our circles, we call these individuals the void people, or just voids. Individuals so far gone that they can hardly be considered humans anymore. The cause behind entities like this? Well, I wouldn't know. Nobody really does. Maybe they were born with that latent potential. Maybe they underwent some obscure supernatural transformation. Maybe their experiments gone awry. Aliens from another planet. Shit, maybe they're literal demons from hell. Brought here by some fool who just had to conduct some fucked up ritual. Who the hell knows? The only detail that matters is the fact that they exist, and dealing with them is more than a bitch. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of maximum security prisons, places where drug kingpins, terrorists, prolific serial killers, etc. are sent. The places meant to contain the worst among humans. Well, those are a joke compared to where the voids are kept. At a pair of undisclosed coordinates, built in the underground of a tiny island somewhere deep in the Atlantic, there exists a prison unlike anything you could imagine. We simply call it the Chasm, a penitentiary for pure, unbridled evil. A collective evil that would surely yield humanity's extinction in a couple of months if it were allowed to run rampant in the world. Let me emphasize this a bit further. The individuals that require being held there are not merely criminally insane, they are criminally, absolutely out of this universe fucking bonkers. Of course, you wouldn't know any of this, would you? The government would probably sacrifice 1,000 children before they divulge a single detail about the place to a person without high enough clearance. But you know, that's just how they are. Before I came, there were exactly 32 being confined there, save for 2 that were still being actively pursued through the Brazilian underground and Russian tundra, respectively. That was about all of them in the world. At least, we assumed that was all of them. Can't really be sure about anything these days. Each holding cell was fortified to hell, specifically designed to counter and contain the respective void they were holding. If they managed to escape, there were 8 drones armed with Gatling guns, blades, grenades, and rockets waiting for them within a larger chamber. If they managed to break through that, then 20 guards in mechanized suits would have to step in. However, everybody understood the futility of that protocol. Those guards were getting slaughtered in seconds, regardless of the void that they went up against. Maybe minutes if they were really skilled. I'm not entirely sure why any of us regular guards are stationed here at all. Bureaucracy, I guess? Who knows what the government's thinking? If the situation were ever to get too drastic, then there was really one feasible countermeasure in place. A last resort, so to speak. The higher-ups would call in something known as Task Force Void Nova Hammer, or TFVNH for short. I've never seen them in action before, nor do I know much about them. Not that I really want to, though. If you ever find yourself witnessing them in person, that must mean you're having a bad, bad day. So, why am I disclosing all of this uber-classified information that would either get me killed or thrown in the deepest hole conceivable for the rest of my short life? Well, I'd estimate that there's about a 90% chance that I'm going to die by the end of today. And even if I do make it out of this fiasco, My life's never really going to be the same. So, fuck it. Here we go. My day started out more or less normal. I was part of the unit guarding somebody named Jim Henninger. Well, that was his real name. It doesn't evoke a lot of fear, does it? That's why we had to call him something else. Standing at 5'7", 171 centimeters, 135 pounds, or 61 kilograms, we were all required to memorize their physical stats. He doesn't look like much. However, if you ever find yourself in the same room with him, no matter how big and tough you are, you're going to get dissected or something. The main danger surrounding him stems from the fact that he seems to be able to teleport on will. 1 second you'll be staring at his dark, lifeless eyes, and after one blink, he'll disappear in a cloud of black haze, only to end up breathing right down your neck. For that reason, there's got to be at least 10 sets of eyes on his monitor at all times. There's no way around it. If he's not being watched, he will escape. He's also kind of unkillable. No matter how many bullets you put through his head or blades you plunge into his chest, the guy just won't croak. And once he gets a scalpel in his hands, oh boy. Of course, he's just one of the 32, and comparatively speaking, on the tamer side. With that said, my guard shift ended without any incident. Routine stuff. Following that, I went on break in the lunchroom with my buddy Sandhu. Our conversations were usually pretty dry, but at least I can talk to the guy. It's hard to get along with any of the other guards. They're all just weird in one way or another. Anyway, lunch was usually the most enjoyable part of a working day in the chasm. What I didn't enjoy was the blaring fucking alarm and the deafening, repeating automatic voice blasting the word "breach" that went off as I was about to take my chili out of the microwave. I could see Sandhu's face drop at the disturbance. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he mouthed. Now, I'd only ever experienced one minor breach up until that point, and it was from the surgeon. I guess none of us were paying any attention that day. He made it about 8 miles off the coast using a stolen boat, racking up a total body count of 145 in his wake. It took 3 full days to wrangle him back, and 4 more weeks to fix all the damage that he'd done to the infrastructure. That was all just one prisoner. If we were dealing with 3 or more, then our combined efforts as guards wouldn't have stood a semblance of a chance. There had only ever been one major breach in the chasm's history, in which 8 voids had broken out nearly simultaneously. It was also apparently the only time that TFV and H had to step in. This was all around 12 years ago, long before I became a guard myself. The aftermath of that? I don't have enough clearance to know, but I'm willing to bet that it was nothing fun. We did have a breach procedure. It was a lengthy document outlining exactly what we were supposed to do and where we were supposed to go. I've read it before, and it's fucking garbage. It's essentially predicated on the idea that we're cannon fodder, and that we're obligated to do whatever we can to contain the prisoners. If anybody actually followed the procedure, they'd die instantly. "Well, what the hell are we supposed to do?" somebody asked. They only got shrugs in response, except for Sonson, that is. I fucking hated Sonson. The guy seemed to believe that his life's an action movie, and that he's the invincible main protagonist. "Are y'all fucking pussies?" he screamed at the top of his lungs with a stupid grin plastered across his face. "We never get any fucking action. Let's fucking go!" Before anybody could stop him, he picked up his rifle, swung the door open like the giant fucking dumbass he is. Since the alarm was blaring, we could barely hear anything that was going on outside the corridors. For that reason, we were all rather shocked upon seeing Morgie the Corgi standing right outside. Imagine some guy walking around wearing a dirty, giant, creepy dog costume. Now imagine that guy is 7'2", with a voice that's simultaneously deep, raspy, and childish. That's Morgie the Corgi for you. I could see the bravado leaving Sonson's face. We'd only ever seen him through a screen before. I always hated it when people tried imitating dogs, but hearing it coming from Morgie was a bit different and a lot worse. Before Sonson could even put his finger on the trigger, his head was mashed into pulp. Morgie began pouncing on other guards, effortlessly crushing limbs with his oversized paws. He'd switched between running around on his feet and crawling on all fours. The last thing I saw before running out of the break room was Morgie forcing the remaining horrified agents to play fetch with him using a stray arm. But of course, it's not like I managed to escape anywhere better. The entire place was in a fucking tizzy. The squad leaders were frenetic, attempting to scrap together some kind of suppression force. I couldn't understand why they were so delusional. Are we guards supposed to be badass? Fuck yeah. Due to our field prowess, we are specifically selected from the existing pool of CIA agents and military personnel to be dropped into this godforsaken place. Put us against a trafficking militia, terrorists, etc., we'll smoke them. But what we can't deal with are things that aren't supposed to exist in the first place. We watch creature features and slasher fics with the inherent understanding that we are watching fiction, a type of visual catharsis for our inherent fascination with the dark and grim. It's not supposed to be real, and we have no idea how to act once we find it standing right in front of our faces, not even us so-called elite agents. Like I said, I'm not sure why they even bothered keeping guards in the chasm to begin with. These were the thoughts that ran through my head as I bolted through the hellish corridors. At one point, I stumbled upon a crowd of guards leering over some rails. Shockingly, they didn't seem concerned in the slightest.
What the hell are you guys looking at?
I asked them. A guard I recognized as Fenton turned around.
Oh, this is gonna be sick.
He grinned, gesturing for me to look below. I didn't even know where I was going, so I didn't realize that I'd wandered into the level right above the weight room. It was a sprawling gym with an abundance of the best equipment attainable, but there was one guard that used it the most, Branko Petrovic, a Serbian-American whose oversized frame hardly makes any fucking sense. I swear, when I first met this guy, he couldn't have been over 7 feet. He's around 8'2", or 249 centimeters now. I'm not quite sure what kind of bizarre experiment they ran on him, but they sure as hell overdid it. He was in the middle of overhead pressing what appeared to be an ungodly amount of weight when one of the escaped voids wandered into the weight room floor. It was Luz, standing at 6'2", 188 centimeters, 205 pounds, 93 kilograms. Like all the other prisoners, the guy was a complete mystery. His mostly bare body was comparable of that of a bodybuilder's, save for the hundreds of gnarly scars decorating his skin. The more disconcerting part of his aesthetic was the fact that he only had one half of his face. The other consisted of his exposed skull, with some kind of red electrical current running through his cranial bones. He had the same current running through his hands, which allowed him to savagely electrocute whatever organic material he touched, quickly rendering it into a pile of steaming black mush. I guess that my fellow agents didn't bother reading up on the prisoners they guarded because Branko never stood a chance. It didn't matter if you were superior to Luz in terms of strength. One touch and you were gone. The only practical way of taking him down was by using ranged weapons, and even then, that task was easier said than done. Branko grunted like the dumb meathead he is, before grabbing an Olympic weightlifting plate and chucking it like a frisbee at Luz. It connected, seemingly shattering his ribs, but it wasn't nearly enough to take him down. As soon as he rushed forward, the fight had been decided. Branko attempted to tackle him, a mistake so horrible that his whole body began twitching as his skin made contact with Luz's fingertips. The electricity spread through his giant frame, causing his vitals to shut down within seconds. In no time at all, he was reduced to a heaping mass of scorched flesh on the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. I could see the respective faces of my stunned colleagues drop as they witnessed what they likely deemed an improbable outcome. Idiots, that's what they were. But truth be told, I was also an idiot for even bothering to stay. Not long after, the sounds of cracking bones and heavy footsteps began emanating from an adjacent walkway. Along with the rest of the agents, my gaze shifted toward what was sure to be another incoming menace. The locked metal door to the corridor was suddenly dented from the other side. A big fucking dent, mind you. It only took one blow to blast it off its hinges completely. Standing at 6'6", 198 centimeters, and 242 pounds, 110 kilograms, and arriving in a haze of blood, guts, and limbs was the slasher-flick-esque killer, colloquially known as Wirehead. In congruence with his name, his entire head, save for a single eye, was wrapped in rusty barbed wire. He wore a decrepit old leather jacket and jeans, complete with a large pompadour on top, like an 80 or whatever high school delinquent. Everyone's main concern was the weapon in his hands, a large iron bat wrapped in the same barbed wire on his head. If you didn't die from the impact, unlikely, the subsequent infection would surely get you. And don't ask us why we didn't take his weapon away when we contained him. We did, but somehow, some way, he got it back. These things really can't be helped. What the hell's going on? I thought. Breaches happened, sure, but it seemed as if every fucking void had somehow escaped. How is that possible? In any case, I couldn't afford to think deep into it at the moment. As Wirehead began moving down the mystified agents in his way, I found myself accidentally making eye contact with Lewis from below. I nearly had a heart attack as I began pushing through the crowd, even though I was implicitly certain of the fact that no other location within the chasm would have been much safer. I was still being driven ahead by my fight-or-flight responses, away from that immediate threat. It was kind of funny. I had been through so many life-or-death scenarios that my reaction to adrenaline coursing through my veins had been dulled. Well, it sure as hell got invigorated today. I guess that I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings because right as I was about to climb a staircase, I felt an oversized arm slam into my chest, knocking me over in the process. I looked up to see another guard, Sade, leering down at me. Sure, I was happy it wasn't one of the voids, but Sade wasn't much more pleasant.
What are you running for?
He shot me a smug grin.
This is a breach, isn't it? Why don't we do our jobs here and fix it?
Oh, fuck off!
Breach.
I spat at him before trying to duck past. No luck there. He caught me by the collar and slammed me to the wall. He certainly had the weight advantage. Still, I didn't practice hand-to-hand combat just to be ragdolled by some asshole. I slammed my elbow down into his wrist, which managed to loosen his grip. I followed up with a knee to the stomach and attempted to strike his neck, but then he caught my wrist mid-punch.
Nice moves,
he said, with an obnoxiously sarcastic tone. He took his palm and rammed it into my chin, nearly causing me to black out. In the meantime, Wirehead was getting closer.
I guess we'll have to take this up another time,
he said.
Somebody's got to work around here.
I had no idea what he was thinking trying to take on one of the voids, but I wasn't trying to see his delusions through in person. Still in pain from his palm strike, I pulled myself up and began running once more, all while the sounds of carnage escalated around me. But there was a glaring issue. I had no idea where I was going. The exits were surely going to be blocked off from the outside. Do we have some kind of safe room? I thought to myself. No, of course we didn't. We were entirely expendable. They 100% expected us to fight these things head on, even though there was zero fucking chance of victory on our side. There was only one thing I could do here. Survive until TFE&H showed up. Obviously, that wasn't any kind of guaranteed reprieve, but my options were slim. Nevertheless, something rather surprising transpired. Amidst the cacophony of frenetic orders from our superiors, a familiar voice snuck in through my radio.
Hey, Jason. You alive?
It was Sandu. I picked up my radio and isolated his transmission.
Yeah, where are you, man?
Block C. Got lucky and found something weird. It might save us, though. Come on.
Obviously, there wasn't much information there, but it was better than running around aimlessly. Thankfully, Block C was fairly close, so I was able to make it out without running into another void. However, when I got there, it was still as chaotic as ever. I swiveled my head around, trying to spot Sandu. I yelled into my radio, but his response was drowned out by everything around me. As I searched, I began sensing a perplexing, sinister pressure that made it feel as if I were sinking into the concrete beneath me. I hardly had to guess the source. It was Diaxec. 9'5", 287 centimeters. I don't know how much he weighs. Diaxec was comparable in appearance to something you'd see in the corner of your room during sleep paralysis. A hulking, faceless figure wearing a sweeping black robe that jerked around in unsettling movements as he, or she, who knows, walked. I wasn't sure how exactly he killed people, mind you. As soon as anyone got within a certain distance to him, they'd freeze in place and begin bleeding from their eyes, and then they'd just stay that way forever. Obviously, that wasn't something I was looking forward to. As I looked ahead, I could see some unfortunate guards already getting caught in his death zone. In an attempt to avoid a similar fate, I turned the opposite direction and began running. Then, I nearly shit myself. Standing about 10 feet away was the undead Nazi. 5'8", 173 centimeters, 143 pounds, 65 kilograms. His name essentially told it all. A man wearing a dirty, tattered SS uniform with a cracked gas mask covering his face. In one hand, he gripped his signature Kampfmesser 42 blade that was inexplicably unbreakable, no matter what the hell he tried doing to it. He held a flamethrower hose connected to a massive tank on his back, which sprayed out some kind of scorching black flame that would supposedly yield pain beyond comprehension if you were ever to come in contact with it. You could say that I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only other way out was taking the plunge over the rail in front of me, onto the massive screaming bodies 50 feet below. Before I considered simply saying my prayers, I felt a hand tug at my sleeve from the side, giving me another heart attack. But this time, it was good news. For once, I looked over to see Sandu poking his head out from what appeared to be some kind of hidden door in the wall.
Let's fucking go!
he whisper-shouted before pulling me in. He closed the door behind him, plunging us into complete darkness.
What the hell is this place?
I asked, hardly expecting a detailed response. Sandu illuminated his face using his phone's flashlight.
I couldn't tell you, but it's fucking crazy.
I could hear the Nazi beginning to spray his flamethrower from out in the corridor. I suddenly wondered whether or not Diaxic's power would apply to the other voids. In any case, it was better not to be in such close vicinity to them, so I followed Sandu. He led me down some kind of hidden hallway. The walk was rather long, maybe about 8 minutes, and I eventually found myself in what appeared to be some kind of surveillance control room. It was still dark, but there was an array of monitors giving off enough light to comfortably navigate around. But here's the strange thing. The place looked kind of haphazard. No chance it was being used by the higher-ups.
See you later, man.
The monitors were scattered around, connected by a mess of wires to multiple outlets spread throughout the room. There was only one chair.
I guess this is beyond explaining?
I said.
Yeah, no shit, huh?
Sandu replied, before gesturing towards the monitors.
Check it out. What the fuck did we just find?
I took the suggestion,
I need to
letting
go
my
work.
eye. What I saw would have been normal in any other scenario. Each monitor was streaming a different section of the prison, all displaying the utter carnage that was going on outside. The guards were being ripped to shreds. Some tried fighting, most were running, but what they had in common was the fact that they were all being utterly obliterated by the voids. I could see the surgeon giving somebody a forced lobotomy, grinning like hell while doing so. At the same time, Morgie was chewing on a severed head like a toy. But then I caught something interesting on a screen below. It was Wirehead and Luz staring each other down. That's when a rather obvious revelation hit me. Of course the voids weren't only going to kill the guards, they were sure as hell going after each other as well. That much should have been apparent from the beginning. I grinned, feeling some kind of obscure hope creeping into my system. That hope was only bolstered when I saw the Nazi utterly dousing Diaxic with a relentless wave of black flames, with the latter struggling to move forward as a result. I guess these bastards can be hurt after all, I thought to myself. But of course, my hopes were merely transitory. I wasn't going to kid myself. Even if only one void was left standing at the end of everything, that just meant it'll be the strongest one of them all. And we can't stay in here forever. At this point, my future is uncertain at best. Maybe I'll get lucky, maybe not. But in the meantime, I suppose I'll just enjoy the show. See how things turn out.
This place gives you the creeps, doesn't it?
I couldn't disagree with Sandu's assessment of the bizarre room we found ourselves in. The monitors only illuminated the area up until a certain point. However, we couldn't see any walls, which meant that the place had to be bigger than what could be seen, either by a little or a lot. We couldn't know unless we decided to venture further into the darkness. Neither of us took that initiative, though, keeping it a mystery. Still, it didn't feel like anybody was in there with us, so we allowed ourselves to relax a bit. I took the first sitting shift, lying back in the chair and focusing on the monitor that I deemed most interesting at the moment. Wirehead versus Luz. Who was I rooting for? None of them. Nevertheless, I was morbidly eager to see these two horrific titans square off. Amongst us guards, we'd created an unofficial tier system, ranking each respective void in terms of estimated threat in comparison to each other. The tiers went as such: Tornado, weakest; Tsunami, Hurricane, mid; Earthquake, Asteroid, highest; Imminent death, get fucked up. They were also divided into subdivisions: high, low, mid, etc. With that said, Luz was around a high tornado, while Wirehead was a mid-tsunami. A glaring difference between them, but not enough that would make it impossible for Luz to win. Want to make a bet? I asked Sandu, half joking. He chuckled. You know my luck's cursed, but I guess if we don't make it out of here alive, then my debt's null anyway. Luz was more of a defensive combatant, so it wasn't surprising when Wirehead initiated the conflict. He twirled his bat around, still with remnants of guard flesh clinging on it, in a near mocking fashion at Luz. He was a delinquent after all. Luz hardly reacted, of course. That's just the way he was. In response, he stepped forward, electricity flickering through his hands and up to his forearms. Wirehead followed suit, unleashing a big swing at Luz's head, which he managed to intercept with one of his forearms. Nevertheless, the wires still pierced his skin. Wirehead followed it up with a headbutt, This time, it connected with the flesh of Luz's face, slicing him up rather gruesomely. But despite his seemingly grievous injuries, he remained unwavering. That was the thing about Luz. He was incapable of feeling any pain. Like I said, his exact origins remained a mystery, but the one thing that we knew about him for sure was the fact that he hailed from some kind of ancient clan residing in the Arctic Circle. In fact, he was the sole survivor of an incident that decimated his village, and he was hungry for revenge against the unknown force that did it. After taking the headbutt, Luz was now in striking range. He formed his fingers into an arrow shape and drove them into Wirehead's solar plexus before electrocuting his insides. Wirehead quaked in pain as he swung his bat in a frenzied rage, just about demolishing Luz's ribcage. No reaction from him, though. Instead, he took his other hand and wrapped it around Wirehead's neck. Any normal person would have succumbed to Luz's electrical shocks after a few seconds, but of course, Wirehead was no normal person. Despite blood pouring out of his chest wound and the skin of his neck beginning to bubble, he picked up Luz by the throat and slammed him over the steel railing. He fucking broke his back. Even without a sound, the mental audio of the spine snapping reverberated throughout my mind. Unsurprisingly, Luz didn't bat an eye. Wirehead went in for the kill, tossing Luz's body onto the ground before smashing it until it resembled nothing more than a mess of bloody pulp and broken bones. But somehow, he was still alive. Among the gruesome pile, I could see an eye blink. Once Wirehead had exhausted himself from his relentless swinging, Luz took his chance. Using his one arm that hadn't been smashed to bits, he crawled over and grabbed Wirehead by the foot before scaling him up to his neck. Once there, he drilled his fist into Wirehead's forehead, utterly shredding his hand in the process. In the end, it was worth the sacrifice. He was able to electrocute Wirehead's brain, finally causing the behemoth to drop. "So, I guess he won?" Sandu said. "I guess." I had my own reservations about calling Luz's performance a victory. By the end of it, all of his limbs and his spine had been shattered, and not an inch of his body wasn't hosting a series of deep cuts. The good side of his face had also been chipped away to the skull, leaving only his eye and half of his nose intact. And yet, he didn't move with a hint of desperation or concern, calmly crawling away from the scene using his one mangled hand. I could still see the current flowing through it as well, a telltale sign that he was ready to pick up another fight. "Nice comeback victory," Sandu said. "I don't see him making it far, though. Not as a tornado tier. Yeah, but we made all that shit up. It's not like it means anything," I responded. Truth be told, I was nearly rooting for Luz at the end there. Something about his resilience resonated with me, as bizarre as it may seem. I scanned the rest of the monitors. While Wirehead and Luz were squaring off, the undead Nazi had burnt Diaxec to a crisp. On another monitor, Morgie playing around with a void corpse that I recognized as Death Shadow. He chose his own name. 3 down, I muttered to myself. "Fuck, we got a big one coming up," Sandu announced. I followed his eyes to a monitor near the bottom of the room. He was right. This one was going to be good. Standing at the opposite sides of the kitchen were Trench, 6'3", 190 centimeters, 330 pounds, 150 kilograms, and Senju, 5'10", 177 centimeters, 148 pounds, 67 kilograms. Trench was a silent entity dressed entirely in ancient-looking deep-sea diving gear, except for the head, which remained without a helmet. However, you couldn't get a glimpse of his face regardless. That was due to the fact that his features were completely distorted. So much so that if you tried focusing on the details, all you were getting was a nasty migraine. On top of that, he was invisible in person. Let me explain. If you were standing in front of him, you wouldn't be able to see him. The only way to get a glimpse of him was through secondary means, cameras, mirrors, etc., which made him all the more dangerous. As for how he killed people, it was either by brute force, using his monstrous strength, or B, his death aura, as us guards have dubbed it. Similar to Diaxis' zone, once you were in his close vicinity, you'd feel an astronomical amount of pressure and get crushed on the spot, comparable to what you'd feel standing at the bottom of the ocean, but that's only if Trench wills it. Sometimes he'll turn off his oars and simply punch somebody's head off. For that reason, he was in the mid-hurricane tier. As for Senju, he was basically a psychotic, demon-possessed martial artist with supernatural levels of speed, strength, and agility. He apparently trained in the Wraith style, or the technique beyond human comprehension, whatever the hell those were supposed to mean. When he gets serious, his eyes will roll into the back of his head, and black veins will begin bulging out from underneath his skin. At that point, he'll be moving so fast that his motions become impossible to keep up with visually, and a single punch from him will be enough to completely vaporize a human head. But in all honesty, he's one of the least malicious voids out of the bunch. If you're weak, like us gods, he won't even spare you a glance, granted that you stay out of his way. The only thing that he's really looking for are strong opponents to fight. But when he can't find one, he starts to get antsy, and then problems emerge. We've pegged him at a low hurricane. Can Senju even see Trench? Sandu asked. I guess so, I responded. The question was worth asking, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Trench's aura and invisibility simply didn't work on him at all. That seemed to be the case since Senju decided to strike first. He rushed forward at an unfathomable speed, directing what must have been hundreds of strikes in succession at Trench. However, none of them fazed the obscure diver. I could see Senju's lips curling into a psychotic grin at the fact. He certainly found what he was looking for. The floor beneath him cracked as his eyes turned white and his grotesque veins began bulging. If we couldn't see his strikes before, it was beyond impossible now. He rushed forward, unleashing a maelstrom of lightning-like punches, elbows, and kicks against Trench. This went on for about 5 seconds before he was stopped in his tracks. Trench had grabbed him by the throat, still not looking any worse for wear in the process. I could see Senju mouth something to the effect of, "What the fuck?" before he was tossed into a metal fridge. It certainly appeared as if Trench was too much of a tank for him to handle. Nevertheless, Senju got back up and cracked his shoulders into place while blood leaked from his mouth, and then he seemed to let out a shriek. Crazy fucker. I thought to myself, what the hell did it take for somebody to become like this? At that point, he'd seemingly given up on the technique entirely. Instead, he grabbed a handful of kitchen knives and began chucking them at Trench, while none of them pierced the suit. One of them managed to stick in his distorted head, which eventually dealt some damage. Trench flinched before taking the knife out and throwing it back at Senju, who in turn caught it effortlessly. At this point, he was howling in what I assumed was some kind of fucked up sadomasochistic jubilation. He found the weak point. Senju rushed back at Trench, knife in hand, before slashing away at his face. Spurts of vicious, dark blue blood stained the kitchen floor, along with Senju's face. Soon enough, the knife snapped, and Trench threw a desperation punch at Senju's temple. He managed to block it with his forearm, although I could see his bones cracking from the impact. He leapt back, as his arm hung limp to his side, dodging a follow-up haymaker. Throughout everything, a grin remained plastered on his face. His veins were bulging out so hard that I found it hard to believe they weren't going to completely burst altogether. With one arm, Senju lifted a metal table and swung it to the side of Trench's head, nearly taking it off in the process. He wasted no time, grabbing a large frying pan and pouncing at his incapacitated opponent, knocking them both over in the process. He then took a position atop Trench's body, furiously slamming the pan onto his face. Martial arts, huh? I could hear Sandu mutter. After what must have been 250 blows, the pan broke. On the ground, Trench's head had been obliterated no less than 50 strikes prior. Senju tossed the scrap metal aside and looked up at the ceiling, presumably screaming his lungs sore in sheer combative delight. Well, apparently our tier system means fuck all, I chuckled. Despite the morbid scene unfolding in front of us, Sandu shared a laugh with me. We were at the point where the absolutely absurdity and danger of the situation was beginning to fade from our senses. Hell, I suppose we were enjoying ourselves, as fucked up as that may sound. We kept watching as Senju got up and stumbled around, evidently disoriented from both his injuries and successive fits of fighting spirit-induced rage euphoria. He took about 4 steps before his head exploded, throwing the two of us watching for quite the loop. Another figure stepped into frame, whom we recognized as Satan Bot, 6'1", 211 centimeters, 535 pounds, 243 kilograms. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine upon seeing him, somewhat snapping me back into reality. Despite his comical name, Satanbot had to be one of the most frightening voids out there. I just couldn't understand what the fuck he was supposed to be. His body appeared to be robotic, but moved in ways that were too fluid for even the most sophisticated android. Like legitimate metal flesh. It was honestly maddening to look at. On top of that, he literally resembled the fucking devil himself. Reddish black, scaly skin, metallic shell. A mouth full of exposed razor-like teeth, rectangular slanted crimson eyes, a pair of large mechanical wings, and a long tail ending in something that resembled a three-pronged spear to boot. For whatever reason, he also had a rocket launcher atop his right shoulder and a Gatling gun connected to his left hand. No, these were not mechanical modifications. They were literally connected to his body. He was unanimously considered to be one of the most dangerous voids residing in the chasm, rated at a high earthquake. Even if Senju was at his full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. "Oh shit," Sandu commented. "I was hoping he didn't escape." "Well, let's not worry about him for now," I said, turning my attention to another monitor. What my eyes landed on next was an utter massacre. Sitting atop a pile of guard bodies that must have eclipsed 6 feet was Hugo Wright, aka the Brutal Bishop. 6'2", 189 centimeters, 200 pounds, 91 kilograms. Like his name indicated, he was dressed in a traditional vicar-priest outfit. The only difference was the fact that the cross he wore on his neck was fashioned out of blades. The man himself had long, sweeping black hair and about 14 bags under both of his dead blue eyes. It was unclear to us what his real motivations were. It's not likely he really followed the rules of any religion on Earth, despite his outfit. He just went on long rants about the sin of natalism and the futility of existence, and how to reach a state of sanctity, we must first reach a clean state. Basically, he wanted to kill every sentient being on Earth and then himself. He wasn't all talk either. He was certainly strong. We rated him at a low hurricane. After praying to whatever fucked up deity he worshipped atop his pile of corpses, he slid down and began stalking the corridors for more victims to fulfill his holy objective. Who he came across next couldn't have been more perfect. Kale Silva, aka Vampire Cop, 9'5", 175 centimeters, 176 pounds, 80 kilograms. Kale was rather interesting, being that he was one of the most cooperative voids. In fact, he was the only prisoner that willingly turned himself in. His backstory was interesting as well, and one of the few we actually knew about. He used to be a prolific, merciless Brazilian cop who patrolled the most dangerous parts of Rio. It was so much so that he earned a reputation amongst the criminal underground as the Reaper. But he was still only human. During one fateful mission, his entire unit was massacred during an ambush attack by about a dozen distinct gangs who were all unified under the same goal of taking him down. He was the only survivor, but was captured in the process. After being brutally tortured in a warehouse for about 5 hours, the light suddenly went out. During this period of darkness, the only sounds entering his ears were those of carnage. Every single gang member was being obliterated by some unknown force. At the end of the bloodbath, he could hear footsteps slowly approaching him, before a deep, raspy voice whispered something into his ear.
"There is potential in you. Allow me to bestow you with an opportunity."
He felt a sharp pain in his neck before the hidden entity spoke to him again.
"Fulfill your duty."
And then he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in his bed, with all of his wounds from his torture session just about healed. All wounds except for one, a bite mark on his neck. His appearance had also changed drastically. Pale skin, dark eyes, and fangs. He'd heard about the stories, but could hardly comprehend that he'd become one himself. While he couldn't handle being exposed to the sun anymore, he found himself with supernatural speed and strength, which he used to brutalize criminals at night as a vigilante. However, it didn't take long for him to go too far. One night, he went into a frenzy, breaking into the house of a suspected rapist and killing everybody inside. Everybody, including the rapist's innocent mother and daughter. His resolve in regards to justice had never wavered, remaining strong no matter what he went through. For that reason, he could hardly live with the guilt on his conscience, and walked to the police station he used to work at, turning himself in to his former colleagues that all thought he was dead. Of course, the news spread quickly. That's when the CIA stepped in and transferred him over to the chasm. He put up no resistance. In fact, he deemed the chasm a place where he 100% belonged. Safe to say, he was a rather bizarre case. We still put him at a low hurricane, same as Hugo. On the monitor, I could see Kale's lips moving. Wanting to hear what he had to say, I began looking around to see if I could get some audio. It didn't take too long for me to find the volume control panel, which was located right under the middle desk. Thankfully, whoever set up this weird place took up the liberty of labeling each switch with its respective monitor. I turned the volume up right in the middle of Kale's spiel.
Dangerous scum. I'm gonna have to dispose of you all before it's too late.
Hugo's face remained expressionless.
Scum. An apt description of the ones residing in this place. But I understand that you are also a man wrought with unforgivable sin. I'll treat you no differently,
He responded. Kale chuckled.
I wouldn't expect you not to.
He took a provocative fighting stance.
Come on, Englishman. Let's settle this.
Hugo put a hand on his blade cross before muttering another prayer to himself. He looked up at Kale, his eyes now a deep crimson.
The atrocities I commit are only in the pursuit of ultimate holiness. I hope you can understand.
Kale grinned.
Yeah, I get it. Crazy people are crazy.
As he finished the sentence, he rushed forward in a quick blur, sinking his fangs into Hugo's neck. In turn, Hugo grabbed Kale's head and twisted, snapping his neck in what had to be the most gruesome manner feasible, before plunging his fist into his chest. For the first time, Hugo grimaced.
What's wrong with your heart?
He asked, before retracting his hand, revealing several burn marks. Kale twisted his head back into place before shooting Hugo a bloody grin.
I couldn't tell you, buddy.
They traded blows for a few more minutes, pummeling each other into oblivion. While Kale was certainly more skilled and had more tools at his disposal, Hugo possessed more raw power. Eventually, it came to a standstill. Kale had suffered upwards of 20 fatal injuries, forcing his regeneration abilities to brink. Hugo was bleeding all over and had about 6 bone fractures, an eye gouged out and an ear ripped off.
You're pretty fucking annoying, aren't you?
Kale rasped out. Hugo bent over, coughing up a mouthful of blood.
Likewise.
In the meantime, the confrontation had drawn an audience. Coming in from an intersecting corridor was Infernal Gladiator. 6'7", 200 centimeters, 285 pounds, 129 kilograms. He was a high hurricane. Imagine an extremely buff zombie that was perpetually burning, clad in ancient gladiator armor. That was him. In one of his hands, he gripped a gigantic flaming sword, and in the other, he had 2 leashes, both holding respective voids at the neck, crawling at his feet like dogs straight from hell. One was the Freak, 6'10", 208 centimeters, 253 pounds, 115 kilograms. A slouching humanoid monster with strange flickering eyes and a grin that wrapped around its entire head. The other was the humanish Centipede, 6'4", 193 centimeters, standing height, 372 pounds, 169 kilograms. A centipede-like creature that had a vaguely human face covered in 6 eyes, with an iron muzzle obscuring the mouth area. It crawled on 10 colossal veiny arms. They were both mid-tornado tier, not incredibly powerful. They were merely simple, aggressive beasts that possessed nothing but primal bloodlust and strength that was comparable to 3 wild bears put together. For that reason, they were easily converted into disposable weapons by the much stronger and more intelligent gladiator.
Fucking hell.
Kale said upon seeing the trio.
That's fucking disgusting. Bloody abominations.
Hugo said.
Nothing but creatures that stain this earth.
They both looked at each other and nodded, an explicit sense of mutual understanding between them. I suppose that a few of the voids teaming up should have been inevitable.
Oh boy, this is heating up,
I said, turning towards Sandu. He didn't respond at first, instead looking as if he was trying to focus on something that wasn't the screen.
What the hell's the matter?
I asked him.
I think there might be somebody else in here. Don't turn around, just keep watching, pretend like you didn't hear it,
he replied, hardly above a whisper. It's not like I had to pretend. Hear what? I thought to myself. Nevertheless, I had never seen Sandu more serious. I turned my attention back toward the monitor, while forcing my ears to be alert. About 10 seconds later, I heard it. It was soft for sure. I wasn't surprised that I hadn't noticed it up until that point. Somewhere in the darkness behind us, somebody was definitely trying to contain a giggle.
Just ignore it.
It was easier said than done. And honestly, was it even a good idea? In my head, I ran through a list of potential voids that could have been lurking behind us. Of course, none of them were really ideal, especially not the rowdy clown, whose laugh sounded hauntingly similar to the one we were hearing behind us. Then we heard it again, louder this time. I muttered a barely audible "fuck" in response. Realistically, If it did turn out to be one of the voids, putting up some kind of resistance would have been pointless anyway. We were as good as done for. With that logic in mind, I turned my attention back to the monitors, hoping that whatever the hell was behind us would stay put for a bit longer. In the meantime, Hugo and Kale were about to fight the gladiator and his minions.
Hey, Englishman,
Kale said.
you regenerate quickly?
Hugo sighed, stretching his neck out.
First of all, do not call me that. It's rather crass, and no, not much faster than the average man. But no matter. God has ordained me as a holy commission. He won't let me die until I've fulfilled my duty.
And Kale just laughed.
You're a real piece of work. Let's see if your God helps us make it out of this.
You two aren't who I'm looking for.
The gladiator bellowed before releasing both leashes.
Take out the trash.
The freak ran about 6 steps before having its face caved in and neck subsequently snapped by Hugo. In the meantime, the centipede began crawling towards Kale.
Who the fuck created this thing?
He asked, shuddering slightly. The centipede lifted itself up, swiping 2 of its arms at the visibly disturbed vampire.
Ah, shit, don't touch me!
He shouted before kicking its face, removing its muzzle in the process. He regretted that decision instantly. The centipede had 4 or 5 rows of spike-like teeth, with a horde of flesh-covered tentacles squirming out of its mouth. One of them grabbed Kale by the leg, dragging him down.
Oh, God damn it!
He shouted, attempting to squirm out of the appendage's grasp. Nevertheless, Hugo came to the rescue, turning the centipede's head into mush with one vicious stomp. He shot Kale a cold glaze.
Take his name in vain again, and our temporary alliance is over.
Kale shook the tentacle remnants off of his leg, his face still utterly disgusted.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit. That is nasty.
And then they both stared at the gladiator, who was grinning something malicious.
Congratulations. You two have earned the privilege of being my combat slaves.
Yeah, I'd rather fucking die.
Kale responded.
I submit myself to God and God only. Disease like you shall perish at his will.
Hugo added. The gladiator drew his smoldering sword, which must have been the size of a person. He roared. The 2 rushed him simultaneously, attempting to bury the burning menace with a flurry of quick strikes. But that wasn't the best idea. They couldn't even touch the gladiator without suffering from burns themselves. Kale sighed.
Some asshole just had to dig this fuck up, didn't they?
The gladiator stepped forward, unleashing a big swing that singed a few hairs off of Hugo's head.
Bastard!
He shouted before sending a hard cross at the gladiator, shattering his chestplate armor in the process.
You're pretty strong there, Britt. We might just win this one.
Kale grinned.
Like I said, God will give me enough strength to overcome these trials.
Hugo moved toward the gladiator with seemingly unwavering resolve, his eyes shining a bright crimson. His face was wrought with such intense, stoic determination that I nearly forgot that his ultimate goal was to commit global genocide and began cheering him on. The gladiator sneered at the challenge, swinging his blade once again. This time, Hugo deflected it with an elbow, cracking the metal while doing so. He followed up by directing a flying hook kick at the gladiator's jaw, managing to rip it off completely. Kale followed by biting into the gladiator's shoulder and tearing a large chunk off, burning most of his face in the process.
Ugh,
He said, spitting out the charred, undead flesh.
not my cup of tea.
Are you alright?
Hugo asked, staring at his scorched face.
Yeah, it should heal up in no time.
However, the gladiator was relentless, letting out a frenzied roar before bolting towards Kale. He managed to dodge most of the gladiator's blows, only taking the full brunt of his last punch. Still, that one blow was enough to form a deep, fleshy crater in his torso, while also sending him flying into the steel rail, causing it to bend.
The fuck?
Kale stammered out, staring down at the unsightly wound.
Nope, that's not good.
Hugo exhaled.
This situation has become bothersome.
He went back after the gladiator, sending a ruthless barrage of strikes his way. There was an evident skill gap between the 2 voids, with Hugo landing about 90% of his attacks. On the other hand, the gladiator only managed to land 3 or 4 clean hits of his own. Nevertheless, each of them dealt far more damage than any of Hugo's. After about a minute of fighting, Hugo's left arm was completely mangled. His right rib cage had been shattered, and the entire right side of his face was burnt. The gladiator had also taken a fair amount of damage, but not nearly enough to even slow him down. Kale groaned as he attempted to insert himself back into the fight, but that task wasn't an easy one. He could barely move with his torso just about completely destroyed.
I suppose this must be my final trial.
Hugo said, somewhat solemnly.
What the hell are you talking about?
Kale asked, still groaning. And then, for the first time since we began watching, Hugo smiled.
God wills it.
Using his good arm, Hugo removed the upper section of his robe, revealing a pale, mutilated, scar-ridden body beneath. He muttered another prayer before looking up at the ceiling, tears now swelling up in his eyes.
Thank you.
He muttered. Along with his eyes, the scars on his body began glowing a deep red.
Tricks won't be enough.
The gladiator thundered before swinging his blade at Hugo's neck. I don't think I managed to catch exactly what happened next. However, I was certain that I was about to see a head rolling. The gladiator's blade shattered into what looked like a million pieces. At first, I didn't even notice the gaping hole in the gladiator's chest.
Doused you.
The gladiator was interrupted by his neck being brutally cranked to the side. As the flaming behemoth dropped, so did Hugo. By then, Kale had regenerated to the point of being able to walk. He stumbled over to the near comatose bishop.
What the fuck was that?
He asked, half grinning.
I detached myself from my earthly limitations. An egregious sin, but I needed to fulfill my holy mission.
Well, shit. That's pretty cool, I guess. Not your psycho mission, but the whole detachment thing.
He held out his hand in an attempt to help Hugo get up. However, Hugo shook his head in response.
This is as far as I go. Not something I can recover from. I only have judgment to face now.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Kale said, picking up Hugo's limp body and lumbering it over his shoulder.
We'll find you some painkillers and you'll be back on your feet in no time.
Why would you help me?
Hugo asked.
You understand what I'm after, don't you? My ideals.
Well, I don't think I could have handled the gladiator on my own, so I guess I owe you crazy fuck.
He looked over at Hugo and grinned.
And who knows? Maybe you'll learn something. Yeah, there's a lot of scum in the world, but there's also a lot of beauty. We don't have to destroy it all.
That's...
Hugo passed out before he could finish the thought. Still carrying him over his shoulder, Kale took off running down another corridor. I did a quick sweep of the other monitors. Satanbot had taken out 2 more of the lower-tier voids, while Morgie was engaged with a high hurricane void named the Mechanic, 6'5", 196 centimeters, 270 pounds, 122 kilograms. Like the name suggested, he was a very large, burly man in a mechanic's outfit that enjoyed obliterating skulls with blunt tools. It's a real ruthless guy. On another monitor, the undead Nazi had just finished slicing the shit out of the devil nurse, who was a mid-tsunami. So that's 12 down, I thought. 20 left. The shit show wasn't even anywhere near done. Check it out, Sandu said. There's still 4 voids who haven't escaped yet. Sure enough, he was right. First off, there was the Titan, 15 feet 7 inches, 475 centimeters, 1,438 pounds, 652 kilograms. A colossal entity with destructive capabilities that were nigh impossible to deal with. It was a humanoid with an immensely muscular frame, further accentuated by the fact that there wasn't an ounce of fat on his entire body. Its harder-than-steel skin was reddish and cracked all over, with a roadmap of razor-like veins bulging at every square inch. And then there was the face. It had 6 sets of glowing blue eyes and a mouth full of fangs that exposed gums that were caustic to the touch. His holding cell, if you could even call it that, was a bit more fortified than the rest. I'm under-exaggerating, of course. It was fortified to goddamn hell. No electronic locks connected to a central system either, which is probably what caused the breach to begin with. Good thing, too. He was a low asteroid. The next one up was the Warden, 8'7", 261 centimeters, 435 pounds, 197 kilograms. Ironically enough, this guy apparently used to run a prison of his own. What kind of prison that might be was beyond me. He had pale white skin, shadow-like eyes, long, slicked-back silver hair. His trench coat was long and perpetually bloody, sweeping the floor as he walked. I've heard stories about the guy. Supposedly, he killed upwards of 700 prisoners during a breach at his prison, managing to come out unscathed from a devastating explosion afterwards. He was as dangerous as a void could get without being considered asteroid tier, being a high hurricane. Funny enough, his cell was wide open, with guard bodies and destroyed mech suits littering the space, but instead of getting up and walking out, he simply sat, expression devoid of anything at all, like it usually was. Obviously, he was up to nothing good. The next one was quite the doozy, the strongest void in the entire chasm, in fact. He went by a simple moniker, the Calamity of Earth, or just the Calamity for short. Its gender was unknown, its height and weight unknown, appearance unknown to everyone except the top officials overseeing this entire fucking operation. Hell, we don't even know where it was kept. The only thing we had to monitor was a simple panel containing 3 lights. Green, safe, still contained. Yellow, breakout in progress, evacuate immediately. And red, breached, too fucking late. What did we know about this thing? Nothing, save for the fact that a breach would most likely result in a global catastrophe. Of course, it was a high asteroid, the only high asteroid in fact. And then there was the last, still captive void, but unlike the 3 overpowered monsters I've already talked about, he was a lot different. The kid is 5'6", 168 centimeters, 142 pounds, 68 kilograms. As his name implies, the kid was just that. A kid from his appearance. He couldn't have been much older than 16 or 17 at most. The only thing we knew about him was that he apparently had extraordinary, undisclosed abilities. Abilities he used to slaughter his entire village back in Kerala, India. But who the hell knows what actually happened? To me and nearly every other guard, he just seemed like your average, meek teenager. In fact, we rarely ever exerted caution around him. Unlike the rest of the voids in here, he just did as he was told, always with this incredibly sullen expression on his face. I suppose that I can't blame him, given the circumstances. We didn't even bother putting a threat level on him. Nevertheless, we were instructed to keep him there. There's a lot of stuff going on here in the chasm that us guards don't quite understand. I make no reservations about that. I know for a goddamn fact that not everything we're doing here is saintly work. Do a lot of voids in here deserve to be locked up? Not even. They deserve to be wiped off the face of the earth. I never understood why we bothered holding the more malicious ones, using taxpayer money just to keep them alive. And then there were the ones who I wasn't quite sure belonged here at all. Did they even do anything wrong? Who knows, but one thing was for sure. They were different. Exceptional, I guess. The subjects of state curiosity. I always tried suppressing these thoughts. I mean, who the hell was I? Just some random fucking guard. Not some arbiter of morality. Still. Fuck it, this isn't the time. So let's see, what happened next? I turned to face a random monitor, trying to take my mind off of the kid. I caught what appeared to be the middle of a fight, with the 2 combatants being Jack the Ripper, 6'1", 185 centimeters, 170 pounds, 77 kilograms, the infamous serial killer. Apparently, he'd performed some arcane ritual while on death's door that granted him an extended lifespan and superhuman strength in exchange for what was left of his already dwindling humanity. He hardly resembled a human when we caught him, with a mouth full of sharp, rotting teeth, eyes sunken beyond reason, and a face riddled with cuts, burns, and various infections. He was quite the sore sight to behold. At that moment, he was once again at death's door. The person who put him there? Bella Vauclain, aka the Bloody Painter. 5'5", 165 centimeters, 122 pounds, 55 kilograms. Despite looking more or less like a normal woman, she was a brutal assassin that wasn't too concerned with the aftermath of her job. After killing her target, she painted a bloody picture on the walls. Sometimes she'd supplement her art with a few organs. She wasn't incredibly strong, but that didn't matter all too much. She had this obscure ability where she could summon blades out of thin air at the tips of her fingers, and then use some Esper-like ability to shoot them off in rapid succession, almost at a machine gun-like rate of fire. She had no problems reducing her targets to mincemeat. The ones she really disliked, that is. When we finally captured her, she maintained that she only killed the ones who really deserved it. However, any chance of appeal, not that there was a chance to begin with, was shattered when she punctured the throats of 3 guards. She still claimed that it was an accident to this day. Do I believe her? Well, it's about 50-50 with me. Like I said, she had Jack on the ropes, with what must have been over 100 blades planted firmly within the killer's body, including both of his eyes. Still, he had yet to give up as he swung Wirehead's bat, he must have picked it up, blindly and wildly around him. Bella wasn't unscathed herself. It looked as if she'd taken a couple of pretty bad hits to her ribcage and thigh. In addition to that, she had a gnarly bite mark on her hand. Nevertheless, she smiled as she pointed her fingers like a pistol at the frenzied Jack.
Profilé de l'enfer,
She said before blasting the killer to shreds, finally ending his grim legacy. Once she was done with that, she let out a loud sigh, clutching her ribs and wincing in pain. Unlike most of the other voids, she wasn't capable of taking too much punishment. After walking for a bit, she came across Luz. While still badly mangled from his confrontation with Wirehead, he was walking again. I didn't even know that he could regenerate that quickly. The two stared at each other for about half a minute before Bella stuck out her hand and smiled. It was a risk, for sure, but while Luz didn't reciprocate the smile, he cooperated, accepting the handshake without electrocuting her. Another team-up, and one that I wouldn't necessarily have expected. I did another quick sweep of the monitors. Morgie had taken out the mechanic, although he was limping now, and his next fight wasn't going to be an easy one. He was a few steps from coming across Satanbot. In the meantime, and funny enough, the undead Nazi was about to square off with the sadistic Soviet. 6'2", 187 centimeters, 215 pounds, 98 kilograms. Low earthquake tier. Instead of being zombified like the Nazi, he was more mechanical. More specifically, he was about 60% robotic, with his human bits slowly beginning to rot away. The surgeon was engaged in a bloody duel with Spider-Man. 6'9", 206 centimeters, 215 pounds, 102 kilograms. Unlike Peter Parker, this guy was basically just a large tarantula with human skin and a half-human head. Kale and Hugo were in the medical center, with the former tending to the latter's wounds. I thought about everything for a second, trying to run the numbers through my head. There were 4 more voids that had definitely escaped that I hadn't seen yet on any of the monitors, but I was only really concerned about 2 of them. You see, within the chasm, there were 4 asteroid-tier voids in total. 2 of them were still contained. The problem was rather obvious. Beyond that, there were now 14 voids dead, 4 who still haven't joined the fight, 14 currently active. All 4 asteroids still in play, 3 high earthquakes as well. TFVNH likely on their way. Holy fuck, I thought to myself. The real fight hasn't even started yet. A bout of sudden, ruckus laughter nearly gave me a heart attack. I looked at Sandu, but his face was dead serious. That meant... shit. With everything that was going on, I completely forgot about the elephant in the room, but sure enough, they were finally ready to reveal themselves. As footsteps began emanating from the darkness behind us, I braced myself for whatever horrific entity we were surely about to encounter. But instead of that, it was an unfamiliar guy that looked to be in his mid-20s with messy, dirty blonde hair dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts. He was probably about 5'10", 130 pounds, soaking wet. "What the hell?" Sandu said upon seeing him. The man continued laughing as he strolled towards us. "Oh, man," he blurted out in between chuckles. "There's shit in both your pants right now, isn't there? Don't lie to me. Well, the joke's gone on long enough." "Who the fuck are you?" Sandu asked, sounding somewhat agitated. The man put his arms up in an ostensibly defensive manner. "Relax, I'm just an observer here." But his bloodshot eyes seemed to bulge out as they wandered over to the monitors. "It looks like the preliminaries are over. Time for the good stuff." "I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself." The man stepped towards us with a gaze that I can only describe as volatile. Perhaps in the moment he had no ill intent, but there were volcanoes behind his eyes. Volcanoes that looked ready to erupt at any damn point. For that reason, I found myself slowly backing away. But not Sandu. For whatever reason, he stood his ground, facing the strange man without reservation. I suppose it also helped that he was 6'4", with a considerably larger frame. "The name's Adrian Nyquist," he said, his voice nearly shaking with some kind of obscure excitement. He held out his hand, but neither of us bothered with the niceties of the introduction. He sighed. "What? Is it me?" He lifted his shirt collar and taking a whiff. Oh, you gotta shower more, Adrian." And then he started laughing again. "But can you blame me? I've been busy." "Who the fuck are you?" Sandu insisted. "And don't just tell us your name again." "Okay," Adrian said, smirking. "Big guy. Scary stuff, really. What'd you bench? 3 plates and a bit? Sandu opened his mouth again, but was interrupted. It's fine, though. I'll go ahead and explain myself. I mean, the whole situation's kind of weird. Yeah, I responded. Just kind of. Adrian sat down on the floor and let out a big puff of air. I don't really want to go too in-depth here. I don't enjoy talking about myself, so let me just drop the bomb on you first. I caused the breach. I nearly swallowed my tongue. What the fuck do you mean? I meant what I said. I let all the prisoners out. But what? How? I stammered out. He tilted his head back and groaned before pretending to type on an invisible keyboard. Just a little hacking, man. It's nothing crazy. And they say you'll never use the stuff you learn in school in real life. Pfft. Hacking, I responded in disbelief. But why? Well, that's where it does get a little crazy. Now, have you ever hopped dimensions? Have I ever fucking what? Alright, I see you're uninitiated with the concept. Well, unlike hacking some corny lock system, the logistics there really do get complicated. I'll admit that I don't 100% understand it myself, but I understand just enough to have some fun. I was at a complete loss. I'm a jumper. Well, that's what they call us. He chuckled somewhat goofily. Still a novice, but at least I'm out there doing it, living life, you know? Anyway, the multiverse is massive, obviously. A lot of crazy worlds out there and just waiting to be explored, but he paused. I made a mistake last month. You see, I was watching some brutal big stakes fighting tournament called the Evisceration Championship on a planet called Hellscape. It's a real fucked up place, but drugs and laws are mostly unenforced there, so, you know, it's alright, I guess. Anyway, I'm up in the stands, 12th row, just blitzed out of my fucking mind on Astro Coke. It's like regular Coke, if regular Coke was actually good. He blew his nose into a disgusting handkerchief. But sometimes you make bad decisions when you're juiced. I guess school taught us something else, huh? It's a long story short, I made a deal with some fucking sketchy intergalactic gang leader named Bones the Fourth that I'd provide him a fighter that would guarantee him a win for the next tournament. But obviously I was just talking shit. Not sure why the guy believed me, an Astro Cokehead of all people. He burst out laughing again. I'll never understand the rich. Okay, I responded, barely comprehending what I had just been told. Assuming that what you just said is all true, that you're not completely fucking bonkers, why don't you just tell the guy you don't have a fighter? Well, Adrian made a whoopsie gesture with his hands. The guy paid up front, a metric fuck ton of intergalactic currency and about 22 kilograms, 50 pounds of Astro Coke. Well, then just go and give him it back. All right, Mr. Self-Control, teach me your fucking secrets. Look, I've blown all the money. I still have a few kilos of Coke, though, for, a rainy day. I'm not sharing, by the way. So, what the hell? This whole thing's some fucked up tournament to you? You're just gonna drag the last void standing to fight in these evisceration matches? Well, it's less of a tournament and more of a haphazard free-for-all. I'm no logistics expert, after all. I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to say to the guy. If you're behind the breach, then you're responsible for the deaths of hundreds of guards, hundreds of good men. Sandu coughed. Most of them good men. Adrian rolled his eyes. Yeah, okay, real loss, huh? I'm just trying to live my life here, man. You're insane. Look, did that comment get us anywhere? You feel better now after stating the obvious? No reply from Sandu. Adrian sighed. Look, can we just enjoy the show now? What's done is... He was interrupted by Sandu trying to tackle him to the ground. The man did know jujitsu, but no luck. He couldn't even get Adrian to budge. I saw the veins in his forehead bulging as he apparently exerted all of his strength trying to subdue the strange, lanky man. Shit, he said through gritted teeth. This guy's strong. Adrian simply pulled out a pack of cigarettes, looking completely unbothered. You know, I've taken a lot of strange drugs from a lot of different dimensions. One of them was bound to be a steroid. Also, he began grinning like a maniac. I'm no stranger to training. Wouldn't survive out there if I was weak like you guys. He picked up Sandu by the collar and gently tossed him back. Given the circumstances, I'll forgive that you just tried to attack me. Now, why don't we just sit tight and watch? And I held up a hand. One last question, if you will. Adrian rolled his eyes and groaned like a child. Come on, we're missing the good shit. But fine, hurry up. The last void standing, they're bound to be pretty strong, right? Adrian nodded. Stronger than you?
Well, no shit. I'm not trying to grab some chump. Okay, so how the hell are you going to convince them to come with you? These prisoners aren't exactly reasonable. Adrian stared at me with just about the stupidest look on his face for about 10 seconds. Well, you know what they say. He cracked his knuckles. You just gotta live in the now. You're an idiot. Would an idiot get this far? The idiot had a good point. If he really was the mastermind behind the breach, then the guy had some wicked skills. But at the same time, his common sense was close to non-existent. Whatever, I'll figure it out when the time comes, he said. In the meantime, he shot us both a rather menacing glare. Let's enjoy the damn show. I locked eyes briefly with Sandu. I understood why he was angry. I was too. However, the situation was really beyond helping. We could only do as we were told. While we'd been talking, the Nazi had defeated the Soviet. Although he did suffer gruesome injuries from the bout, a portion of his gas mask had been shattered, revealing a rotting jaw underneath. In fact, his entire body had been pummeled to near pulp as he struggled to limp along the rails. Adrian grunted. Great. We missed the World War II rematch. I hope you guys are happy with yourselves. The guy really was like a child, a really capable, psychotic child. In other news, Satanbot blew up Morgie, along with the entire corridor, while the surgeon had made a surprise discovery after disemboweling the spider's abdomen. It was filled with about 200 smaller humanoid spiders that began swarming him. It was hard not to shudder at the sight. Bella and Luz looked like they were still trying to find a way out, while Kale and Hugo had encountered the rowdy clown. 7'8", 234 centimeters, 177 pounds, 80 kilograms. Rowdy really was something else. His appearance didn't just make you fear clowns in the carnival. He made you fear life itself. An impossibly tall, skinny, pale, ghoul-like humanoid dressed in a bloody, dirty 1960s clown costume, with twitching, twig-like fingers and cracked red lips enveloping a mouth filled with sharp, sticky black teeth. Then there was the fact that he had no eyes and two thin, bleeding slits for a nose. I really do wonder what kind of god could have created such an entity. But he wasn't terribly strong, only being a mid-tsunami. Rowdy spat a mouthful of dark, gooey spit at Kale, dissolving the right side of his face. Kale muttered, trying to wipe the ungodly substance away, only to pull apart bits of his flesh and muscle in the process.
Just nuke this fucking place!
Rowdy began cackling like the hellish fiend he was, swinging a lead balloon attached to barbed wire right to the still-injured Hugo's head. However, Kale managed to intercept it at the last moment, breaking his own hand in the process. Suddenly, a pair of giant bat-like wings sprouted from his back. He flew towards Rowdy before drop-kicking his head clean off.
That seems like something you should have used earlier,
Hugo remarked nonchalantly.
You know, I would, but doing so makes me feel pretty gross.
I decided to check back on the surgeon, but he was gone. Oh, fuck, I muttered as I began seeing black haze around me. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, followed by a high-pitched, slimy voice that oozed its way into my ears.
You got me out of a real sticky situation there.
Hesitantly, I looked up at the surgeon's cold, dark gaze as he grinned like a maniac down at me. And then his neck was twisted a full 360 degrees. As he dropped, Adrian let out a big breath of air, stretching out his knuckles. Yeah, guy broke the rules. There's no running from a fight. Yeah, besides, he was weak. Wouldn't have stood a chance in the evisceration matches anyway. Is he dead? I stammered out, looking down at the limp surgeon. Yeah. I shook my head in disbelief. But we've put sniper bullets through his temple. How did you... Adrian shot me a smug grin. Like I said, y'all are just weak. Now keep watching. Things are getting interesting. A few moments later, the Nazi came across the remnants of the spider and its hatchlings, torching them to ashes without hesitation, allowing me to breathe easier. Immediately after taking out the spider, he crossed paths with the chattering man. He's 5'11", 180 centimeters, 145 pounds, 66 kilograms. It's a mid-earthquake tier. As much as I hated sympathizing with Nazis, the guy couldn't seem to catch a break. Resembling a horribly slouched humanoid, the chattering man was the kind of creature that parents told their kids about in an attempt to scare them into being good. Each and every one of his limbs were jagged and contorted, covered by thin, borderline translucent skin that was still inexplicably bulletproof. His eyes were covered in a damp, bloody, dirty cloth, while his long, black, matted hair swayed wildly as he twitched around. And then there were his teeth. They were giant, about twice the size of normal humans, and coinciding with his name, rapidly and constantly chattering like hell, yielding one of the most disturbing sounds imaginable. Adrian slammed his fist on the table in excitement. "Oh yes, this is the match I've been waiting for." The chattering man stared the Nazi down, his teeth rattling together like a frenzied demonic drum. The Nazi responded by abruptly engulfing him in a sea of flames. However, the chattering man simply walked through it completely unscathed. I could see the Nazi clench his jaw in apparent frustration. He drew his knife and rushed in, attempting to engage him up close. The chatterer was surprisingly fast, dodging each slice before biting down on the Nazi's flamethrower tank. The subsequent explosion flung them both into the air, destroying a good portion of the Nazi's back in the process. On the other hand, the chattering man only suffered a few cracked teeth. "Holy hell," I muttered. Truth be told, I'd never actually seen the chattering man in action up until that point. Perhaps we'd been lowballing him on the threat scale. The Nazi let out a hoarse scream before rushing back towards his disturbing opponent. He managed to sink his blade into the chattering man's shoulder before being blindsided by a swipe to the face, completely shattering what remained of his mask, revealing his full zombified visage beneath. The chattering man surged his head forward, biting a large chunk of the Nazi's face off, causing spurts of dark green blood to explode everywhere. He followed up by ripping an arm off before savagely beating the undead soldier with his own appendage. Grabbing the knife that was still lodged inside the chattering man's shoulder, carving a large gash that extended down his ribcage. Nevertheless, his admittedly impressive run was finally over. Not seeming to acknowledge the wound at all, the chattering man plunged two bony fists into the Nazi's chest before ripping his torso in half. Quite the gruesome display for sure, but Adrian seemed to revel in it. He let out a ruckus cheer for the victor. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? I thought to myself. Tossing that aside, it became apparent that things were beginning to come down to the wire. Kale and Hugo had found themselves within the vicinity of the dancing guy. He's 5'7", 170 centimeters, 155 pounds, 71 kilograms. He was an ordinary-looking, albeit racially ambiguous man in his mid-20s with short, light brown hair and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and track pants. He also wore a pair of unbranded earbuds connected to an MP3 player that never seemed to run out of battery. And of course, he never stopped dancing. He was a mid-asteroid, and the third strongest being in the entire chasm. Hell, it's entirely possible that he was actually the strongest. We've never seen him fight against the top two after all. So, just how the hell was such an ostensibly innocuous man so dangerous? Who the hell knew? Like most of the prisoners, he was truly beyond explanation. If I had to classify him, he'd 100% be chaotic neutral. He had no concept of good or evil, no sense of right or wrongs, no goals, no ideals. The guy just wanted to dance, and he sure as hell was a menace while doing so. Yet, he would never go out of his way to bother you. You just had to stay out of his. He could disintegrate people just by touching them. He simply danced through your body, leaving nothing but shreds of flesh and blood behind. And if you ever tried stopping him, oh boy. You see, his eyes were always closed when he was dancing to the music funneling into his ears. If that music ever stopped, then he'd be forced to open them up. And then all hell would break loose. He'd go on a rampage until he got those earbuds back. And nothing could take him down in the process. Nothing. For that reason, it was better to leave him undisturbed, allowing him to dance to his heart's content. For that reason, his holding cell was the largest, giving him plenty of room to do so. Fun fact, he listens to many genres, but his favorite is EDM, especially melodic trance and hardstyle. But now he was out. Bad news for everyone, and Kale knew it.
Shit,
he muttered.
We're not dealing with that.
Why?
Hugo asked.
Is he strong?
Kale nodded.
More than you know.
Then that's all the more reason why we need to eliminate him.
But before he could make the biggest mistake of his life, Kale scooped him up and began running the other direction.
Let's not do that.
Oh yeah, big boys are coming out. Adrian's abrupt shout nearly shattered my eardrums. I glanced over to see which monitor he was looking at, and then I understood his excitement. Satanbot had come across his next opponent, but it wasn't one he was going to have such an easy time with. Standing opposite of him on a walkway on the very top floor was Long Wu, aka the Mechanical Menace. 6'9", 205 centimeters, 375 pounds, 170 kilograms. He was a mid-asteroid, right in between the Calamity and the Dancing Guy in terms of estimated strength. He was actually a special case. You see, he was originally held in the Chinese equivalent of the chasm, known as the Well. However, as a political favor, Complicated exchange, mind you. The US allowed the PRC to transfer Wu over. This was shortly after he'd killed 400 guards and nearly escaped entirely. They just really didn't want to deal with him anymore. He's also interesting in the sense that he wasn't born with any supernatural abilities or superhuman prowess. His danger came from his brilliant but unhinged mind and his obsession with the concept of transhumanism and being the change that shifts humanity into a new technological age. His original progress-driven ideals could have been deemed noble at some point, but then he went off the deep end with power and decided to prove just how much better we could be once we'd fully integrated ourselves with technology. And how did he decide to do that? By trying to kill anybody and everybody he saw. His power came from his suit, which he'd apparently semi-fused with his own body. It was comprised of a dark, undefinable metal that had so far proved to be unbreakable. With it, he had a vast arsenal of devastating, overpowered weapons at his disposal. Machine guns, shotguns, explosives, knives, you name it. Both of the eyes on his helmet were also capable of firing rail gun blasts. But his most powerful weapon was something he called the Singularity Blade. That weapon was where the science ended and the fucked up shit began. Being about 5 feet, 152 centimeters long, and glowing a deep ember, this sword was an enigma. I'm not sure how he made it or what he did to obtain it, but it sure as hell wasn't the result of any kind of engineering. Anytime he swung it, a sharp, ear-splitting roar could be heard from everywhere and nowhere at once, and then from the tip of the blade, some kind of ghost-like serpent-esque entity would emerge, utterly annihilating anything in the area with its flames, fangs, and claws. You could only see it for about a second, and most guards were under the impression that it didn't even exist. But it does, and it's haunting. They're gonna destroy this place, Sandu said. Adrian pulled an old-looking pack of peanuts from his back pocket, stuffing a handful in his mouth.
Oh, you got that right,
he shouted, spitting crumbs everywhere. Wu took the first offensive, unleashing a typhoon of bullets from a chain gun that jutted out from his chest. Satanbot managed to dodge every shot, closing the distance between them in the process. Both of their movements were incredibly hard to follow, of course. Once he got close, he attempted to strike Wu with his tail, only to have it blocked by a large shield that abruptly materialized from his forearm. Wu attempted to slice the tail off with a large axe, but Satanbot managed to evade the blow at the last second. I suddenly understood why he was so dangerous. Unlike Satanbot, whose weapons were already fixed on its body, Wu's suit was capable of adapting to any situation, morphing its robotic appendages into whatever weapon was best suited to countering his opponent. Jesus Christ, I muttered at the realization. This guy's a fucking monster. Even though Satanbot had managed to dodge that strike, the next one would prove more difficult to evade. In a borderline flash-like movement, Wu threw a Muay Thai kick at Satanbot's side, piercing it with a spike that protruded from the tip of his foot. He finished the combo by transforming his fist into a tool comparable in appearance to a meat grinder, drilling into Satanbot's shoulder, tearing its arm off in the process. Adrian groaned. And here I thought the devil robot was going to put up more of a fight. But he spoke too soon. After taking the hit, Satanbot was already on the counter, whipping his tail around to strike the side of Wu's head. Wu recoiled slightly, still managing to destroy one of Satanbot's knees with a railgun blast as he staggered. He was about to finish the job when a large cannon materialized from Satanbot's torso. A hidden last-stand weapon, I suppose. From the barrel, it fired out an immense blast of purple energy that Wu barely had time to dodge as it scorched the side of his helmet. It blew a gigantic fucking hole in the fortified ceiling, causing sunlight to leak in. And keep in mind, we're about 100 feet, 30 meters underground. But Wu didn't give Satanbot any more time to reveal any further tricks, blasting his body to bits in a brutal spray from an automatic grenade launcher. It seemed as if Adrian was about to pass out from excitement. "That's my boy!" he shouted. "Fuck Bones! We're gonna win this whole tournament ourselves!" What I hadn't noticed was Bella and Luz watching the whole encounter from behind cover. Bella's eyes lit up upon seeing the hole, a rather convenient escape route. She ran out from her hiding spot before leaping an extraordinary distance in the air, right towards freedom. But then, out of nowhere, a massive armored hand grabbed her by the neck. From the surface, a gigantic man dressed in a streamlined mech suit of a model that I wasn't familiar with dropped down, landing hard on the walkway. He continued to nonchalantly strangle Belle as he surveyed the scene.
"What a mess."
His booming voice reverberated through the monitors.
"It's time to enforce justice."
If Adrian was giddy before, he was off the rails now. "Oh, they're here, they're finally here. It's time for the semi-fucking-finals. Who the hell is here?" I asked, already somewhat knowing the answer. "The Alpha boys and girls, the Apex Predators," he responded. Task Force Nova Hammer. Task Force Void Nova Hammer. Most of the guards I knew were just dying to see them in action. I was the odd one out in that regard. Well, they were here now, and those guards were too dead to see them. I'm sorry, that was a really distasteful joke. I guess Adrian's presence has rubbed off on me just a tiny bit. Speaking of Adrian, he was feverishly fumbling around in his pockets while keeping his eyes glued on the monitor. After a few moments, he tossed a bag of white powder onto the table. Astro Coke? I asked. He shook his head. Nah, just the regular stuff. The show's not at its climax yet. You gotta pace yourself. He snorted the whole mound in about half a minute. Yo! He grunted, wiping his nose off. You fellas want to hear a secret? I don't think we had a choice. The task force, Void Nova, whatever. How do you think the members get recruited? I shrugged. Don't know, just some kind of test, I guess? He guffawed. Nah, they're voids as well. My mouth dropped. As he went on to explain, TFVNH was a constantly rotating team comprised of voids, save for a few exceptions, who were a reasonable balance of both powerful and sane. In fact, different countries occasionally lent their own voids to one another to use for their respective forces. In exchange for their service, the members would be allowed to live freely amongst society, although they were monitored heavily while doing so. You sure know a lot of confidential stuff, Sandu said to Adrian. Just who the hell are you? Adrian sat back in his seat. Nobody. Just a dabbler, a jack of all trades, a master of a good handful. He sure was insufferable. In any case, I put my sights back on the monitor, as Bella struggled against the seemingly insurmountable foe. She tried blasting him with a blade spray, but before she could even raise her hand, it was broke with a single firm grasp. She spat, the life draining from her breath. As Adrian would go on to tell us, this particular TFVNH member was Kente, the Guillotine Sanders. 6'6", 197 centimeters, 287 pounds, 130 kilograms. Supposedly, he was a real hard-ass, an abnormally powerful man with an incredibly skewed and strict sense of justice. To him, the word nuance meant nothing. Rehabilitation was a joke, second chances were an alien concept. He was a man whose worldview was utterly black and white. To him, the laws that landed himself in prison didn't constitute legitimate justice. His ideals were the only ones that mattered. Cross his sensibilities and you were a criminal in desperate need of execution. He's got a pretty notorious reputation in these parts, Adrian continued. He's captured at least 7 of the voids in here himself, nearly killed all of them as well. Honestly, I'm not rooting for him to win. Gonna be too hard to wrangle in afterwards. Just as Bella looked about ready to pass out, Kente was blindsided by a sudden rush from Luz. Well, I guess blindsided wasn't really the right term. Kente blocked his strike with relative ease. There's revenge customer numero uno. The big guy wiped out Luz's entire village before dragging him into this place. No wonder he's pissed. For the first time, Luz had a fierce expression on his face. He let out a rage-laden shriek before digging both of his hands into the only exposed part of Kente's body, his neck, lighting up the area and his face with sparks. Nah, boy, that ain't gonna work, Adrian muttered, grinning. Kente grunted, seemingly taking the full brunt of the excessive shock without going down, before grabbing both of Luz's arms and slamming him into the floor. He dropped Bella in the process, who immediately ran off with her life. Adrian clicked his tongue in disdain. She's not even helping him out. I guess that's lemon for you, eh? Sandu and I just kind of glanced at each other awkwardly following the comment. Unfortunately, Luz's rage just wasn't enough for him to fulfill his revenge. While still on the ground, Kente stomped on his head, crushing it like a watermelon, quite the gruesome sight to behold. Afterwards, he set his sight on Wu, who'd been observing the whole exchange. Finally, Adrian said. The strong are going at it. For a moment, Wu and Kente both seemed to acknowledge each other's power, hesitating for just a moment. And then, in a flash, they rushed at each other simultaneously. Both of their opening moves were kicks, catching each other's respective legs mid-air, causing the walkway beneath them to crack underneath their combined pressure. On top of possessing overwhelming strength, they were both apparently skilled in martial arts as well. A terrifying combination, but Wu possessed another, more devastating aspect on top of it all: actual weapons. Wu dropped his leg, opting to blast Kente with a flurry of shotgun rounds instead. It was enough to send him flying backwards, breaking apart the torso section of his suit. And he didn't give him a second to breathe. Wu rushed forward immediately after, grabbing Kente's helmet and slamming it down on his knee, shattering it completely. He attempted to decapitate him on the spot with a saw, but Kente caught the slash before it could land. He looked up at Wu, his dark eyes twisted with rage. He broke the saw in half before delivering a powerful-looking right cross to Wu's stomach that splintered a portion of his suit and sent him crashing into the rails. He managed to crack the damn thing. I thought, astonished at the fact. That meant, at a minimum, Kente's punches packed more stopping power than an M203 grenade. Oh, he's getting serious. Adrian smiled. You know what they call his striking technique? What? The pulverizing fist. He twists his knuckles at the last minute, grinding flesh to a pulp. With his strength, it's like drilling through wet toilet paper. That's only for regular people. It doesn't work on big boys like Wu. The armor covering Kente's knuckles had shattered upon impact. He winced in pain as he cocked it back, preparing to deliver another strike.
You are an impediment to justice,
he said through gritted teeth.
Prepare to be executed.
But before the two could clash again, 5 more figures jumped down from the hole that Satanbot had created, landing in succession around Kente. Looks like the whole gang's arrived, Adrian said. He began giving us a rundown of the other TFVNH members. First off, there was Ken, the fugitive Rio. 6'2", 188 centimeters, 165 pounds, 85 kilograms. A Korean-American from Brooklyn. Not a super malicious guy, he kind of just did whatever the hell he wanted. The problem is, a lot of those things happen to be illegal and unethical, let's be honest. He was nonchalantly chewing tobacco as he leaned on the rails. His ability was rather interesting. Even Adrian had a hard time explaining it. Physically speaking, Ken was more or less average. However, he had the ability to summon portals from which obscure-looking but terribly powerful entities would emerge and tear apart his opponents. But at the end of the day, all he really wanted to do was escape. He hated being monitored. Next, there was Nassar, the Bloody Twister, El Rafi, 5'9", 174 centimeters, 168 pounds, 76 kilograms. He was a loan from the Saudi Arabian government. He possessed the ability to transform into a whirlwind comprised of glass-like material, moving at speeds of upwards of 120 miles, along with being able to blast out deadly streams of shards at multiple targets at once. It was quite the gruesome way to go. He was also a real weird guy. While nearly every other void assigned to TFVNH had relatively clear ambitions, his were an absolute mystery. But he probably wasn't up to anything good. His eyes were darting wildly around while a gigantic, mischievous-looking grin was plastered across his face. Up next, there was Callista, the beautiful demon, Taylor, 5'11", 181 centimeters, 121 pounds, 55 kilograms. She was a former fashion model based in Australia. Her career ended at the ripe age of 23 when she ended up suddenly murdering 4 of her fellow models, along with the police force sent to detain her. Supposedly, her abilities had been latent from birth, gradually building up to a point where she was unable to keep it in any longer. In her demon mode, her mouth would fall abnormally agape. Dark rings would form around her pupils, and her body would be engulfed in cold, gray flames. At that point, she'd become intangible like a ghost and drift into her victims' bodies, causing them to bleed profusely from every orifice. But that only worked on humans. For most voids, she'd have to resort to physically brawling using her razor-like fingers. Her ambitions were fairly explicit. She just wanted to kill everybody, void or not. It begged the question as to why they'd even assign her to the Force to begin with, given the fact that she was so damn volatile. Whatever, I'll never understand these people. She was staring intently at Nassar, but without any real emotion behind her gaze. It kind of just looked like she wanted to kill him for the sake of it. Continuing on, there was Clint, the normal guy, Rockwell, 6'1", 185 centimeters, 180 pounds, 82 kilograms. Like Nassar, he was also a mystery. Supposedly, he'd never been a void at all. No otherworldly powers, abilities. Just a regular, albeit capable guy. Adrian didn't know much about him.
only that he was a special case granted access to confidential information and a spot on TFVNH due to a recommendation from an unnamed higher-up. In order to compensate for his lack of physical abilities, he was granted an oversized power suit dubbed the Behemoth, along with the God-slaying cannon, a heavy-duty automatic rifle that fired explosive rounds at about 600 RPM. He stood still with a rather determined expression on his face, as if he had his mind set on a regular concrete objective. Rounding out the bunch was the de facto leader of the force, Jack, the All-American Barnes, 6 feet, 183 centimeters, 200 pounds, 91 kilograms. Like Clint, he wasn't a void either. Born in Oklahoma and belonging to a prolific family, he was an inexhaustibly skilled soldier turned government agent that managed to work his way up to the top with the help of some nepotism. Eventually, he was chosen as the integral subject of the project dubbed the Paragon Trials, in which government scientists would attempt to genetically engineer superhumans. Well, he actually wasn't the first, but that's what he was told, for peace of mind. In any case, his trials ended up working out in the end. I guess the 8th time really was the charm. As a result, he was basically Superman, save for the flight. Genetic engineering hasn't advanced that far. "Man, look at those blonde curls," Adrian commented. "How the fuck does he get his hair like that?" He had an arrogant grin on his face as he strolled to the front of the pact. It only took about 5 seconds of looking at him to reach the conclusion that he was probably a giant asshole.
Hey, what's the rush, Kente? Let's not get too excited here.
Jack said.
Remember who's giving the orders, yeah?
Your arbitrary orders mean nothing to me.
Kente responded, still staring vehemently at Wu.
The only thing that matters is justice.
I could see a large vein bulge out on Jack's forehead from the opposition.
Okay.
He muttered before seemingly composing himself.
Let's finish the task at hand.
He directed his gaze towards Wu.
Come on, big guy. You lost your chance at a fair fight when you decided to become a robot psycho.
While Wu may have been a match for Kente by himself, taking on the entirety of TFVNH at once was a rather tall order. I guess he knew this himself as he jumped over the rails, landing on the lower floor.
I'm going after him,
Jack said, stepping forward.
The rest of you take out the riffraff. They want the Voids alive, but I'm gonna be sorely disappointed if you don't bring me back some fucking minced meat.
That was one thing him and Kente could agree on.
And remember,
he said, turning back. His expression was suddenly teeming with fury.
You're all scumfuck piece of shit Voids as well. You try to escape, try to fuck with me, you're gonna be begging for me to end your pathetic fucking lives.
He pointed at Ken.
You stay here. Make sure nobody tries escaping through the roof.
Instead of acknowledging the order, Ken just spat his tobacco into a plastic bottle.
Hey! You listening to me, you fucking Jap? Remember when we beat you in the fucking war? Hey, isn't he Korean?
Clint muttered. Ken just raised an eyebrow and remarked.
Dude, I don't even know how to respond to that. Look, whatever. Just fucking listen to me, alright?
Ken grinned sarcastically and made a defensive gesture.
Okay, boss.
Jack's forehead vein bulged out even more. It was really starting to look pretty gross.
Alright, let's fucking go then.
After finishing his motivational speech, he jumped down, presumably going after Wu. Save for Ken, the rest of TFVNH followed suit, scattering throughout the chasm in search of the remaining voids. The strong were finally about to converge on one bloody path. As dark and weird and gruesome as the whole situation was, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't at least a little bit excited to see what was about to transpire.
God, I can't even keep my eyes still,
Adrian said, beaming at the prospect of utter carnage ahead. My eyes ended up drifting toward the dancing guy, who was jubilantly performing the shuffle along the second-floor walkway. Soon enough, he crossed paths with Nassar, who was grinning like a madman. Without much hesitation, he stepped forward, heading right towards the dancer.
Well, I guess it's over for him,
I said. I had yet to hear about anybody being able to inflict any kind of damage against the dancing guy. The only thing we could really do was contain him, and I severely doubted that things were going to be any different here.
I'm not so sure,
Adrian responded.
The guy's a wild card, and I think he's just testing the waters here.
Before I knew it, Nassar had gotten dangerously close. I held my breath in anticipation. There's no way, I thought. And I was right. Nassar tried to strike the dancer but was blitzed immediately. I could hardly comprehend what had even happened. One moment, he was in the midst of throwing a right cross, and the next, he was planted firmly within the concrete wall, missing an arm and with a gaping hole in his chest.
Holy shit!
He spurted out. He looked towards the dancer, still inexplicably grinning.
Damn, you're strong.
What the hell's wrong with him? I wondered out loud. Nothing at all, Adrian answered. I think I found a kindred spirit. Nassar pulled himself out of the crater he'd made, displaying zero indication that he was in any kind of pain at all. Suddenly, a flurry of glass engulfed his chest wound and missing arm, reverting them back to normal in a matter of seconds. He stretched himself out before nodding happily at the dancer and walking off. What the fuck? I thought. I looked over at Sandu, wanting to see his own reaction, but he was stone-like, staring at only one monitor in particular. I followed his eyes and realized that for whatever reason, he was focused on the kid, who was still sitting in his cell. Well, check it out. My thoughts were broken by Adrian's outburst. She's found her prey. I looked at the monitor he was gesturing to, seeing Kale and Hugo being hacked away at by Callista.
Now who the hell is she?
Kale shouted, taking a sequence of gnarly gashes to the chest.
Evil incarnate,
Hugo answered. Although still severely injured, he was able to move around on his own.
Look at her eyes. She's being controlled by the devil.
Callista drilled her hand forward, impaling Kale through the solar plexus. He chopped at her arm before pushing her off.
Fucking hell.
He sighed.
This is back-breaking work.
Are you a match for her?
Hugo asked. Kale shook his head, exhausted as hell.
Doubt it.
In that case,
Hugo said, standing up,
it seems I'll have to detach myself fully.
What the hell are you talking about?
My constraints were only lifted halfway last time.
You almost died last time. Are you sure you're gonna make it out this time?
I'm not planning to.
Kale chuckled.
Sorry, but I'm not gonna let you do that.
Hugo's eyes began glowing a familiar crimson.
I've been ordained a holy mission. I'll do whatever it takes.
He stared at the rapidly approaching Callista.
Anything to eliminate evil.
His scars began glowing again, brighter than ever this time, preparing to engulf the oncoming enemy. But before they could clash, Kale stepped in between and tanked another series of slashes before kicking her back. He grunted.
Fuck, that hurt.
What are you doing?
Hugo asked, perplexed.
I told you, this is...
Yeah, you're God-given whatever the fuck. I don't know, buddy. You're psycho. But for whatever reason, I don't really want you to die.
Kale gave him a bloody grin.
It feels like we've been through a lot, you know?
For a moment, it seemed as if Hugo was at a loss for words. But then Callista stood back up.
I see,
he said.
But what are we going to do about her?
Kale looked down and sighed.
Shit. Yeah, that's the real question, isn't it?
Kale clenched his teeth as Callista began charging at them once again. It looks like Lady Luck's on their side today, Adrian said. I realized what he meant when one of Callista's hands were bitten straight off by the chattering man who'd strolled into the fray from an adjacent corridor.
Well, shit,
Kale said, watching the two suddenly preoccupied with each other.
Looks like God is looking out for us.
He grinned at Hugo, who simply nodded back as the two got the fuck out of Dodge. Callista and the chattering man began relentlessly butchering each other. Using her remaining hand, she made 2 quick slashes in succession, tearing open his chest and forehead. In response, the chatterer bit a good portion of her shoulder off. This went on for a few minutes, until about half of Callista's body remained and about 90% of the chattering man's skin had been shredded off, staining the entire area a gory red. But even demonic superhumans had their limit, and they both were beginning to slow down. Callista twisted her bloody, knife-like fingers, pushing them into the chattering man's mouth and through his throat. While it was still lodged inside, she threw her arm upwards, splitting his head apart. But at the exact same time, the chattering man swiped at her head, twisting her neck clean off. They both fell simultaneously, as combatants who fought to the bloody end. It was by far the most brutal bout I'd seen thus far, although there was certainly some fierce competition for that title. I decided to check back on the voids that were still contained. The Titan was still in his cell. The Calamity's light also remained green, and the kid hadn't stepped out either. But then there was the Warden. Clint had stepped into his cell, donning the behemoth suit in all of its destructive glory. Wearing it brought them roughly up to the same size. Still, he was just an ordinary guy going up against an unfairly powerful monster. Unless he had some tricks up his sleeve, this was about to get really messy really quick.
Hey,
he said, grinning at the Warden through his fortified visor.
You've been chasing me all this time. Thought I'd finally come to you instead.
It sounds like they have unfinished business, Adrian said. That much was probably true. Still staring down at the blood-stained floor, the warden simply let out a deep, lengthy sigh. When he finally looked up, there was nothing in his pit-like eyes but sheer rage.
Your death won't be quick.
His voice was much deeper than the Marianas. Before Clint could even get his guard up, he was brutally blitzed by a sudden rush. The warden was moving so fast, he was effectively a blur. Clint was launched backwards, denting a metal wall. The warden bolted at him again, slashing off pieces of his suit with nothing but his fingers. He launched his fist at Clint's protective visor, smashing it to bits and cutting up his face with bits of stray glass in the process. However, Clint managed to push him off before it could connect with his skull, which would have been beyond fatal.
Fuck!
He spat, attempting to unsheath the oversized blade at his side, but he wasn't nearly quick enough. The warden grabbed it by the edge before Clint could even swing, shattering it to fine dust with nothing but a firm grasp. Then he grabbed the suit by the arm, slamming Clint hard into the ground, causing him to spit out blood. Shit, Adrian muttered. This is even hard for me to watch. The warden proceeded to uncompromisingly wail away on top of him, while Clint barely managed to protect his face with the suit's wrist guards, but even those were being chipped away at rather quickly. Just as there was about an inch of the suit left covering his arms, he tilted his elbows towards the warden's neck, firing off a small grenade that caused the overpowered void to stagger just a little. The warden retreated, touching the small wound that the explosion had left under his chin. In turn, Clint struggled to pull himself up, with his suit looking like it had been run over by about a dozen freight trains. His face was covered in blood and cuts, while a blood vessel had popped in his right eye. Yet he shot the warden a gory smirk.
Okay, maybe I deserved that, but the comeback starts now.
He opened a compartment on his suit's ribcage, taking out something that resembled a small white crystal.
Remember these?
He asked before using it to cut himself on an exposed portion of his wrist. The warden's face twisted into an unfathomable expression of fury. He rushed forward again, tackling Clint into another wall, before ripping off a large chunk of the suit's torso, and then he drilled his fist into Clint's ribcage. At that moment, I was 100% sure that he was done for, but to my downright surprise, he managed to tank the punch, grimacing only slightly. "What do you think?" he asked the warden, still grinning. "We ran some experiments. These shards are new and improved." The warden let out an ear-splitting shriek that I was surprised didn't deafen Clint on the spot. Before picking him up and tossing him back into the cell, he followed him in, picking his head up and bashing his temple about 10 times into the metal toilet seat before I ended up breaking from the force. As a result, one side of Clint's face was beginning to resemble a bloody mush. Still, I was surprised it hadn't been reduced to pulp. What the hell was that shard? I thought to myself. He also seemed to have picked up a bounce in his step, evading another strike from the warden and crawling behind him. At that point, the behemoth had effectively been reduced to scrap metal. Clint dove towards the god-slaying cannon, which had been knocked loose during their scuffle. He scooped it up and began spraying at the warden's direction. However, he managed to evade just about every shot, leaving large clouds of smoke and dust behind him as the devastating bullets reduced the place to rubble.
Fuck, you're a tough customer.
Clint groaned as he flipped a switch on the weapon.
Take this then.
The barrel of the weapon suddenly grew in size, causing it to resemble an actual cannon. As he pulled the trigger, the monitor darkened for just a moment before a flash of deep red engulfed the area, and a high-pitched staccato of wholly unfamiliar noises assaulted my senses. I kept watching as the recoil from the strange blast pushed Clint back into the wall as it completely annihilated the entire side of the room. The weapon itself was also destroyed in the process. I guess the god-slaying cannon got an upgrade, because I sure as hell didn't know it could do that. After the smoke cleared, everything was silent for a few moments. Clint grinned, letting out a big sigh of relief, and then his face dropped a few seconds later. As the rubble began stirring, the warden burst out, with about half of his entire body now charred to hell. He also had a wicked, psychotic grin on his face. It was the first time I'd ever seen him make any kind of overt expression at all. I could have lived without it, though.
You took everything from me,
he said, walking ominously towards the nearly broken Clint.
But I have to admit, this has been a hell of a fun time.
Son of a bitch!
Clint groaned, reaching into his pant leg pocket. He pulled out 2 syringes filled with black and blue liquids, respectively.
Come on, painkillers, don't let me down!
he muttered before injecting the blue. Just as he was about to inject the black, the warden clutched his hand, crushing it along with the syringe.
More tricks.
He sneered, his eyes wild as all hell.
I guess that's what the weak resort to.
Clint simply laughed.
You're not so smart when you're angry, huh? It's in my blood now.
The warden released the grip, revealing Clint's bloody, cut up, and mangled hand. However, the black substance was already seeping into his wound.
What is that?
The warden asked.
A gift from a good friend. Also my last resort. I didn't want to use it now, but I guess I'm out of options.
In a matter of seconds, nearly all of Clint's wounds had healed up. Along with that, his muscles had become visibly tensed.
That's impossible.
The warden gritted his teeth.
That's one thing I've learned.
Clint responded, smiling wide as he stepped forward. Nothing's really impossible. He stepped forward, throwing a hard strike at the warden's chest, sending him crashing back into the rubble. Clint looked down at his fist in surprise.
Nice.
He grinned, but he had no time to appreciate his newfound power. The warden rose back up like a wild animal in frenetic pursuit of its prey.
You're weak.
He boomed.
I'll never lose to you. Nature won't allow it.
Clint chuckled.
You're right. I am weak. Must suck for your ego, huh?
The warden shrieked before charging back at Clint. Once there, they engaged in a fiery exchange of blows, rocking the place to its core. While Clint's physical attributes had been enhanced greatly by whatever serum he'd taken, there was still an evident gap in strength between them, with each of the warden's blows ostensibly packing more force than his own. However, he did have one advantage. He was clearly trained extensively in hand-to-hand combat, while the warden was an amateur at best. He dodged a series of haymakers before countering with a flurry of jabs and kicks of his own. At that point, the warden's mannerisms had devolved into that of a feral creature's, fueled solely by combative impulse. Yet I could see the same wicked grin creeping in throughout his wild rage. He was undoubtedly enjoying the adrenaline. The warden picked Clint up by the waist, slamming him into the wall and then onto the ground, and then he mounted him, unleashing a series of hammer fists that Clint was forced to excruciatingly block with his forearms. Soon enough, his skin was beginning to tear off from the punishment. While on the ground, Clint managed to throw a kick that connected with the warden's hip. However, he hardly got any reaction out of him. He suddenly wasn't strong enough. Instead, the warden threw both his fists down onto Clint's ribs, and I could hear them crack through the monitor. He grimaced in pain, but the warden didn't give him a moment to recuperate. He drilled a fist right into the side of his face. A spurt of blood and a few teeth flew out of his mouth as his head was cranked to the side. "Oh, he's gotta be fucking done for," Adrian commented. I had to share the sentiment. Clint's efforts were more than admirable, but he sure as hell put up a better fight than I could have ever hoped to. But even with all his tools, tricks, and skills, he was still no match. At least that's what I genuinely believed, but the guy was just full of surprises. After taking another brutal strike to the shoulder, Clint managed to somehow escape out from underneath. I couldn't even fathom what kind of move he pulled in order to do so. And then, in a series of moves that would make most prolific jiu-jitsu practitioners light up with glee, he engaged the warden in a vicious grappling match on the ground. From his face, I could tell that he was going far above and beyond his own limits. It was down there where the warden's weakness really became clear as day. He had no idea what to do. After an entire minute of relentless, excruciating struggle from both combatants, Clint managed to get the warden into a beautiful Darce choke. As the warden struggled feverishly to escape, Clint's face was wrought with sheer determination. The warden changed his tactics, opting to pound Clint's already broken ribs in an attempt to cause him to break his hold. That was a bad decision. It only allowed Clint to get his hold even tighter. Despite all of the egregious punishment he'd taken, Clint never relented. Soon enough, the warden's movements began slowing, and then he stopped altogether. Even then, Clint didn't release his grip. He held the warden's neck in place using all of his strength for about 4 minutes before finally letting go, all while gasping in accumulated pain and exhaustion. The guy really looked as if he was going to die on the spot, but that didn't matter to him. The fight was finished and an unlikely victor had emerged. With a tired grin on his face, he raised a shaky fist in victory before passing out himself. "Well, I'm fucking touched," Adrian said. "It's like watching Rocky all over again." On another monitor, Bella made her way back to the top floor, back to the gaping exit.
Wow, what a pleasant surprise,
Ken said, standing in her way. She seemed to share the surprise as they stared at each other.
"Is this a joke?"
She responded. Ken shrugged. "Where else was I gonna see you?"
"Are you going to let me go?"
Well, if I did that, then American Boy would track me down and kick my ass. I gotta wait till he dies first. Then we can go off into the sun together.
He smiled.
In the meantime, you want to talk for a bit?
She sighed.
What do you think is going on here?
Well, I don't know.
Ken responded.
That's up to you. You already know how I feel.
I tried to assassinate you.
You were contracted to assassinate me by a massive dickhead. I'm sure it was nothing personal.
Oh my god.
She sighed again.
Besides, I'm still alive. Maybe you really didn't want to kill me. That's what I tell myself anyway.
You're insane if you think anything's going to happen between us. You think I want to date anybody right now?
Well, I never wanted to either, until I met you.
A period of silence followed.
Let's face it.
Ken spoke up.
We're bad people living bad lives. Don't you get tired of it?
Speak for yourself.
Bella responded.
You know what kind of people I kill.
I'm not talking about that. You want to escape, don't you?
I don't belong in here.
A lot of people don't.
What are you getting at?
I'm pretty sure you know the kid.
Yeah, what about him?
Ken exhaled.
Look, forget about dating, but don't you ever feel like doing something good for once? Like doing something for somebody besides yourself?
Bella simply rolled her eyes in response.
I'm sorry, that came out badly.
She stepped forward, brushing past him.
I'm leaving now. If you want to try and stop me, then go ahead. I'll just kick your ass again.
There was another pause before Ken shook his head.
You know I'm not going to do that.
Good.
She began walking off.
I'm not tired of anything, by the way. I'm in control of my own life, and I kind of enjoy that.
She said without turning around. She left Ken looking somewhat melancholic, but eventually he began smiling again.
Of course you do.
He took off, abandoning his post, but I'm sure he hardly cared about that.
Geez, well, that was a downer,
Adrian said.
Let's get back to the exciting stuff.
He grinned.
The final chips are starting to fall into place.
Jack had finally found Wu.
You a Chinese secret weapon or something?
He asked, approaching the mechanical menace, who remained silent.
It doesn't matter.
He continued, clenching his fists.
America's always on top. Look up there as well.
I turned to the monitor that Adrian was gesturing towards, watching as Kente continued roaming the corridors, still clenching his teeth in justice-driven rage. Well, actually, no, he wasn't roaming anymore. He was walking towards somebody. But at first, I couldn't recognize who it was.
Come at me, you fucking asshole!
But I did recognize the voice. It was Senju. His head was now resembling a glowing, floating skull shrouded in a dark haze.
Didn't he die?
I asked, confused. Adrian chuckled.
Don't you know anything about the Wraith style? One of its core proponents is the revival technique.
Of course, I thought. How could I not know that?
You killed everyone at my fucking dojo!
Senju screamed at the approaching Kente.
You're dead!
Kente bit down even harder, cracking his own teeth.
I simply enacted justice, and I waited for too long to finish the job.
Man, how lucky were we to find this place?
Adrian said.
Crisp fucking front row seats.
It took me a moment to process the implications of what he just said.
What the hell are you talking about?
I asked him. In turn, he looked at me like I was insane.
What do you mean? Didn't you build this place?
He shook his head.
Well, if you didn't, then who?
My eyes wandered up to Sendu, whose attention was still firmly planted on the kid. He's the one that led me into this room to begin with. I do remember thinking it was rather strange, but with everything that had been going on, I forgot to question it further. But now I couldn't avoid it. What the hell is going on?
Okay, now I'm confused,
Adrian said, turning to Sandu.
What's going on here? Who the hell are you?
Yeah, that's a good question, I added, also looking in his direction.
Come on, man.
I've known the guy for years, yet I couldn't begin to understand what he was planning here. Sandu took a while to respond, and even then, it was less than satisfying.
It's complicated.
He finally spoke up.
By the way, aren't you guys missing the show?
I wasn't going to force the guy to talk. Over the years, I've learned that doing so only leads to disingenuous answers. Besides, he was right. Jack was already rushing towards Wu.
Come on, Wu. Show me your kung fu shit. I'll beat you down with good old American boxing.
He really thinks Americans invented boxing, huh?
Adrian muttered. Instead, Wu opted to blast him back with his hand shotgun. Jack was sent flying into a support beam, demolishing it in the process. While he'd taken no ostensible damage, there were now holes littered across the American flag printed on his chest plate. That sure got him pretty rattled.
Oh, you fucked up, buddy,
he said, a deranged smirk drawn across his face. For the first time ever, Wu decided to speak.
What did you think was going to happen?
In an instant, they charged at each other. Given their respective power and speed, their combined movements were hardly comprehensible. But if I had to approximate the exchange, it went something like this. Jack lands across to Wu's helmet, cracking it slightly. Wu attempts to stab Jack with a large blade. It breaks on his arm. Jack presses forward, throwing a flurry of jabs at Wu's head. Most of them are blocked. Wu counters with a kick to his ribs. It hurts Jack. Wu uses his railgun eyes, burning the side of Jack's cheek, and then the gauntlet is unleashed. Wu lands a brutal combination with steel-studded knuckles. Wu shoves a grenade into Jack's face. Wu pounds away at Jack's ribs with a spiked bat. Wu stabs Jack through the shoulder with an elbow blade. Wu snaps one of Jack's fingers off. Wu headbutts him. Wu picks him up and executes a hard takedown, destroying the walkway they're standing on and causing them to fall to a lower floor. And then Wu begins strangling Jack.
He's got the advantage with his weapons, I said. There's no way Jack's turning it around.
Adrian scoffed.
The U.S. didn't funnel billions into this guy for nothing. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve.
And oh boy, did he ever. Jack was frenetic as he struggled to break out of Wu's iron grip.
Fuck you!
He screamed before his right fist began glowing red. He let go of Wu's wrist, ramming his knuckles right into his throat instead. The first significant strike. I could see Wu's armor splinter as he was launched backwards. Forced to release his grip, still exacerbated from the struggle, Jack pulled himself up, his fists smoldering like hell. At the same time, Wu was gasping for air himself.
How's that?
He said, holding his fist up while grinning like a mad, utterly unhinged. Suddenly, his left fist also began glowing, the only difference being that it was blue.
Oh, it's about to get fucking gnarly,
Jack said.
The stars and stripes style is immeasurable.
What followed was an exchange of blurs. I could hear explosive bouts of clanking metal, white smoke and flickering sparks intercut with flashes of red and blue from Jack's fists. Two individuals at the pinnacle of power striking each other with everything they had. After around an entire minute of hectic but incomprehensible fighting, both men had sustained sufficient damage. Wu's suit was covered in cracks and dents, with his right forearm and left thigh now exposed. There was also blood leaking through his fractured helmet. On the other hand, hardly an inch of Jack's body was unscathed. He was cut and swollen all over, with one of his eyes stabbed out and his right shoulder grated down to the bone. They stared each other down during their few seconds of fleeting recuperation, and then they were right back at each other's throats. Wu attempted to blast Jack in the face with his palm cannon, but the American managed to weave underneath the shot, throwing both fists into Wu's chest, causing his suit to shatter completely at that particular spot. His vitals were now exposed. Jack knew what kind of opportunity he'd just created, indicative by the wicked grin on his face. In a matter of milliseconds, Jack pulled back one of his fists and struck Wu directly. Without his armor protecting him, that blow must have liquidized his insides. In any case, that's what I got from his reaction. In an instant, he collapsed in pain, before being tossed over the rails onto an even lower floor. As he clutched his sides in excruciation on the ground, Jack leapt down and stomped on his helmet, finally shattering that as well. He'd accomplished something even the most sophisticated of weaponry would have had trouble doing. In a desperation move, Wu pulled out his shotgun and began spraying it upwards, forcing Jack to retreat. Feeling pain that must have eclipsed the boundaries of unbearable, he pulled himself up, finally revealing his cut-to-hell visage through his broken helmet.
You're just a regular person underneath that suit, hey?
Jack said, panting.
How comical.
You were too before the experiment.
Wu responded. Jack scoffed. Is that what you think? That I'm just like you? A regular fucking guy?
Yes. We weren't born special.
Jack shook his head.
Why does that matter? Look, I'll give you one thing. You're strong. Hell, even gave me a bit of a hard time, but your attitude is fucking bullshit.
Wu had trouble responding to that.
Sure, we weren't born special,
Jack continued.
But we've changed ourselves, clawed our way up to the top.
He paused for a moment.
No, you're not just a regular guy underneath that suit after all. And I wasn't just another fuck in the crowd before the experiment. They just don't choose any random asshole, you know? These are things we've accomplished ourselves, things that nobody else could. Why don't you fucking understand that?
Another pause followed. The silence was broken when Wu reached over his shoulder, pulling out a terribly large red-orange sword. The Singularity Blade.
Jack Barnes.
He began.
You seem unintelligent on the surface, but you've almost said something profound just now.
Jack smirked at the pseudo-compliment.
You're strong as well.
Wu continued.
I'll show you my respect by cutting you down with my ultimate weapon.
Oh, I'm touched.
Jack responded.
I guess I'll have to show you the same courtesy.
He closed his eyes for a moment before opening back up, revealing nothing but white underneath his lids. The red and blue radiating off his fists began extending up his forearms before quickly enveloping each side of his body entirely.
You should be honored. I'm about to crush you with the full force of my American spirit.
Two tremendously strong men, both now at the pinnacle of their own power, stood across from each other in full acknowledgement of each other's prowess. An earth-shaking clash was about to ensue. Wu went first, swinging the blade and releasing an obscure serpent entity from its tips. It rushed forward with torrid speed, latching its claws onto Jack's arm and attempting to bite his head off. Jack responded by drilling his fist down the creature's throat. It bit down, puncturing his arms but shattering its own teeth in the process. Jack and the creature fought brutally and relentlessly, with the latter seemingly growing in size as the battle endured. However, Wu himself was standing still. What's he doing? Why isn't he going after him? I thought out loud. He can't, Adrian said. Look closely at him. It took me a second, but I understood. The punch that Wu had taken to the chest had essentially put him out of commission. In fact, at that moment, he was struggling to even stand up. He was relying on the singularity creature to get the job done. After some minutes, the beast had grown to an ungodly size, resembling some kind of colossal ghoul-like dragon. It bit down on Jack's arm once again, taking it clean off this time. Jack shrieked in endurance-fueled pain, headbutting one of the dragon's eyes out in response. It roared in pain as it whirled backwards, utterly annihilating its surroundings. It even took out a few cameras. Jack took the opportunity to reel in the frenetic beast, jumping up on its head and bashing away. Despite having half of its face caved in, the dragon still managed to fling him into the wall, ramming what remained of its head into his torso moments later. A wave of blood busted from Jack's mouth before his lips curled back into a sadistic, unrelenting grin. He punched the creature's remaining eyes out before getting on top of it and rendering the rest of its head into a ghouly mush with nothing but his fists. And just like that, the battle was over. As the dragon died, the blade shattered with it. Jack leapt down, back in front of Wu. He half chuckled and half groaned as he limped towards him.
Lost an arm, lost an eye. You really put me through the gauntlet, hey?
Wu's expression was stone for a while, but it eventually turned into a grin. No malice behind it. He was simply acknowledging the interminable fighting spirit that Jack had put on display.
Well, looks like my fate's been sealed,
he said. Jack reciprocated the grin, breathing heavily through his teeth.
Gotta say, you weren't a pushover, but in the end, America always wins.
He finished Wu off with a quick strike to the head. As the mechanical menace dropped, Jack's body stopped glowing and he began staggering away, his movements strained and delirious. In any case, he didn't make it too far. He dropped about 10 paces from Wu. But even in death, his grin didn't waver.
Fucking hell,
Adrian said.
Did they both have to die? Well, let's see if one of these other weirdos can make it out alive.
I'd been so invested that I nearly forgot about the other fight that was going on. I turned my head, watching as Kente effortlessly strangled Senju.
I killed your master with 3 strikes, and you're even weaker than him. Your effort is an insult. I'm going fucking kill.
Kente struck the side of Senju's jaw and slammed his neck onto the ground, interrupting his sentence. I guess we'll never know what he was about to say. A real mystery there. But despite the overwhelming power gap, Senju kept rushing back at him, only to get abruptly beat down every single time.
Fuck!
He shouted in frustration, after taking another punch to the chest.
Stop evading justice,
Kente said.
Your time's done.
But then an unexplained figure arrived on the scene. Hugo rushed into the frame, directing his own rush of blows at Kente. However, he reacted to them in the same way a regular man would react to a mosquito bite. Hugo was subsequently knocked back, without much explicit effort on Kente's part. His scars were glowing like hell as he pulled himself back up, his eyes pursed with piercing fury. Why is he so pissed off? I thought to myself. Kale arrived moments later, yelling after Hugo.
What the hell are you doing? Well, I know you're crazy, but what the fuck?
He shouted.
He's the one that killed my mentor,
Hugo said, his voice shaking.
The last good man on this earth, destroyed by the same evils he attempted to help. But he was foolish. There can only be one response to the sin in this world.
This fucking asshole killed my master as well.
Senju said, turning to Hugo.
Let's bury him.
Hugo sighed, clearly not excited at his prospective ally.
Man,
Kale said, staring up at Kente.
this isn't fun anymore.
All three of them tried attacking at once. No luck. Kente tanked each blow before striking each of them down in rapid succession. He grabbed Kale by the neck before tossing him at Senju, sending them both crashing into the wall.
Shit!
Kale yelled as he struggled to pull himself up. Yo, priest, what level of detachment are you at? Hugo exhaled.
99%.
Damn.
Kale muttered, looking up at the steadily but menacingly approaching Kente.
So we're fucked.
Not necessarily. I'm about 10 times stronger at 100% than I am at 99.
I'm not sure the math checks out there.
Kale said before taking another strike to the stomach.
No matter.
Hugo said.
One of the biggest evils stands before us. Every measure must be taken.
You're gonna fucking die.
Kale uttered, being kept on his toes by repeated blows from Kente.
We're going to die regardless.
Kente turned away from Kale and turned toward Hugo. He squinted.
Now I remember you.
Hugo threw a cross so hard it seemed to split the air molecules in its path. Despite managing to block it, Kente was still blasted backwards. Skidding to a stop, he held his arms up, which had been badly mangled from the blow. He sneered at Hugo, his eyes growing crazier with every second that passed.
Evil must be eliminated.
You're in no position to make that call.
Hugo responded. They bolted at each other. The two traded blows, with Hugo slowly but surely overwhelming Kente. Kale could only watch in awe. Senju, on the other hand.
Yeah, kick his fucking ass.
But the more damage that Kente took, the more wild he seemed to get. Hugo landed a 1-2 to his jaw and temple, drawing blood from his head, before finishing the combination by drilling a knee into his liver, nearly causing Kente to buckle on the spot.
Why did you kill him?
Hugo spat at Kente in between strikes.
He was the last chance at salvation that this disgusting world had.
Now bruised, bloodied, and battered, Kente dropped to one knee. Hugo stepped in for a finishing blow, or what I thought was going to be the finishing blow. Kente managed to catch the strike, surprising just about everybody watching. His forehead veins bulged as he looked up at Hugo, his face twisted in an inconceivable expression of demented wrath.
I killed him because he stood in the way of justice.
In a split second, Hugo was knocked backwards, having his chest completely caved in.
What?
He wheezed out as he bent over, trying to funnel air into his lungs.
He's stronger. Be careful.
Kente picked him up and judo slammed him over the rail before he could get the sentence out. I never cringed as hard as I did while watching his spine get instantaneously bent into the worst possible shape.
Hugo!
Kale yelled, charging at Kente. A valiant but fruitless effort. He was picked up and brutally ragdolled into the wall and floors. Kente finished the ruthless display by slamming his back into the wall. Kale crumpled like a pancake, with every bone in his body just about broken. Recovering from that was going to be a tall order.
Fuck.
He spurted out, unable to make another move. Suddenly, Senju was back on his own, heavily injured and looking far less confident than he was before. We can't let him win, Sandu said, his expression a combination of frightened and resolute. Oh, you're not watching the kid anymore? Oh, what a surprise, Adrian said. I shook my head. Well, I mean, what the hell are we supposed to do? Instead of answering my question, he just brushed by me before abruptly sprinting out the door. What the hell, man? I called after him. No use, he was already gone. I fumbled around in place for a moment. On one hand, I really didn't want to go out there. But on the other, he was my friend, and as much as I wanted answers, I also wanted to make sure he didn't do something he wasn't going to have the chance to regret. After a few minutes of frenetic contemplation, I found myself chasing after him. Where the hell are you guys going? I could hear Adrian calling out from behind me. At that point, he was the least of my concerns. Chills ran down my spine as I traversed across the blood-stained halls decorated by the mangled corpses of my former guards. It was a sight that I'd experienced in my nightmares before. I'm sure just about every guard had. Seeing it in real life was jarring, to say the least. It sure had been one hell of a day, but the inevitable dusk finally seemed to be closing in.
Sandu, what's going on?
My shouts were in vain as he pressed ahead, traversing through the blood, guts, and gore left in the wake of the voids without a second glance. I chased him for what must have been 15 minutes before he halted to an abrupt stop.
What are you?
I gasped in between breaths, but then I saw who we were standing in front of. The kid. He was still sitting tight in his cell, his eyes remaining glued to the floor. Sandu just stood there for a moment and stared at him. AJ, he finally muttered. The kid, whose name was apparently AJ, shook his head. I could see tears falling from his face as he did so.
No,
he choked out.
I can't.
Sandu smiled, tears beginning to well up in his own eyes.
I know I said you wouldn't have to, but...
He began. I'm sorry. I promised that I'd get you out. Before I had no idea how, but there's a chance here. We can't avoid it now. AJ looked up, utter fear pervading his expression.
I can't face him.
Sandu slowly approached him.
It's okay,
he said. AJ seemed to recoil at the seemingly innocuous statement.
It's okay,
Sandu repeated, kneeling in front of him.
Your gift is your own, your right to use.
AJ continued shaking his head.
You remember what happened? That wasn't your fault. But it was.
His face was beginning to quiver. Sandu grabbed AJ by the face, looking him dead in the eyes.
You've been lied to by bad people. Those same people are here with us right now. The ones that killed the people you loved and trapped you in this place. Anybody at your age with your ability would have made that mistake. It's not your fault.
AJ wiped a tear from his face.
If I let it out, everybody's going to die.
Sandu shook his head.
No, you've been practicing, and I've been watching. Better and better every day. Now it's time to be strong. Your father would have wanted that, no? He would have wanted you to face it head on.
AJ remained hesitant.
I'm sorry, but we're out of options here.
Sandu's tone had gone more serious.
The man who killed your family wants to kill you as well. I can't stop him. Nobody can. It's all up to you. What are you going to do?
Despite still looking at the floor, AJ suddenly clenched a fist. I'm not sure if it was my imagination or what, but I could have sworn that there was a spike in the air pressure around us. Some kind of intense, overwhelming aura emanating from the kid's general vicinity. Or maybe I'd simply seen too much that day. Soon enough, AJ was standing. Sandu looked both proud and utterly terrified. He took a deep breath before turning to me.
It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it later. But what's about to happen?
He lowered his voice.
It's going to be very dangerous. You don't have to come with us. Just hang back. Then, after all this is over, we can all leave together.
It was a vague warning, one that didn't fill me with the highest degree of confidence. I could have told you myself that things were about to get dangerous. That much was obvious. I'd been watching that danger unfold over the course of an entire day, but now I had a decision to make. Did I really want to be in the thick of it? Did it even matter? Truth be told, I'd been feeling the prospect of death looming over me ever since the first alarm sounded out. I didn't have too much time to think about it, though. Before I knew it, AJ had taken off sprinting, a furious beat in his step. Sandu hastily followed after, leaving me standing there with a million thoughts racing through my mind. I didn't want to be alone in that place, and I sure as hell didn't want to hang out with Adrian anymore. So I followed them. The kid was kind of running blindly, so Sandu had to direct him towards where Senju was about to make his last stand against Kente. I was more or less certain that nothing but a gruesome scene would be waiting for us, and I was right. Once we got there, Kale was still a pile of flesh and bones against the wall, while Hugo could do nothing but lie still, his life undoubtedly hanging on by a thread. Along with them, Senju was flattened against the floor. Well, I'm fairly certain it was him. It looked like somebody had been run over by a steamroller. Kale and Hugo looked both beyond sullen, their faces wrought with bitter and painful defeat.
You guys come to finish the job?
Kale asked us before letting out a short chuckle.
well, nothing's stopping you.
No, I stammered out.
Are you guys all right?
Stupid question.
Top notch, pal. Never been better.
Kale responded.
Where'd he go?
Sandu spoke up.
The big psycho guy? He took off.
He stretched his neck out, gesturing towards the walkway on the other side of us.
Guy didn't even look human when he turned Buddy over there into a pancake. Muttering something about finishing the job and executing justice and... what a clown.
Thanks, Sandu muttered before turning to head off. AJ was also starting to look a bit antsy. Something had certainly changed in his demeanor. Something dark.
Wait, hang on. Are you going after him? Aren't you guys, like, guards or something? How's that gonna work out? And that kid, isn't he... What's going on?
Kale called after us.
Well, it's a bit complicated,
I responded,
but I think it'll work out.
I wasn't so confident in reality. Kale scoffed and chuckled.
Right, of course. Well, it's not like I want you guys to lose.
He smirked.
Go and kick his ass.
I smirked back and nodded.
But before you leave, do me one favor. Is the priest still alive? He hasn't said anything in a while, but I think I saw him twitching a bit.
I looked over at Hugo. Despite his dead expression, he was still blinking every now and then.
Yeah,
I responded. Kale rested his head on the wall and nodded.
Okay, good to know,
was all that he said. After that short exchange, we were off, running to face the insurmountable wall known as Kente. While we were looking for him, he was sure looking for us as well. As we moved, I tried to gauge what Sandu was thinking. It wasn't terribly clear from his expression, but I could tell that his conviction in that moment was less than strong. Given what I knew, I could have viewed the situation from a lot of possible angles, many of which would have led to Sandu acting as a less than moral party. But there was lost context here. I knew the guy, and unless he'd been acting all these years, there was only one conclusion I could have reached. For the sake of the kid, this was something we had to do. I never believed for a second that he was malicious in nature. My thoughts were running too fast. Before I knew it, we were standing right in front of Kente. His suit had been damaged pretty badly, and he had dried blood caked all over him, although I doubted that most of it was his own. But besides one of his forearms, he wasn't injured in the slightest, meaning that taking him out was going to be a tall order. But then again, I had no idea what the kid was capable of either. Kente sneered as he walked toward us, his bloodlust seemingly transferring into the physical atmosphere around us, putting a dark, sinking feeling in my gut. But all of his attention was on the kid.
I found you,
he snarled. Sandu looked at AJ and nodded.
AJ, it's time.
No response. In fact, the kid was frozen on the spot, his eyes enlarged in sheer terror. I was afraid something like that was going to happen.
Oh, shit,
Sandu muttered before shaking AJ's shoulders.
Come on, he's coming towards us. AJ? AJ?
His voice was getting exponentially more desperate. In reality, this whole move was likely a big gamble. Nevertheless, it was a gamble he was definitely aware of beforehand. With their backs against the wall, Sandu stood firm in his promise to protect the kid. He exhaled before shielding AJ and getting himself ready for a valiant but futile stand against Kente.
You think I won't kill a guard if they stand in the way of justice?
Kente boomed. Sandu scoffed.
No, I think you'll kill just about anybody, you psycho.
An oversized vein bulged in Kente's neck as he tensed his arm, ready to deliver a head-shattering blow. At that moment, I was simply frozen. I knew there was nothing I could do. However, as Kente put one foot back in preparation for the strike, a dark, ghost-like hand wrapped itself around his calf before pulling him down and dragging him around. I looked over at the perpetrator, a nightmare-inducing entity resembling a distorted gorilla with bulky, oversized arms. It dragged Kente around on the floor, slamming him through a gauntlet of rails and pillars in the process. The gorilla creature didn't have the upper hand for long, though. Kente let out an unworldly shriek before chopping off one of the creature's arms and ramming his fist through its head. As the entity fell limp, some kind of portal opened up underneath it, pulling it through. From the shadows of an adjacent corridor, Ken stepped in.
Hey, you're not gonna make this easy for me, are you, buddy?
He said, grinning.
I always knew you were evil.
Kente growled.
I just have to eliminate everybody here.
He was slowly but surely devolving into an overpowered, primal, rage-driven beast. "Ken, why are you—" Sandu spoke up, sounding reasonably confused. Ken just shrugged. Promise is a promise, remember? More lost context. Just what had Sandu been doing over the years? "Look out!" Sandu's warning had arrived at an opportune time. Kente had stepped forward, launching one of his colossal fists straight at Ken's head. Lucky for him, he managed to summon a creature to take the blow for him, just in time. He dove out of the way of a follow-up strike seconds later. "This is gonna be annoying," Ken muttered. He looked up at AJ. "Come on, kid, I know what you can do." I can't," he muttered, cowering down and visibly trembling with fear. "I'm gonna get killed. We're gonna die if you don't," I found myself shouting. "Listen to Sandu, huh? There's no other options here." My outburst probably wasn't all too helpful, but it was my own instinctual fear speaking for me. During the split seconds where my attention wasn't trained on Kente, he'd gotten within inches of me. Before I knew it, I was feeling his iron grip around my right forearm. I could feel my bones being crushed in an instant before I was tossed hard into the wall. My vision faded for just a moment before all of the pain hit me at once. If I was useless in the fight before, I was entirely out of commission now. I could hardly move as my body slid down the wall, flopping onto the floor. I spat out a wave of blood. I could only watch now. With the kid still being scared useless, there was really only one person capable of fighting. Ken opened up about 10 portals in a circle around him, his forearm veins pulsating like crazy, while a stream of blood began flowing down from his hairline and his nose. God, I hate doing this. All at once, a petrifying roster of esoteric, incomprehensible entities emerged from each one. From what I saw, there was a dark blue, human-sized eagle that seemed to be composed of ice, some kind of colossal, demonic samurai with a flaming sword, a 6-legged creature with large, jagged blades jutting out from each corner of its body, a zombified gunslinger seemingly left over from the Old West, carrying giant revolvers, made out of writhing gray flesh, and a ghoulish humanoid with 4 horns, 5 eyes, 6 arms, and a giant glowing green eyeball in its torso, among many others. Ken sighed upon seeing the unsightly creatures he'd summoned. Why couldn't I have just been telekinetic or something? He'd assembled a horde that would have made even the strongest man's knees tremble. But Kente was hardly human anymore. He didn't hesitate for a second. He darted forward in a flash, pulverizing every one of the creatures that stepped up to face him, taking only a few small cuts and insignificant strikes in the process. That was until he got to the horned guy with the eye in his torso. That one managed to catch Kente's punch with one of his many hands.
Evil creatures!
He snarled before throwing across with his other hand. It was caught again. While Kente had run out of hands, the creature still had 4. It landed a quad combo of devastating punches to Kente's face and upper chest, causing his head to snap back, blood spurting from his eyes and nose. However, his head came back as quickly as it went, drilling into the eye creature's temple and destroying 2 of its eyes. They were both pissed now. They synchronized primal roars before blasting each other with a series of catastrophic strikes. Neither of them bothered with any defense, or any kind of strategy for that matter. They were simply out to deal as much damage as possible, hitting each other with everything they had. During the exchange, I began noticing something strange about Kente's appearance. He was taking a metric ton of damage for sure, but the difference didn't only stem from his wounds. He was changing. His veins were beginning to squirm underneath his skin, almost like trapped snakes trying to burst out. On top of that, he seemed to be getting bigger. In fact, he'd been getting bigger ever since he fought Wu. I just hadn't quite grasped until that point. He towered over Sandu, whom he was only supposed to have 2 inches on. Now he was even dwarfing the eye creature, who'd been a comparable size to him mere minutes ago. What is this guy? I wondered out loud. Sandu had undoubtedly noticed it as well. I could see his eyes widening in terror at the sight. The creature lowered its head before rushing at Kente horn first. It rammed all 4 of them into his abdomen, managing to dig each one of them an inch deep into his flesh. Kente's roars had also changed. They'd lost any sense of humanity. He was truly in the process of transitioning into a legitimate, bona fide monster. He began drifting away from conventional martial arts. He stuck his fingers out, thrusting 2 of them into the creature's eyes before gouging them out in a bloody, slimy mess. Without giving an inch, he followed up by sinking his teeth into the creature's chest, tearing out chunks of pulsating green flesh. He finished the deadly combination by drilling his knee into the creature's torso eye, taking it out while dissolving his own flesh and blood in the process. As he began to collapse, he grabbed the creature by the neck and took it down with him, putting it into a brutal, one-legged guillotine choke. He exerted so much pressure that its head popped off completely after a few seconds. Ken was starting to look very worried. With blood dripping from his nose, he summoned another portal in which a humanoid squid creature emerged. No use. It was taken out by one swift swipe from Kente, who blitzed it from a one-legged crawl-run hybrid. Oh, was all that Ken managed to get out before being picked up and slammed savagely into the floor. That would have been the end for him as well, had he not summoned another portal underneath his back at the last moment, allowing himself to land on the soft body of some kind of slime creature as opposed to the hard metal. He rolled away, hardly managing to dodge a follow-up stomp that not only decimated the creature, but the floor itself. Now wheezing and bloody all over, Ken looked at Sandu, his face twisted in fearful desperation. No, not at Sandu. He was looking at the kid.
Come on,
he muttered.
I know you can do it.
The kid's expression didn't waver, no spark returning to his frightened eyes. It's hopeless, I thought to myself. Do your memories really flash before your eyes when you think you're about to die? Well, some of them do. The ones worth remembering. An attempt to justify the way that you lived, the decisions that you've made. You come to one daunting realization. You were there, in the midst of the mystery known as life itself. And now, it was all about to fade. As another tear began rolling down the kid's cheeks, I could feel one rolling down my own. Ken sighed.
I know you're scared, but we don't...
Sandu put his... He had a stone-like expression on his face. It's happening. Ken looked confused.
What?
I wasn't quite sure of the answer myself, but I got the gist of it. AJ's body was beginning to visibly vibrate, or something to that effect. It started out slow enough, but seemed to intensify drastically with every passing second. Before long, his body had become a dark, formless, stationary blur. From within that blur, 2 sharp, burning red eyes surfaced. And then, I could feel the floor begin to tremble around me. I couldn't utter out a single word upon encountering the incomprehensible pressure that had just filled the space around me. The kid wasn't himself anymore. I was starting to understand. It wasn't his power that he was having a hard time trying to control. It was something residing inside him. As his metamorphosis continued, he'd become only about a head shorter than Kente. His form was also fluid while remaining solid at the same time, like a floating gaseous form that vaguely resembled a human. Afterwards, his original dark gray color quickly began morphing into a blinding golden light. After about 5 seconds, his dynamic body finally settled on a concrete form. There was only one word I could really use to describe it. A warrior. Tall and lean, with thick flowing hair that extended down to his shoulders. He held a lance seemingly composed of sheer light, along with a complementary shield. He had armor on, albeit minimally, just chest and shoulder plating, along with a pair of knee-length shorts. The potential origin of such an entity was lost on me. The mere presence of it evoked a sense of awe, danger, and beauty all at once. Surprisingly, Kente began smiling at the sight of AJ's transformed state. A bloody ear-to-ear grin devoid of any humanity at all. Looks like the evil's finally come out, he bellowed before bolting at him. AJ's warrior form managed to counter all of Kente's initial attacks before delivering a brutal sequence of his own. He slashed Kente across the stomach, creating a deep gash before impaling him through the torso and smashing him through a metal side beam. Still, I couldn't get too excited. The whole situation seemed oddly familiar. Kente encounters an enemy, initially more formidable than himself, and gets beat down at first, only to end up massacring them in the end, regenerating nearly instantly, while also getting bigger and stronger in the process. We were going up against rapid evolution, which was one of the worst powers you could possibly hope for in an opponent. In any case, it seemed as if AJ was intent on finishing the job early, which was really the only option here. He took his lance and swung it with an inhuman speed, slashing Kente more times than I could possibly count. It was a gruesome sight as blood gushed from every inch of his body, staining the metal beneath him red. AJ went for another stab, but this time, Kente managed to deflect the blow and close the distance between them.
Got you!
He screamed. He was wrong. AJ took his palm and rammed it into Kente's neck, causing him to spit out what looked like a gallon more of blood. AJ then took the butt end of his lance and drilled it into the side of Kente's cheek, puncturing it all the way through. I muttered at the gruesome sight. Of course, Sandu didn't seem too surprised. He'd seen this before. But at the end of the day, the only thing that mattered was getting rid of Kente right then and there. AJ grabbed his lance and pulled it down, creating a massive gash down Kente's cheek, down to his jaw, ripping through his gums and breaking his teeth in the process. But even that wasn't enough. Kente howled like a maniac and managed to grab AJ's neck, ripping a good chunk of his flesh out. AJ reeled but was still able to thrust the lance straight through Kente's torso once again. Still not enough. Kente swiped at AJ's head, twisting it around completely. At that moment, I was sure he was dead, but Sandu didn't seem all too worried yet. Another blinding flash of light burst from AJ's body before he seemingly morphed again, taking on a new form entirely. This time, he resembled an archer atop an armored horse, still with the golden aura surrounding himself. I remembered something. Each void had an official description assigned to it for database purposes. Most of them were a few paragraphs long, save for AJ's. His was short and vague, containing only one short phrase: the warrior spirit. I never knew what to make of it before, but I was starting to understand now. AJ directed a flurry of arrows at Kente, sticking him with about 6 of them. However, that form was also quickly obliterated as Kente dragged him down from the horse and stomped on his head like a watermelon. Another flash of light. This time I closed my eyes. Upon the death of one form, he began cycling through others, manifesting into various warriors from throughout history. A hulking, powerful Viking, a skilled, relentless Zulu warrior, a fast, unyielding samurai, etc. With each transformation, he dealt Kente more and more damage, but that was the problem. Kente just kept getting stronger as a result, and AJ couldn't seem to finish the job. After 5 cycles, Kente was bordering on the sides of a house, with his veins resembling steel pipes. He picked up another of AJ's warrior forms by the neck and began taunting him.
I know evil. I've seen it, and I'll never lose to it.
Using a single arm, he lifted him up and slammed him into the ground.
Years of destruction and rebirth, forced evolution, surviving the abyss that lies before death over and over and over again, until enlightenment is forced onto you.
To the uninitiated ear, that might have sounded like the ramblings of a madman, but to me, it yielded a daunting realization. Sandu recognized it as well. I could see the horror in his eyes. Throughout history, humans have done too many cruel things to each other to possibly count, and for what reason? That list is unending. But even among the dark sea of bloodshed, warfare, and torture, there's one brutal practice that stands out from the rest. The true origins of it are a mystery, both in date and location. Some believe it was developed by the Aztecs, some by the Spartans. Mongols, Ming Dynasty, Romans, Nazi Germany, some even claim that some modern militaries still made use of this practice. The only thing that we know for sure is that it existed, and it sounded horrific. I'm sure it goes by a lot of names, but the one given to it by the government is the evolution ritual. In my opinion, that name doesn't do its sheer brutality justice. I'll try to paint a picture. Imagine an empty, medium-sized concrete room devoid of any windows, illuminated only by a few dim light bulbs above. Fill that room with about 25 to 50 men, specifically selected due to their exceptional combat prowess. Fighters, soldiers, mercenaries, etc. Now seal off all the exits and inform the subjects that only the last man standing will be afforded the right to leave. Leave them to fight to the death. Conduct hundreds or however many of these death matches at once. Next, divide the winners into smaller groups and repeat the process until only the last man among hundreds, or possibly thousands, are left. Next, seal those men off into a dark, confined space for 50 days. No food, water, or any kind of stimulus. The ones that manage to survive all of this are the successes. The conjecture went as follows. If an individual's mind and body managed to endure such a torturous gauntlet, they would have eclipsed some kind of threshold, undergone some type of rapid evolution. These were the men with exceptional latent potential, the ones who possessed something more than conventional strength and willpower. Under such drastic circumstances, their minds will have tapped into a reservoir of power beyond human physical and mental limitations. I'm gleaming over some details, of course, but that's the gist of it. Sounded like BS science to me, but hey, what do I really know at this point? Sandu and I learned about the existence of this ritual following an internal breach of information that was even classified for us. We also learned that sometime after World War II, a unit of soldiers and intelligence officers came across the aftermath of one of these rituals in a large, remote, and decrepit building somewhere in the Thar Desert after the White House received some kind of obscure message containing a pair of coordinates. Inside, there were upwards of 1,100 human skeletons, all scattered throughout various rooms in the structure. The strange part? There was a set of small chambers at the center of the building where 6 emaciated, horribly scarred men were shackled to the walls. However, while certainly dead, they hadn't even begun decomposing yet. Well, except for one, that is. One man was still alive. This mysterious figure was dubbed the Unkillable Man. To this day, we have no idea what kind of organization conducted the ritual or who sent the coordinates, and the biggest question, why? I'm getting off topic here, though. We also couldn't figure out who this mysterious Unkillable Man might be, and although it was by no means definitive, we now had a clue. Before AJ could get another word out, Kente killed him again. By this point, I'd regained some movement in my limbs, which allowed me to crawl over to Ken and Sandu, who was now certainly looking worried.
Sandu, how many transformations can the kid go through?
He just shook his head. It looked as if he knew the answer but didn't want to say it. I looked over, watching as the kid, who now became some kind of centurion, tried desperately to put Kente down. Now, I'm not sure if the kid was getting weaker or if Kente was just getting way too strong, but the problem was obvious here. At that point, the kid was only delaying the inevitable. Something else needed to happen soon or we were done for.
I know what happens when he gets pushed to his limits,
Sandu spoke up.
What he's really scared of. If that happens, then...
He trailed off for a moment.
I don't want it to happen. I thought this was going to be enough.
I don't like the sound of that, Ken muttered. Kente killed the centurion by strangling it. This time, the kid transformed into a hulking Templar knight. I could see Sandu visibly gulp.
That's it, he said. This is the form he takes before everything goes to shit. If Kente kills this one, then... God, I messed up.
At that point, Kente had become so durable that the kid's attacks hardly fazed him, yet he didn't even attempt to stand down. I suppose that was the so-called warrior spirit, fighting even in the face of impossible odds. At the same time, all we could really do was watch. But before the two could engage in their penultimate clash, we could hear whistling from just behind them. Everybody turned around at once, seeing Nassar casually strolling toward us.
Wow, when did you get so big?
He said, his eyes wide in awe.
Have you become evil as well?
Kente growled. Nassar put his hands up in a defensive gesture.
I'm just here to have fun, big guy.
What does that mean? Almost like in answer to his question, we could hear a set of booming footsteps approaching. From behind Kente, a colossal figure was barreling towards us. The Titan had arrived, and from the way that Nassar was grinning, I could only assume that he was the one that released it. As primal logic would dictate, the Titan went after the biggest guy in the area. Kente, who was now around the same size as the Titan, crouched into a defensive position.
I won't let evil...
he was cut short by an abrupt headbutt. For such a big thing, the Titan was disturbingly fast. Their exchange was short but utterly brutal. The Titan slashed at Kentei's chest, tearing a large gash through it. Kentei strikes the Titan's jaw, dislocating it. The Titan rips off Kentei's left trapezius muscle. Kentei gouges all of the Titan's eyes out. The Titan crushes Kentei's right hand while swinging blindly. Kentei drills his fist into the Titan's crotch area, demolishing its goods. In a fit of blind rage, the Titan grabs Kentei's head and slams it into the wall, planting it deep before dragging it along and tearing it through the metal like butter. Kentei grabs the Titan's head from behind and drags it down hard, causing the bones in its neck to snap, piercing through its flesh. I could have sworn Kentei had grown 3 feet from that exchange alone. As he tossed the Titan aside, he looked back at us, half of his face now torn to the skull. Nisar looked like he was about to pass out from excitement.
Fuck yeah!
He shouted, jumping up and down.
That was fucking awesome!
Kentei silenced him with one punch, essentially vaporizing him. There wasn't much hope before, but there was even less now. Sandu's warning had been vague, but I was doubtful it was any kind of exaggeration. The kid readied his sword, a vain effort considering the fact that he was about to go down. And then we were all screwed. Or so I thought. The time that the Titan had bought us was about to prove more than valuable. As Kentei prepared a blow that would likely finish the kid on the spot, a stream of projectiles hit his face, causing him to flinch just slightly. I turned to face who'd done it, and to my surprise, it was Bella. For one reason or another, the bloody painter was back.
You!
Kentei roared. Ken was happy to see her, of course.
You came back,
he began, before his face dropped. But now, you're gonna die.
Have some faith in me, won't you? I wouldn't be here if I didn't have a plan.
A plan? Kale suddenly appeared from behind her.
Well, I guess you can call it a plan. Didn't have much time to put it together, though.
In any case, we were hardly in a position to protest. Kentei barreled past the kid, nearly foaming at the mouth as he rushed Bella with overwhelming killing intent on his face. I'd like to say that Bella looked unfazed herself, but that was far from the truth. She narrowly dodged his tackle, hardly looking calm and collected in the process. Kale attacked Kentei from behind, attempting to sink his teeth into his skin. His fangs broke immediately upon it.
Fuck this,
he said before being tossed into a wall. However, he managed to distract Kentei long enough for Bella to make a move, running to an adjacent, intersecting hall and looking down it.
Shit!
She said before looking back at us.
Distract him. 30 seconds, that's all I need.
30 seconds might as well have been an hour. Before Kentei could rush back towards Bella, Ken stepped forward, forming a couple of portals on the ground, in which 2 crocodile-like creatures emerged from. They were destroyed in 4 seconds. The kid went after Kentei next, which posed another problem.
No!
Sandu shouted.
Don't let AJ get near him!
Kale groaned, pulling himself back up.
Well, all right.
He jumped in between Kentei and the kid, pushing the latter backwards before blocking a punch from the former with his arm. The arm was obliterated as he was launched back once again, but he managed to buy about 3 seconds while doing so. Ken opened up 3 more portals, blood now pouring like a fountain from his eyes, nose, and temple.
God damn it,
he mumbled, shaking as he forced his ability to the limit. But then he smiled.
I guess I trust you, though.
2 of his creatures attacked Kentei, while the other one kept the kid occupied. That move managed to waste another 7 seconds. I looked back over at Bella. She was holding up 10 fingers. 9, 8. But Kentei was already on the move. He'd reached her in 3 seconds. To tell you the truth, I can't say I've done a lot of heroic things in my life. Sure, I stood up for a kid when he was being bullied back in the 4th grade, intimidated a guy out of breaking into a parked car once, broke up 2 bar fights before, but nothing that had actually put my life on the line. Truth be told, I was never really willing to do so. I'm sure it's a sentiment shared by most. And it begs the question, if you knew that your inactivity would lead to death regardless, would it really count as heroic in the end? But knowing that I didn't have much time to think, these thoughts were racing through my head as my feet were already moving.
Hey, asshole!
I screamed. As I got within about a meter of him, Kentei turned to face me. I nearly shit my pants on the spot. I had no plan, no set strategy. I wasn't even planning on throwing a strike. That would have been pointless anyway. There was also no way that I was going to block or dodge any of his attacks. I suppose that right there and then, I was fully prepared to die. Maybe I hadn't even realized it myself. But then, The luckiest thing that had ever happened to me happened right then and there. I always prided myself on having good balance, rarely skidded an inch, never swayed on boats or trains, always pretty good at sports. However, in that moment, I slipped on a patch of blood, and by some miracle, it came at the exact moment Kente's fist was about to connect with my face. Instead of my skull being pulverized, his knuckle only grazed the side of my cheek, ripping a large gash through it as he did so. Sure, it hurt like hell, and I wasn't going to be talking to any girls for a while, but I'd managed to buy enough time. Bella shot another stream of blades at the back of Kente's head, turning his attention away from me. The next few moments went rather slowly in my head. I watched as Kente darted forward in a flash while Bella scrambled like hell out of the way. As she was doing so, a figure had stepped out of the adjacent hall behind her. I didn't need to wonder who it was. His move spoke for himself. It was the dancing guy, shuffling cheerfully along. Kente himself even hesitated for a moment, but it was too late for him. As they collided, the dancing guy's MP3 flew out of his hand. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The dancer froze in place for what must have been 10 seconds. During that time, even Kente couldn't bring himself to move. It was the calm before the storm. For a split second, the dancer's expression contorted into something that I'll likely never be able to get out of my head. It was an indescribable look of sheer and otherworldly rage. I blinked once, and when my eyes opened back up, I was met with a wall of red mist and flying limbs. One of Kente's oversized arms even flew at me, nearly dislocating my shoulder as it did so. The man we'd previously deemed an immovable and unsurmountable wall had been demolished in less than a second. Now dripping in blood, the dancer strolled over to his fallen music player and plugged it back in. All of us watched in stunned silence as he shuffled off and out of sight towards the opposite hall. Kale was the first one to speak up afterwards.
I'll be honest, I was 99% sure that wasn't gonna work.
Bella let out a laugh of half relief, half disbelief. I looked over to the kid, who was still in his knight's form. However, he looked confused, almost as if his reason for existing had suddenly vanished. Soon enough, he reverted back to his original human state. AJ fell to his knees, coughing up blood in between sobs. Sandu quickly rushed over in order to tend to him. Is everything done? I thought to myself. Save for Clint, TFE and H was dead. So were all the voids, except for the dancer and the still contained Calamity.
Fucking hell.
I let out a slight chuckle, hardly able to believe it myself.
I guess so. How's Hugo?
Kale shrugged.
I guess some things can't be helped. I gave him a good send-off, though.
In the meantime, Bella was talking to Ken.
I'd help you out, but...
she said, wiping some of the blood off of his face, which was entirely covered with it.
I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, it's more of an internal pain. Looks kind of badass, though, doesn't it?
Looks kind of gross, actually.
They both laughed.
That was great, what you did there.
Let's call it lucky. Thanks for trusting me there, though.
Thanks for coming back. I really appreciate...
Oh, shut up. You guilt-tripped me into it, you asshole.
Before he could speak again, she pulled him in for a kiss. Not wanting to make things awkward, I directed my attention back at AJ, who was beginning to settle down.
He all right?
I asked Sandu as I walked over. In place of a response, he simply got up and hugged me.
I owe you. A bit longer, and we'd all be...
His voice began trembling.
It's all right, buddy,
I said.
Don't worry about it. At least it's over now.
He let go of me and looked at everyone else.
I owe all of you. About time I did something good for once.
Ken responded. Bella sighed before smiling.
Yeah, same.
That dickhead killed the first friend I'd made in a long time,
Kale added.
He had it coming.
A period of silence followed, as we all began coming to terms with the events that had transpired. Not the easiest task.
Aw, how touching.
A familiar but completely annoying voice reverberated from behind me. I knew I'd forgotten about something. I turned around, seeing Adrian standing right there, wearing his signature stupid, smug smirk.
Who the fuck is this?
Kale blurted out. Adrian ignored his question, looking over at the kid instead.
That's a cool ability you got there, he said. You know where it'd come in real handy?
Oh no, I thought. Please don't say it.
His grin grew even wider. The evisceration matches.
How did we get here? At that moment, it was all I could think about.
As fun as this all has been, and it certainly has. Jeez.
Adrian laughed to himself.
I almost forgot what I came here for. This coke is deadly sometimes.
There's no way. Don't even say it. Sandu cut him off. Adrian raised a brow.
Yeah, is that so? Look, I get this whole guardian protector role you're trying to play here. It's commendable, really. And I'm sure the kid's been through a lot, but...
His lips curled into a malicious grin.
I've been through a lot as well. You know what I've learned? This kid's gonna croak if he keeps hanging out with you. He's strong, sure, but he can get a lot stronger. You guys got lucky against Kente. It won't happen every time. You don't want that, do you? You literally want to send him off to death fights on some godforsaken planet. What are you talking about?
I interjected. Adrian groaned.
Oh, why don't you just shut up? Just shut the fuck up!
As much as I hated to admit it, the sound of him raising his voice caused me to go quiet. There was a powerful aura surrounding him, like a switch in his demeanor that would flip instantly and aggressively. In all honesty, my will simply wasn't strong enough to challenge him any further. Out of everybody there, I certainly was the weakest.
Look,
Ken said, stepping forward.
I have no idea where you crawled out from, but we kind of went through a lot just now trying to protect the kid. We're not going to let him go just like that.
Adrian clicked his tongue.
I don't like getting my hands dirty, but...
He moved in a flash, rushing towards Sandu with startling velocity. However, his strike was intercepted by Kale at the last moment.
Shit!
Kale muttered, holding Adrian's fist back.
How is this guy strong as well?
Adrian struggled for a moment before breaking Kale's wrist and slamming a palm into his jaw. He went back at Sandu, only to be stopped again by a stream of blades from Bella, shredding his right arm as he blocked it.
Why are you people so hung up over this kid anyway? Are you an idiot? What kind of question is that?
Ken said, stepping forward. With his caked-in, dry blood, he looked as if he was about to pass out at any moment. Still, he offered a challenge.
I couldn't live with myself if I let a freak like you get near him,
he said, before opening up another portal.
This guy's one of my favorites. Glad he's still around for you.
A massive skeleton with bits of charred flesh dangling off its oversized bones emerged from the portal. It revved up an equally oversized chainsaw before charging at Adrian.
What the fuck?
He barely got the words out before he was forced to evade certain decapitation. He bobbed and weaved away from the devastating blades before eventually taking a few nasty cuts. At the same time, Kale was back on his feet, giving Adrian further trouble on top of it all. Bella soon joined in, forcing his back against the wall.
Fuck!
He spat before leaping into the air and obliterating a good portion of the skeleton's skull with an elbow strike. It's not enough. The skeleton grabbed him by the neck and thrashed him onto the floor. As he struggled to pull himself up, Kale swooped in and knocked him back down.
About time to give up, don't you think?
He grinned. Adrian spat out a good amount of blood.
You really don't want that.
He bolted up, drilling his head into Kale's chin before launching himself headfirst at the skeleton's torso.
I figured it out!
He screamed.
I just need to get rid of your fucking arms!
He did just that, snapping both of the skeleton's elbows at the joints, causing it to drop the chainsaw. He was about to go for the killing blow when a stream of Bella's shards hit one of his eyes, blinding him.
Fucking bitch!
He shouted. The skeleton capitalized on the momentary distraction, kicking him into a wall. Safe to say, things were not going Adrian's way. He looked up as Kale, Bella, and the skeleton began converging on him all at once, his expression still rife with frenetic, concentrated rage. However, it didn't linger. Soon enough, he began smiling.
Okay, all right,
he said, holding up a hand.
You can't say this was a fair fight, but you got me. Damn, I thought I was tougher than this.
He stood up, the grin still plastered across his face.
I guess time for plan B.
What the hell does that mean? Ken asked.
Well, I gave you a hint. You're not going to like this.
From his pocket, he pulled out some kind of clunky switch wrapped in a mess of wires.
I'm releasing the big boy, the Calamity.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Kale began stepping forward, but Adrian held his hand out.
You're nowhere near fast enough to get to me in time.
He suddenly looked over to Bella, who was visibly itching to spray him with some more blades.
You two? Don't even fucking try it.
Don't you know how stupid of an idea this is? Ken said. Okay, Prof. Lecture me some more. I mean, you guys brought this onto yourselves. I had a simple request. He let out another insane laugh before abruptly going serious. Last chance. I mean it. Nobody moved. In fact, nobody said anything at all. We were all at a loss for what to do. How could you have figured out how to release it? Ken finally spoke up. You're bluffing. Yeah? Well, you're pretty fucking annoying. He flipped the switch before dropping it on the ground. I'm a fucking genius, he said. I can do anything. As Adrian continued to grin with malicious anticipation, the rest of us waited in tense silence for what felt like 5 minutes, but nothing happened. Ken broke the silence. You know, when people bluff, they usually don't go this far. Adrian's face contorted into a confused rage. Give me a fucking break, he spat out. All this work for nothing? He took a glance over his shoulder. Nah, this is bullshit. I'm not an idiot. Like a bat out of hell, he took off down the opposing corridor. He's checking the panel, Ken said. That's right. I thought to myself. The panel was the only real way we could confirm whether or not he was really bluffing. Truth be told, none of us had any idea what the calamity could have been. We all just assumed it was going to be some colossal monstrosity of a creature that was going to be bent on imminent destruction following its release. But we didn't know. Perhaps the danger it posed was more esoteric, something non-direct. We should go see for ourselves, I spoke up. At this point, whatever happens is going to happen. It didn't take too much convincing. Ken created another portal, pulling the skeleton back through it. With a fog of demise looming in the air around us, the 6 of us began making our way. The only thing left to do was to confirm our fate. When we got to the panel, we were met with an unfavorable sight. The light was yellow. Escape in progress. Not only that, but a trap door had opened up in the floor to the side, with a set of stairs leading down it. Adrian was right there, leering down into it. What'd I tell you? He said. I'm not an idiot. Well, what the hell are we gonna do now? Ken asked. Go down there, and then what? Tame it or something? Tame it? Die? Well, we'll see what happens. It's not like it matters anymore, unless you want to give me the kid. Sandu didn't budge. Adrian scoffed. I'll be honest, I was planning on releasing this thing regardless. You can't just keep something like this all locked up, you know? His remaining eye was wide with excitement as he said it. He looked back at the trapdoor. The great unknown, huh? He muttered before bolting down the stairs. Should we have stopped him? Kale asked, as Adrian disappeared into whatever abyss was waiting for him. I don't know, Ken responded. Would there have been a point? A long period of silence followed. It could have been an hour, maybe close to 2, but regardless of the time, nothing happened. No giant creature bursting out from the floor, no portal sucking us into hell. Well, one thing did change. The light on the panel turned from yellow to red. The calamity had escaped. But that happened a while ago. Adrian never even came up. Safe to say, we were at a loss for any kind of explanation. So what now? Do we leave, or... It feels weird leaving it like this, doesn't it? Kale said. I guess. Ken added. Don't really know where else to go from here, though. Well, there is one option, I said. It was an instinctive outburst, something I was hardly thinking about myself. Yeah, and what is that? I gestured towards the open door. We could go down and see what happened for ourselves. Ken blinked a few times in disbelief. Are you fucked in the head? Was I? It was a fleeting thought. Aren't you curious? I asked. About what they've been trying to contain this whole time? Ken laughed. Well, I never wanted to be here in the first place, so it really doesn't matter to me. But if you want to go, then make it quick. I'm sure this place won't be quiet for much longer. I stopped myself for a second. Is this really what I want? I thought to myself. I didn't really know, yet there was some kind of strange impulse driving me forward. Maybe there was never a calamity in the first place. Kale spoke up. What if it was just a scare tactic? That theory could have held some weight, but it didn't answer the question of what the hell happened to Adrian. Well, it exists all right. A new voice came from behind us. We all turned around, already on edge from everything that had happened before. But it was Clint, still bloody and beaten from his bout with the warden. Clint? Ken grinned at him. Jeez, you're still alive? Nassar and I made a bet about whether or not you were going to survive. I can't really collect now since he's dead, though. Yeah? Clint smiled back. How much did you put on me? About 600. God, I'm offended. Don't you have any faith in me, buddy? I know you're a high roller. At least in Vegas. You know, that's great that you guys are friends and all. Kale interrupted. But what the hell were you saying about the calamity? I'll tell you, but first you gotta tell me something. Who the hell opened up that door? This crazy fucking guy. I don't think you know him. I responded. And he's down there, right now? I nodded. Clint's expression turned dead serious. God damn it. He muttered. He drew a handgun from his belt and began rapidly descending the stairs. The rest of us looked at each other in confusion before quickly following after him. It was a longer journey than I had anticipated. It really begged the question of why such a lengthy set of stairs was constructed in the first place. Once we got down there, we found ourselves in some kind of laboratory, with dusty monitors and haphazard stacks of documents strewn everywhere. At the very end of the lab was a metal door that was wide open. We could see Adrian standing inside the room that it led into. I couldn't really tell what he was doing at first. It kind of just looked like he was standing still. And then I realized that's all he was doing. He paid no attention to us. He was simply staring ahead, although I couldn't quite see what he was staring at. At first, that is. Whatever you do not look inside that damn room, Clint shouted at us. He said it just a little bit too late. I don't know how I can describe what I was seeing. On the surface, it's simple. There was a monitor. Adrian was simply staring at a monitor. But what was on that monitor was tougher to explain. It was an amalgamation of incomprehensible shapes and figures, shifting and moving in ways completely alien to human perception. And then there were the colors. Colors I'd never seen before in my life. Colors that I'm pretty sure didn't exist. In that moment, I could feel my mind fading, my sense of self dissolving into the void. I was utterly transfixed on whatever the hell was on that monitor. I could feel some kind of strange pleasure overwhelming my senses, but at the same time, I was trying my absolute hardest to look away. My emotions were utterly conflicted, which only worsened the already perplexing situation. I was eventually snapped out of it after some unknown duration. I remember jumping at the sounds of multiple gunshots before feeling a debilitating migraine and experiencing fleeting moments of blindness. I bent over in pain before blinking a few times and looking back up to see Clint carrying Adrian's limp, bullet-ridden body with the door to the room now shut behind him. As soon as he was done with that, he pressed his back against the wall, eyes wide and breathing heavily like a child who'd just seen a ghost. What the hell was that all about? What the fuck is wrong with you? Ken asked him. I guess nobody else had gotten a glimpse of the monitor, because they wouldn't have been asking that. That was the calamity, wasn't it? I said, still mentally reeling from the experience. Clint looked at me and nodded. What? I could barely get the question out, but Clint answered regardless. Some things don't have answers. All that I know is that somewhere out there, in the vast expanse above us, there's something that we were never meant to see. Something that we cannot cross paths with. But if it's up there, then we shouldn't have to worry about it, right? What's with all this, and why the hell are we monitoring it? I asked. Clint sighed. Here's the thing. As soon as we found out about its existence, it found out about ours. In a way, we're linked to it. Every second that a human eye perceives that thing, it reciprocates that attention. If somebody looks at it for too long, then they're pretty much inviting it right over to us. I could hardly respond to this. I guess I should tell you all this part as well. He continued. It's already coming towards us. Best ETA puts it at around 19,000 years away. But after today, it's probably a lot closer now. He looked down at Adrian. This asshole just shortened humanity's lifespan by a couple thousand years. And then he looked up at me. I saw you looking as well, he said. Lucky I snapped you out of it before you went insane. You probably just cost us about 50 years as well. Okay, Kel spoke up. Not that I'm following any of this, but how are we stopping this thing from arriving? Clint let out a dry laugh. That's what they keep trying to figure out. Why they built this lab in the first place. It's funny, though. All of their research probably just brought it closer. Huh, Ken said. So, that's the deal with the Calamity? It wouldn't have been my first guess. Yeah, pretty whack shit, Clint said as he got up. Well, we better get the hell out of here. This place is about to be swarmed. Sure, but where the hell would we go? The moment we try getting off this island, we're getting shot at. Maybe it's better to take our chances here and explain the situation, Kale said. No fucking way we're staying here. Sandu, Ken, and Bella responded in unison. We better figure something out soon. Getting out of here is going to be tough, though. It's gonna be impossible. What? The island's already surrounded, and the cavalry's ready to pounce on any stragglers. They know about everybody who is supposed to be in here, and they're gonna hunt down the ones who don't get accounted for. He paused for a moment. In other words, you guys would be fucked. And then he grinned. If I wasn't here. He took out a bizarre-looking cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, I'm done. He spoke into it. Come and pick me up. Before we could ask any questions, a small blue portal opened up in the ground a few meters away from us. So you can do it too, huh? Ken said. Yes, sir. Clint responded. But there's no monsters coming out of this one. Moments later, a well-built man with a heavy mass of a beard who looked to be in his late 20s popped out. What the hell, Clint? Where's your own fucking transporter? Warden broke it. The man laughed. Oh, right. Well, how was that, by the way? What do you think, Pete? I almost died. I'm surprised you made it out at all. The warden's a tough bastard, and you brought company, huh? He looked over at each of us before gesturing towards the portal. Well, don't be scared. Jump in. There were a few more objections, of course, mostly from Kale and I. Kale was still clinging on to his identity as some reprehensible criminal who belonged in this place, while I was shitting myself at the prospect of jumping into some blue hole in the ground. However, everybody else was raring to go. I suppose they all had their reasons. The kid looked as if he was about to pass out, but he really didn't have a say in the matter. Sandu was just trying to get him the hell away from this place. I only ended up jumping in when I heard the sound of boots on metal above us. I'm not quite sure how to describe my journey through the portal. Disorienting, I guess? But at that point, my senses had become pretty dulled anyway. We were transported to the top of a metal tower overlooking some desert-like expanse. The surface was crawling with ghastly creatures that looked to be some kind of coyote-scorpion hybrid, and they sure as hell were aggressive, constantly attacking and ripping apart and cannibalizing each other. At the edge of the platform we were on, there was a sniper rifle mounted with a stool at the bottom. There were also empty boxes of snack cakes and beef jerky packets strewn across the floor. Why are you hanging out in this dump? Clint asked him, looking disgusted at the sight below. Target practice, Pete responded. Remember the guy we were supposed to kill in Paradise X? Couldn't hit him for shit, and then I nearly got my dick chopped off? Hold on, are you just not gonna explain where the fuck we are? Kale interrupted, sounding somewhat exasperated. Well, I mean, I thought what just happened was pretty obvious, Pete responded. We hopped to another dimension. Congrats, you're a jumper now. A jumper? Didn't Adrian say something about that? So, where do you want to go next? Clint asked. What do you mean? Ken spoke up. Like, to another dimension? Clint nodded. Well, I mean, I thought we were... Geez, Ken, I thought you'd be a little more adventurous than that. Ken sighed. I don't know, I make my way around Earth pretty well, you know? I'm down, Bella said, causing Ken to whip his head around. Are you serious? I'll follow you anywhere, Bella said mockingly. Ken chuckled somewhat nervously. I never said that. Maybe it was similar, but it wasn't that lame. Whatever. Bella continued, walking towards Clint and Pete. Ken hesitated for a few more moments before ultimately relenting. Jeez, he said. This is fucked up. What about you, vampire? Clint looked at Kale. I'm not sure, he responded. I think a vacation's more than I deserve. Clint continued. So you still think rotting away in a prison's gonna do anybody any good? Well, I'll tell you something that might pique your interest.
There's a planet named Gehenna out in an area called the Dark Zone. There's no rules there, no interdimensional government that has jurisdiction over it, and any task force they send gets obliterated. And trust me, there's some bad shit happening to innocent beings over there. Shit that makes your blood boil just thinking about it. It can't be helped, I guess. Nobody's coming to take out the bad guys and stop the suffering. He looked Kale dead in the eye. Look, you're not the strongest, but you're strong enough to make a difference. Not to mention, you can get even stronger. Don't waste your life. Go and help those people. There's a militia of vigilantes called the Deliverance pushing back against the gangs and traffickers controlling that place. We can get you over there, and then you can go find them. Join them. And tell them I sent you. It took a moment, but Kale ultimately relented to the proposition. Even though he was acting reluctant, I could tell that he was glad. He had a purpose once again. Now, Clint said, turning to face us, what do we do with you guys? AJ still looked terrified as he clung on to Sandu. Geez, Clint, Pete said as he fired another sniper bullet down into the mass of creatures. You're getting kids caught up in your messes as well? Sandu sighed. Look, I appreciate you getting us out of there, but we need to go back. Clint and I both raised an eyebrow. What? They'll track you guys down for sure. That's a terrible idea. Maybe so, but it's out of my hands. I have one more thing I need to figure out. He looked at AJ. One more thing I need to figure out. For his sake. Trust me. Clint sighed. Fair enough. Well, you want me to come along? I asked. Sandu smiled at me. Nah, this is something we need to do on our own. Well, I responded, it's been a ride, man. It felt weird saying bye to him like this. Yeah, it sure has. But if things work out, you'll definitely see me again. And just like that, everything had been settled. Sandu and AJ were headed back to Earth. Their exact destination, well, I'd rather not say on here. Kale was headed to Gehenna in order to join the Deliverance. Pete stayed in the desert planet in order to continue his shooting. Once Clint had fixed his transporter, him, Ken, and Bella went off to God knows where. Well, to be more accurate, I went with them as well, but things got complicated pretty quickly and we got separated. So, where am I now? That's a long story for another time. But I think things will work out in the end. At least, I hope they do. The Things in the Woods, a compilation of creepypasta and no-sleep stories. Because you are my baby. My mother had the most beautiful teeth. Her teeth are my first memory. I remember them, long and white, and bared in a ferocious grin, shining under the full moon as she told me a story. Not a fairy tale or picture book, but my story. The story of how I'd come to her. Or rather, how she'd come to me. When I was very small, too small to remember anything at all, my mother stole me from a man and took me to live in the forest. She stole me not as an act of love, but as an act of revenge. Though I was desperate to know, she never told me what needed avenging. One night, I finally asked, "Why won't you tell me?"
Because you are my baby,
she whispered in her low, wet voice. She stroked my face with long fingers. Her teeth glittered under the stars, rich and pale as polished ivory.
My baby will never hear, or see, or know the cruelties that haunt me.
Cruelty was not the only thing my mother knew that I did not, although it was the only thing she refused to teach me. My mother tried very hard to teach me everything else she knew. Unfortunately, I was a very poor pupil indeed. My mother was a remarkable huntress. She felled elk and bear effortlessly. Sometimes she slid into the lake without so much as a ripple and returned hours later with a monstrous fish clamped in her jaws. Because hunting came so easily to her, Mother expected me to learn quickly.
Men hunt,
she hissed.
They have always hunted. So shall you.
But I could not hunt. Not like her. My soft, small fingers were no match for her lethal claws. My clumsy little body, somehow so susceptible to both heat and cold, trailed after her whip-like predator's form. Mother caught deer and foxes with her beautiful teeth, striking from the shadows like a snake. By contrast, my dull teeth could not even crush rabbit bones. I persevered, but did not improve. One night, while Mother snaked through the shadows, communing with trees and evading the dark things prowling the night, I curled up and wept. She found me that way, weak and weeping. I covered my eyes and held my breath. I knew it was useless. Mother could hear my heartbeat from the other side of the hill, so surely she knew I was crying, but that small scrap of pride was all I had. Mother stood there for a long while. Then she crept forward and covered me with fresh leaves before lying beside me.
I will feed you always,
she whispered.
Because you are my baby.
In addition to hunting, my mother was a phenomenal creator of shelters. Sometimes she lived within the earth, snaking through loam and tree roots, like treasure-hoarding dragons of old. Sometimes she lived in the trees. Many nights I watched in awe as her bones elongated and tore through her rough skin, stretching upward to twist among the branches like an ancient spider god. I would wait patiently, sometimes for hours, as Mother communed with the spirits buried in the roots. And sometimes she lived in the shadows, creeping through the darkness to flush out food and threat alike. So, Mother tried to teach me to dig burrows, but I could not dig like her. I was too small, and too soft, and far too frightened of bugs and moles that tunneled through the earth. So she tried to teach me to live along the tree branches, to rest and listen as the redwoods murmured the long, strange histories of the earth. But my bones could not stretch like Mother's. I could not twist my arms to match the branches. My skin could not interlock with the tree bark, and my blood was too sluggish to melt into the sap. So Mother tried to teach me to live in the shadows. But the darkness terrified me. Every night I hid and wept, imagining the legs of centipedes crawling along my skin. All the night creatures reveled in my fear. Owls swooped down to taunt me, and bats torpedoed toward me, giggling in their shrill, squeaking voices until Mother slapped them out of the sky. Finally, Mother realized the futility of these lessons, so she dug a deep burrow just for me. She lined it with leaves and slurped the worms and roaches from the walls. When she finished, I burst into tears.
Why do you weep?
She rasped. Because you do everything for me. I knew the laws of forest creatures and their young. Young that were weak were killed in the nest. Young that could not learn to fend for themselves were abandoned to die. I was weak and soft and coated in terrible, ugly scars. Why do you do everything for me? Mother snaked forward, long, large hands sinking into the earth. She curled around me and pulled me close.
Because you are my baby.
Mother did not always live in the burrow with me. She roamed the mountains. She burrowed with moles, slithered with snakes, and grazed with elk, hunted with wolves, and stood with trees. When I was very small, I thought she ate the forest. But it was not that simple. She protected it, and in return, it sustained her.
My heart,
she told me one rainy night,
is the forest, so this is how it must be.
As I grew older, I developed rudimentary survival skills. I shied away from hunting big game, elk and deer, bears and boar, because I did not protect the forest. I gave it nothing, I only took. So I took as little as I could. I trapped rabbits, fished the streams, and ate the wild berries. I dared take nothing else. Once I could reliably feed myself, Mother stayed away for long stretches, hours, then days, and then finally weeks. I missed her terribly, with a deep, panicky ache. I confronted her about it one balmy spring evening. "You leave me more and more," I accused. "Soon you'll leave me forever."
"Never,"
she murmured. A breeze twined around us, raising goose flesh on my skin and rippling her long white hair.
"I will never leave you."
"But you do!"
I screamed.
"You already do!"
"Before you came, I lived among the trees, listened to their warnings. I slept in the warm earth as worms and centipedes nibbled my skin. I spent many of your lifetimes within the forest, little one. So many lives at a time that I forgot my own name. I do not leave you. I have left the forest for you."
"I didn't come here," I sobbed. "You took me."
"I did. So I will never leave you. When you think I've left, silence yourself and listen. Listen for me the way I listen for the trees, the animals, the stars. If you are silent and you are sincere, you will hear me."
And then she left. Fury and jealousy seared my heart like a wildfire. She insulted me. She humiliated me. And after all that, she left me. Left me for centipedes and wolves and those stupid, chittering bats.
"I don't need you!"
An owl hooted angrily in response.
"I don't need you at all!"
Then I ran from my burrow, as the earthen door materialized before me, nodding with flowers and wild grasses. Anger swelled inside of me. It possessed me. This wild ball of misery born of my own endless fear and inadequacy. It spoke to me. "Why should you return to the burrow?" it asked. Why indeed? It wasn't mine. It was Mother's. The entire forest belonged to Mother. Without her, the forest would have consumed me long ago. So I turned away from the burrow and kept running. I'll find the end of the forest, I decided. I will leave it once and for all. I ran for days, in the process treating the forest with contempt. I stripped the trees of their leaves to make nightly beds. I threw rocks at birds and rabbits. I uprooted bushes and stripped entire groves of their berries, eating until I threw up from sheer excess. And then I ate again. Not out of hunger, not out of any need, but out of malice. And one day, long after spring faded into summer, in a verdant explosion of heat and greenery, I heard voices. I froze immediately. The only voice I knew was Mother's. Wet and low and earthy, rib-shaking whisper. These voices were nothing like Mother's. They were high and somehow infantile, with strange, shrill notes. These voices were like mine. Trembling, I dropped low and crept through the underbrush. Sun-warmed leaves brushed against my face, smooth but painfully crisp. The sun was taking its toll on them. I snaked over the ground, pretending I was Mother, slipping through the forest like an invisible snake. I reached a break in the trees and peered through. In a small clearing were 4 creatures. They had pale skin and wore heavy clothing that looked suffocating. Their hands were small and soft, their faces were smooth and baby-like, somehow half-formed, wide-eyed and rounded, with soft noses and plump flesh. I touched my face, flat and smooth, and looked down at myself, mud-streaked, deeply tanned, and marked with a hideous mass of scars, but still soft and hairless, small, weak. There was no mistaking it. These things in the woods, these overdressed, half-formed beings with small teeth, no claws, and overlarge eyes, were like me. They were men. I stood up, propelled by panicking excitement, and strode forward. All at once they froze.
"What the hell?"
one whispered. He lifted something in his arms and pointed it at me. It was long and strange to me. Inorganic, not alive, with a wooden handle and a gleaming tube. Just then, I realized something. The forest was silent. A few birds chirped and sang. A few bugs emitted their persistent drones. But the vast majority, birds, insects, trees, were silent. No rabbits, no deer, certainly no bears. These things, these creatures like me, These men had silenced the earth. They'd stolen the forest from itself. We stared at each other for a long time as the ever-growing summer heat filled the clearing like an invisible pool. "Mother," I whispered. "Mother, please help me." She did not, so I turned and ran. The men immediately pursued. I could hear them yelling, crushing the undergrowth, stamping on blossoms and bugs, snapping branches as they ran. The forest's deathly silence was worse than any cry.
"There it is!"
One of them screamed. A second later, the forest exploded. A deafening boom shook the trees and ate through the air as pain erupted on my shoulder. I didn't dare stop or look. I pressed on, running and crying as the men came after me. The forest seemed to punish me for my earlier cruelty. Brambles scratched my legs and steps cut my feet. Branches swiped at my face, leaving deep, stinging runnels. I thanked the forest for its kindness. I thanked it for punishing me, rather than stopping me. The men gasped and wailed amongst themselves.
"What the hell is it? I don't know. Is it a kid? Look at its face. Look at its fucking face. That isn't a kid."
Something suddenly filled my ears, drowning the sounds of the men in the forest. A deep, musical rushing, like birdsong, transformed into a turbulent river. And then Mother came, erupting from the trees like a great beast of old. But that's what she was. A great beast. Surely a daemon of the ancient world. She pounced upon them. She clamped one between her claws, squeezing until his head separated and went rolling across the ground. One by one, Mother caught and tore them, shredding them the way she shredded leaves for my bedding. Blood streaked the forest, turning the dirt to mud and dripping from the trees like sluggish rain. Mother dug her claws into the skull of the last survivor and cracked it open like a fruit. Blood and gray brain glistened in the sunlight. The man screamed and screamed and screamed. Mother leaned down and extended her tongue. It curled outward, pale and orange gold like sunrise on a cold, clear morning, and delicately slipped his brains, curl by curl, like so many worms from my burrow walls. By the time he stopped screaming, the forest had returned to its loud, familiar glory, murmuring trees and singing birds and skittering insects, grazing deer. I smiled and ran to Mother. She reared up and screamed.
"See what you've done?"
Terror paralyzed me. I looked helplessly at her blazing eyes, contorted face, runneled with earth and wild flowers, sun-bleached bone and pale, spongy rot. My mother, my beautiful daemon mother who claimed me out of revenge and raised me out of obligation, staring at me like I was a man.
When you stone a bird, my heart stops. When you break a branch, my bones snap. When you selfishly strip the shrubs of their fruit, of their very birthright, my skin blisters. When you hurt the forest,
she roared,
my heart bleeds.
I fell to my knees and hid my face. Mother rushed forward on her many limbs and wrapped long fingers around my throat. She lifted me up, dangling me over the forest floor.
I killed men for you. Now more will come. They will trample. They will cut. They will burn. They will kill. They will kill the bears and the cougars and the wolves, for they will blame the predators for what I've done to you. Do you see?
"Yes, Mother, I see."
She dropped me. I hit the ground with such force it knocked the wind out of me. Mother pulled back and busied herself with one of the corpses. I looked up, shaking. Birds watched from the trees, quick and curious, full of condemnation. I averted my eyes as tears spilled. Mother returned to me. She extended an arm and opened her hand. Upon her large palm were 4 eyes and a large, glistening heart. I stared at them blankly and then looked up at her.
4 eyes, one from each man, and the heart of the one that shot you. Eat,
she said. My lips quivered. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the gore in my mother's hand. A heart and eyes, raw and plump, alive just minutes ago. Mother, I said, please.
Are you of me, or are you of man?
The forest became painfully silent. The animals, the trees, and the insects, all waiting with bated breath. I am of you, Mother. I plucked the first eye from her palm. It was round and curiously firm, with a sort of firm, watery texture. I associated it with rotten fruits. The pink, wormy optic nerve dangled. For a terrible moment, I thought I would vomit. Then I raised it to my lips and bit in. The eyes were awful. The heart was even worse. Thick and almost impossible to chew. Mother had to tear it for me, slicing it into manageable pieces with her beautiful teeth. When I finished, Mother picked me up, holding me tightly, streaked back to the burrow as night fell. That night I became ill. I shook and shivered and hallucinated for days. My mind bled with images of dangling eyes and glistening hearts and skulls cracked apart like pomegranates. Mother lay with me all the while, soothing me with ancient songs like bird songs turned to rivers, and cooling me with her damp, earthy breath. Finally, the fever broke. I sat up, gasping as the last vestiges of my nightmare drifted away. Mother sat across the burrow, hunched over tiredly.
You are well. I am glad, for I must leave.
I blinked tiredly. Why?
Men.
She said. But you killed them.
There are more. They creep into the forest, searching for their dead brethren. They are cutting the trees and crushing the flowers and killing the bears, my little one. If I don't stop them, they will even come for you. I have to stop them. My heart is the forest and so are you. I must protect both.
A lump rose in my throat. Shame, like I'd never known, enveloped me. I'm so sorry.
You are my baby. Babies must learn. By learning, they grow.
Mother, am I truly of man? Mother closed her eyes. For a long time, she did not speak. She then drew a deep breath.
I took you from a cruel man. Listen, I will tell you now of the cruelties I endured.
I listened, enraptured and horrified as she spun her sorry tale. Mother was once a young, beautiful human woman. Surely not more beautiful than you are now. I objected.
Listen,
she said. Mother was alone in the world. She had no family or friends. She once had a family, but they harmed her greatly, so she ran away. She lived in the forest, in a small, ragged tent. She ate wild berries, fished the lake, and boiled water to drink. Laws are strange things. Though Mother hurt nothing and no one, she was breaking the law by living in the forest. She was found and caught and imprisoned, separated from the trees and the birds. Mother faded quickly. Though she was only jailed for a short while, it nearly killed her. The day she was released was the best day of her life. Or so she thought. No sooner had Mother gathered her meager belongings and exited the jail than a guard came up beside her. Where are you headed to? He asked. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Mother was ecstatic.
Take me back to the forest,
she said. The guard obliged, driving her toward the woods. Except he stopped too soon. He stopped at a house. His house, it turned out. The guard was a terrible man. He trapped Mother. He hurt her. He tortured her, abused her in every way. He cut her open and burned her. He snapped her bones. And he put a baby in her. Mother was so broken that he missed all the signs of impending childbirth. When I came, Mother died.
He dumped me in a vat of acid and scattered my liquid remains among the trees. But then, I heard you.
Mother told me. Mother smiled faintly. Crumbles of dirt and root fell from her face.
I heard your cry. Your need for me.
I don't understand what Mother said next. It is difficult to translate, but the closest I can come is this. Everyone sings a song to those they love. Most aren't able to hear these songs. If you can't hear, it can't help you. But if you can hear it, a song is the most powerful thing in the world. It kills, it calls, it consumes, it destroys, it strengthens, and sometimes it resurrects.
When I reformed and breathed again, I stole you from your father.
Mother said.
Then I brought you here, because you are my baby.
I wept silently because I didn't know what to say.
I must go,
she said.
The trees and the animals need me now. So remember, little one, when you are silent and you are sincere, you will hear me.
Then she whipped around like a wolf, a snake, and a hawk combined, and left. She did not return. At first I thought nothing of it. I had made a terrible mess. I had summoned men. I'd caused the forest to bleed. Mother had a great deal of work ahead of her. But summer slowly bled into fall, and still Mother did not return. When the first snow came, dry and cold, skittering across the landscapes like powder, I knew something was wrong. The forest drifted into its winter sleep, cloaked in ice and fog. Every night I made myself silent. I mustered all the sincerity I could, and I listened for my mother's voice. It did not come. I grew thin and sick. My skin burned even as I shivered. My chest grew congested, my throat so sore I couldn't sleep. My breath came in sharp, pain wheezes. Soon, I became too weak to leave the burrow. I crawled to the doorway and ate snow. For sustenance, I slurped worms from the earthen walls. It was not enough, and I knew it. Only then, in the quiet and peace and fear of approaching death, did I become truly silent. Only then did I hear the voice of my mother. I heard her in my dreams. The low, rushing voice like music made into water.
I am coming. I am coming because you are my baby.
I smiled and slept. Next thing I knew, I was cold and wet, shivering, but awake. I shot up and screamed as my skin brushed the thick, flour-matted hide of my mother. I spun around, smiling, and froze. Mother lay beside me, panting. Blood seeped from 100 wounds, crusting her hair. The exposed bones in her hair were crushed and concave, leaking gore and blood. Without opening her eyes, she smiled.
I heard you. I heard your song.
Tears blurred my vision. My chest began to hitch. I couldn't draw breath. It was like I was sick again, drowning in pus and trapped fluid. Only I wasn't dying this time. My mother was. Then stay, I said. You have to stay because you can hear my song.
No. You needed to see me again, but you do not need me.
I need you, Mama. I need you.
No. I killed all who would harm you.
But what about the forest? The forest will kill me without you. She chuckled. Her breath came terribly fast and increasingly weak.
You are me. Remember, you are me. You are my baby.
My mother, my beautiful, ancient mother, drew a shallow breath and lay still. I lay beside her for many days, and then when she began to stink, I left. A hiker eventually found me, the stupid, solitary hiker with a soft heart and a great deal of patience and no fear. When I learned to speak the words of men, the authorities lost no time in telling me that mother wasn't really my mother. They discovered my identity, at least in a manner of speaking, through DNA. My real mother, they say, was a vagrant, a Jane Doe who lived in a tent in the national park. She was alone and defenseless, two things that attract human monsters. After a brief stint in jail for loitering, my mother ended up kidnapped, imprisoned, and tortured by an as-yet unidentified assailant who eventually tried unsuccessfully to dissolve her in acid. They think he attempted to dissolve my body too. That's why I'm covered in scars. There's why I frightened those hunters so long ago. The acid burns make me look like a monster to men. Since my real mother apparently died long ago, they decided that mother, whoever she was nothing but a crazy homeless child abuser. But I know better. Even so, I adapted. I had no choice. I am of my mother, but I live among men. That's what animals must do. Their young learn, and grow, and adapt. If they don't, they die. But I am not adapting anymore. At least, I'm not adapting to live among men. My mouth is changing in ways that are terrible to people, but wonderful to me. It's my teeth, you see. I'm growing my mother's beautiful teeth. Looking at my teeth in the mirror, it was frightening and electrifying. Joy and terror ran through my veins in equal measure. It had to mean something. So I fell asleep. I became sincere. I listened, and I heard. I heard the voice of my mother, low and rushing, like bird song turned to a wild river. She tells me I do not belong with men, because I am her heart, and her heart is the forest. She tells me I must return, and she tells me she is waiting for me, because I am her baby. A monster used to tell me bedtime stories. When I was little, my mom bought an old farm in Colorado. It was the most exciting thing my 5-year-old self had ever seen. Forests surrounded us at every turn. A big creek cut through the property, so clear and clean you could count every stone at the bottom. Jagged peaks towered in the distance, choked with pines and capped with snow all year long. Our fields had long since sated to the wilderness, but the weathered remnants of hog pens and stables remained. The farmhouse, of course, took pride of place, fully restored and 3 stories high, with wooden shutters, a fireplace in every bedroom, and an overgrown garden that made me squeal with delight. The room was the best part of the house, a cozy little square in the basement with a wooden floor, old-fashioned teddy bear wallpaper, my very own fireplace. Long and narrow windows along the ceiling provided a close-up of the flower gardens. To celebrate our first night in the new house, my mom built me a fire and slept beside me in my bed. She fell asleep immediately. I, on the other hand, was too excited to close my eyes. Eventually, though, the comforting crackle of the fire and my mom's steady breathing lulled me into a sleepy haze. Just as I was on the cusp of slumber, I heard a voice. "Hello, little one." I opened my eyes. "I'm Barry," the voice continued. It sounded muffled, as if coming from behind a wall or under a blanket. "I see you like my old room." I frowned. "Huh?" "I used to live here, right in this room. I suppose I still do." The voice was warm and gentle, and somehow old-timey. It made me think of wooden cabins and Conestoga wagons. I blinked sleepily. The teddy bear wallpaper came into focus in my dreamy state. I associated the bears with the voice. After all, wouldn't teddy bears sound warm and gentle? "Oh, I didn't mean to wake you." "Well, you did," I whispered irritably. "I am sorry to hear that. How can I make it up to you?" The wallpaper danced before my eyes, 100 little bears floating away on faded balloons. 100 little bears, wondering how to apologize. "I know. I'll tell you a bedtime story." "Okay," I droned. Barry delved quickly into a poetic tale of an elf prince and his human love. I don't remember the story, but I remember how it made me feel. Desperately sad and somehow cheated. I drifted to sleep with tears pricking my eyes. The next day, my mom and I had a beautifully busy day. So busy, in fact, I forgot all about my teddy bear storyteller. Until I was on the cusp of sleep that night, fantasizing about drifting through the silvery night sky on a cluster of balloons. "Hello, little one," Barry said in his rich, kind voice. I tried desperately to ignore him, to fall into a dream of moonlit balloon flights, but it was too late. Stop waking me up. I covered my head with my pillow. This was a mistake. The cold underside woke me even further. I'm sorry, Barry bleated. I know it wasn't kind. I'm just very lonely. His sorrow punctured my irritation, deflating it like the balloons I was so desperate to dream of. Why are you lonely? Everyone left me a long time ago, little one. I've been alone much longer than you've been alive. Oh, I'm sorry, I said in a small, embarrassed voice. I know it's silly, he continued, but I spend all my time thinking up stories. I suppose I've always hoped that a child would one day come along to hear them, and here you are. For a moment, his voice was a bright, shining bubble, golden and warm. Then it faded and shriveled into something cold. But you don't want to hear them. I do, though. I snuggled deeper into the blankets. Tell me one now. Do you mean it? I mean it. Barry happily segued into a thrilling tale of magical beasts, fallen gods, and the human monsters who tried to control them. I drifted to sleep before the end, mind filled with visions of beautiful monstrosities and unlikely saviors. This was our pattern, night after night. I don't remember Barry's stories, but I remember the visions they created. Horned shadow gods that exchanged immortality for the blood of countless innocents, magic paintings, flesh-eating genies, and daemons called forth to avenge schoolchildren. But as the year wore on, Barry's stories lost their fantasy flair. They became darker, more violent, more real somehow. One in particular, a story about a bad man who blew half of his own face off before stumbling into his bedroom to scare his battered wife one last time, made me cry. Don't you like it? Barry whined. The husband's face filled my mind's eye, blasted jaw, bloodshot eye bulging from his skull. No, I sobbed. It's scary. Well, Barry responded coolly. I'll just go and let you be. How's that? The idea of hurting Barry's feelings, poor Barry, who'd been so alone for so long, hurt my heart. No, please stay. A sob hiccuped up my chest and broke my words into pieces. You're just such a good storyteller. I forgot it was a story. Everything is a story, he answered nonsensically. Even you and me. Shall I tell you another? Yes. He told me of a sick soldier who drowned his children in the creek right outside my house. And when the mother stumbled upon him, why, she picked up his axe and chopped his head off. I stifled a whimper. It happened by the hog's pens. If you go out there tomorrow, you'll find that very same axe buried under the forked tree. Curiosity and terror clashed all night long. In the morning, I checked the forked tree. I swept away a thick carpet of curled aspen leaves. There, half buried in the dirt, was an old, badly rusted axe head. From that point on, none of Barry's stories were the least bit fantastical. Each one left me unsettled and panicky. I'd lie awake, staring at the teddy bear wallpaper in hopes that it would ward off nightmares. Even so, I pretended to like all his stories. On the few occasions I dared voice my dissatisfaction with the story, Barry would cry. I didn't like making him cry. Spring started to summer, and summer darkened to fall. One night in November, as wind came shrieking down the mountain and billowing sheets of hail crashed against the house, Barry whispered, Little one, do you remember the story of the man who blew off his own fool head? I whimpered. That man with half a head and dull, bloody eyes popping from his skull haunted my nightmares constantly. Do you remember? He repeated. Yes, Barry. I want to show you that story. My guts went squirmy and cold. I don't want to hear anymore. I'm sorry. Not here, Barry said impatiently. See, come here now. Quick, skittering scratches erupted over my headboard. I shot up, envisioning rats, bugs, or even hail punching through the walls. Instead, a small patch of wall quivered. It sank. almost like something was sucking it through the other side. Then it popped out like a drywall jack-in-the-box, sending a cloud of white dust onto my face. It was a hole, a tiny little door. Coppery light flickered within. Panic overtook me. Fire.
Mom? Shut up!
Barry hissed.
It's not fire. Look!
I tried to scream, but fear paralyzed me. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Mom wouldn't believe me. She would be angry, and why not? I'd done this myself, after all. I'd set myself up as Barry's only friend. And on top of it all, she'd be epileptic if she saw the hole in the wall.
Hurry and look,
Barry whispered.
You're going to miss it.
I blinked back tears and peered through the hole. It was my room, but different. Wooden-paneled walls and burnt orange carpet. Tea tables piled with art supplies ringed the room, and canvas covered the walls. A woman huddled in the corner, clutching a large canvas like a shield. A man sat at the desk across the room. His eyes were large and blank. A handgun lay before him, gleaming. The lady's shrill sobs filled the room. A firelight played across her pale hair and turned the tears on her cheeks to embers. She closed her eyes and silently mouthed something. A prayer, perhaps. Then she shot to her feet, still holding the canvas, and ran for the stairs. The man didn't move. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the air. They reflected his eyes like stars. A shadow moved behind his head, unfolding like a resurrected spider. No, not behind his head. Out of his head. Long Tangled legs exploded from the back of his head. They curled down around his arm and threaded between his fingers. Then, manipulating him like a puppet, those arms forced him to pick up a gun. The man's eyes glittered blankly as the enormous spider legs shoved the gun into his mouth and pulled the trigger. His eyes widened and bulged out of his head like smooth, bloodshot domes. Blood and bone and spongy curls of tissue splattered the wall. The man's tongue lolled, swinging wildly amid ruined tatters of flesh. Then he lurched to his feet and stumbled to the stairs. I closed my eyes as floorboards creaked and doors slammed. I wept as the woman screamed and a second gunshot rang. I didn't open my eyes until the light flicked out.
Wasn't that interesting?
Barry asked eagerly.
Wasn't it good? It's my third most favorite story.
I drifted into an uneasy sleep and dreamed of sitting at that desk, watching firelight reflect off the gun. My mother noticed something was wrong. She chalked it up to the change in weather. I was bursting to tell her the truth, but I didn't know how. It was so awful, so ridiculous. Who would ever believe me? That night I lay there, wide awake, until Barry came.
Good evening, my friend.
Each syllable danced with excitement.
I have a special story for you tonight. A seeing story, not a listening story.
Tears pricked the corners of my eyes. I don't want to.
Yes, you do. Trust me. This is my second favorite story ever.
He tapped the inside of the wall. Coppery gold light flared to life within the hole.
Look.
The small, cramped room met my eyes. Flames blazed in the fireplace, reflecting off tools hanging on the wall. Saws, shovels, axes. A sinewy woman worked feverishly at a long table. Sweat sheened her skin. A little boy and an older girl watched from the corner. The boy was crying. The girl had a curiously blank look on her face. Her eyes were fixed on a point near the table. I followed her gaze and gasped. A blood-soaked sheet covered a large mound near the woman's feet. A pale, long-fingered hand protruded from beneath. The woman moved away from the table, revealing a pile of neatly stacked limbs. A man's head sat atop like a capstone on a pyramid, ragged and smashed, with a gleaming tail of spine protruding from his neck.
You will eat,
the woman said quietly. She turned to face the children. I screamed. A crown of wriggling black legs protruded from her forehead. They grew like vines, sliding out of her flesh and flopping on the floor.
We will all eat now.
The legs twined around her arms and torso. They bent her over and forced her limp hand to pull the sheet off. A dead girl lay there. It was hard to tell. Her head was smashed, her eyes gone, but she resembled the girl in the corner. Same height, same hair, same long hands. The woman lifted the corpse and rolled it onto the table.
This,
she pronounced,
is the better meat. We will eat it first and freeze the rest. She grabbed her cleaver, so intent on the butchery that she didn't notice when the girl in the corner stood up. The boy sniffled. The girl brought her finger to her mouth, shushing him quickly as she crept to the wall. After a moment's consideration, she chose an axe. She took a deep breath, spun around and charged at her mother. The axe hit its mark, biting into the back of her head. The dark spider legs went limp, then convulsed. Then, as the girl chopped away, screaming, the enormous creature exploded out of the woman's chest. I strained to see it, but the creature was too dark, the light too unreliable. The girl didn't seem to notice. She kept chopping, impervious as the thing wrapped itself around her and began to guide her strikes. Finally, the girl backed away, gasping. Blood spattered her face and soaked her hair. Her eyes were large and quite blank. "Lindy?" The boy whimpered. She turned, watching him carefully with her flat, expressionless eyes. Then, guided by the spider, she tightened her grip on the axe and advanced. I closed my eyes, plugged my ears, and sang loudly to drown out the boy's screams and the thick, meaty thunk of the axe strikes. When light finally died, I flopped back onto my bed and cried.
There.
Barry simpered.
It's just a story.
Something hissed as it brushed against the drywall. A second later, it touched my skin. Sharp and hairy, and somehow filthy, caressing my cheek. I kept my eyes squeezed shut and cried myself to sleep as that awful, hairy thing stroked my face. I woke up with swollen scratches all over my face. My mother panicked and took me to the emergency room. They wrote it off as self-harm inflicted during night terrors, potentially combined with allergies. I slept in my mom's bed for weeks. Barry didn't bother us. For the first time in months, I felt safe. But one bittery cold night, as wind shrieked and my mother's fire crackled.
Where have you been, little one?
His awful voice came from the walls just overhead.
I've missed you.
Please go away, I whispered. Don't you want to hear my stories? No, Barry. But, he whimpered, I'm trapped here. If I tell you enough stories, I get free. Don't you want me to be free? I didn't answer. My mother's slow breathing filled the room. I wanted so badly to wake her. But what would I say when I did? Just one more, Barry pleaded. The wind howled with such ferocity it blasted down the chimney, whipping the fire down towards the hearth. Okay, I whispered. Oh God, it's my favorite, my very, very favorite. Come see. The wall cracked, then opened to reveal a little window. Light flared within. I swallowed a sob and peered inside. It was my mother's room. Her bed. Her clothes piled in the corner. Perfume bottles on the mantel. I saw us sleeping. My mom curled on her side. Me sprawled. The wind screamed again. The fire bowed outward. Flames licked the walls. My sleeping self rolled over. Hair shifted weirdly. I watched, paralyzed, as a hairy black arm sprouted from the back of my head. It grew like a giant flower vine, slithering across the room to the fireplace where it curled around the logs and convulsed, flinging coals all over the room. Everything caught fire, the rugs, curtains, furniture. On the bed, my eyes opened. They were wide and bright and far too blank. I tore myself away from the little window, screaming. Immediately, I began to choke. Harsh smoke billowed down my throat. Mom! I coughed. Mama! The words came softer and softer until I wasn't making any sound at all. I shook her. She shot up, coughing, and oriented herself with admirable speed. Together, we bolted from the house and watched, horrified as the blaze metastasized. I saw shadows dancing through the windows, incredibly long and incredibly thin, like enormous spider legs. The fire department came and extinguished it quickly. They found bones in the rubble, so they called for more police backup. My mother was hysterical, even more so when they dragged out the remains onto the stretcher. It was hideously deformed, like a particularly absurd Halloween decoration. A dozen enormous arms exploding from a twisted carapace the size of a man, topped with a huge lumpy skull. By the time the police arrived, however, it was gone. Dissolved, perhaps into ashes, or maybe never there at all. Just an incident of collective hysteria. I hope that's the case.
I hope, but I don't believe. Because sometimes when I'm very angry or very scared, I feel my hair shift, moving to and fro as if displaced by a centipede. Sometimes I reach back, sometimes there's nothing, only hair and scalp. But sometimes I feel hard, hairy sprouts poking out of my skin. And I know the berry will one day tell a story about me. My dog went missing for 3 days. What came back wasn't my dog. As a kid, I was raised in a small fishing community on the eastern side of Canada, surrounded by the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the boreal forest. The entirety of the land was close to 4,000 square feet, with an even smaller number of residents sprawled out over Main Street and some farming houses which had been converted into residential homes when agriculture stopped being profitable. In total, our community is surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean and a seemingly endless barrage of trees. I spent most of my life hunting in those woods, so you can imagine my joy when my parents got me a hunting dog. And while they are more fit to be herding and tracking sheep over grassy plains rather than rabbits and deer through the dense forest, it didn't stop me from taking him on every excursion I possibly could. Sandy had been by my side for enough hunting trips that he'd grown accustomed to waking up just before daybreak, and on a few occasions helped track down small game like squirrels and rabbits through the considerably large area of forest. Sandy wasn't my property, and he wasn't treated like he belonged to me. Sandy was a member of the family, my best companion, my truest friend. I think fondly back on all the times that he'd sit in the front seat of my truck without being told, ready to go for a walk in whatever part of the forest I took him to. I can honestly say that there will never be another dog that will fill the void Sandy left in my life. I find that dog lovers relate to that sentiment more than others. It was October 30th, the first day of hunting season, and I'd been talking with my family about taking Sandy and my hunting gear and some essentials to one of the cabins my grandfather owned in his heyday off an unmarked road a few hundred miles into the wilderness. This was met with a lot of protesting, but nothing could stop me from getting in some time looking for wild game in an area that wasn't already picked clean by illegal hunters earlier in the month. I spent most of my life in the wilderness. There were only a handful of times that things had gotten really weird for me, but usually everything can be explained with scientific reason. That's why I brushed off Sandy's weirdness on the first few nights, chalking it up to being nervousness of a dog that's capable of hearing far-off noises of various coyotes and wolves, bears, and moose. This was untouched territory, of course, and there had been plenty of time for wildlife to set up camp here, too. The first night was fairly normal. I had set up Sandy's bed in the corner of the living room next to the TV that looked like it came out of the early 90s. I figured I'd give Sandy the option to have some place to lay down for a while, despite the fact that he slept curled up with me 9 times out of 10. Close to about 10 p.m. at night, Sandy looked straight at the wooden door and whined. I figured he needed to piss and opened the door to let him out, not worried about having my best friend stray too far from me. Instead, he just sat inside the door, looking out at the forest edge beyond the path. And I too stood and looked for a few minutes before deciding that he had just heard an errant critter close to the cabin. The rest of the night was fairly normal, and Sandy slept with me. The second night, I chalked the weirdness up to Sandy's stress. Earlier in the day, we'd been walking a few miles through the woods beyond the house, and I thought I heard the noise of twigs cracking under something heavy. I hoped it wasn't a moose, because my shotgun wouldn't have stood a chance, but something changed in Sandy that I didn't pay close attention to at the time. He hunched himself on his hind legs, his front pressed close to the ground, his mouth pulled up over his teeth, and he growled toward nothingness. I figured we'd try hunting again later, if whatever it was had left, and should he be feeling up to it. But once we were inside, he didn't want to move. Even when I tried to get him to go outside and do his business, he just sat at the door and cried, wailing at me to let me know that he didn't want to go out there. I didn't pressure him. If he pissed on the floor, so be it. Sandy never acted up before, I could excuse an accident or two. It must have been a bear, I thought, before locking the door and calling it a night. The third night is where things went to hell, and I still don't fully understand what happened. Sandy didn't eat all day. I managed to shoot a rabbit early in the morning. When Sandy decided that he didn't want to go outside any longer than he had to, and retired inside for the day, I cooked it up, threw a little gravy on it, and gave it to my dog. I didn't do this all the time, but I figured now was a special occasion, maybe a treat would put him in a better mood for another walk the next day. Sandy didn't touch it. He didn't so much as sniff at it. Instead, he sat at my side on the couch, watching the doorway intently. I tucked him under one of my arms, and he laid his head on my lap, eyes still locked on that door. Close to 3 hours of watching grainy VHS tapes on an outdated television set, Sandy started crying and hugging himself close to my body. This is where my judgment took me down the wrong path for the first time of many. It must sound silly, being my dog's protector rather than the dog being mine, but this was my family. I figured if there was something out there that was scaring Sandy so bad, then it was my job to do something about it. I got my gun, opened the door, and stood in the doorway and waited. I must have waited at least half an hour, staring into nothing. There was barely a sound, save for the faint buzz of insects and leaves rustling in the cold autumn wind. Moose aren't elegant creatures, and if it were a moose, I would have heard it coming. Around the 40-minute mark, Sandy took off like a shot into the darkness of the trees beyond the path, barking wildly. I started to get worried, despite my knowledge that my dog isn't entirely helpless in the wilderness. There are still bigger animals that would have liked to take a bite out of him if there wasn't a lot of food. I heard Sandy's bark fade away in the distance. I waited hours, standing in the doorway with my shotgun cocked, ready to put down whatever it was that was waiting in the woods. I waited for hours for Sandy to come back to the house. I waited until sun was cracking through the trees. Then I waited until that night, sitting on my porch step, feigning off sleep deprivation to see my dog come back. Sandy did come back, but not for another 3 days. Fog had rolled in at that point, and it was getting darker, the night painting the sky navy blue. Tracking over the last few days had proved futile, and I started to get worried that I'd need to leave and find more provisions to last me the next few nights. I couldn't leave Sandy out there, lost in the woods, cold and probably hungry. The thought that he might be waiting out there for me to find him and bring him back home was distressing enough. I was packing the things I'd need for the next day's trip. I figured tomorrow would be the last day before I'd go into town and see if my father would help me find Sandy. He was a retired, graying man, but I was sure if I brought up Sandy's name, he'd be more than willing to help me search for him. Thankfully, Sandy came back before I'd even finished that train of thought. I saw him from the window, on the path that led down to the main road, a few dozen feet away from the house. Normally, I'd hear him scamper to the doorway and paw at the door a few times, eager to come in, but this was different. I could see the reflection of his eyes as gray pearls in the milky fog that swamped the house. For a moment, I thought it might be another animal, but the outline of his body and the wisps of thick, low-lying clouds was unmistakable. Still, despite myself, I hesitated. There was something different about his body language. I stared out the window for a few moments before reason overcame my gut instinct. Sandy could be hurt, I thought, or worse. I flung the doorway open, but he didn't come right away. Instead, he stood there, watching me intently. When he didn't move, I whistled to him. "Here, Sandy." I coaxed him toward the house. "Come on, here, boy." The way he moved was different. It was as though his hips had been dislocated, and the angle of his paws changed direction with every step, as though he'd forgotten how to walk properly. His body was bowed to the ground, but his teeth weren't bared. He didn't seem aggressive. The only way I could describe the look he gave me was sheepish, like he'd just gotten into something he wasn't supposed to, and I had yelled at him for it. I thought he might hurt himself hopping up onto the elevated step if he dislocated his hips, but he did just fine. His back half swung a little, oddly enough, and his paws almost folded underneath himself. But he didn't go sprawling. He sat on the step and didn't take his look off me. It wasn't until I had moved from the doorway completely, opened the door wide, and waited for him to walk in that he moved. Straight to his bed. He didn't stop at my hand or sniff at me. He didn't wait for pets or jump up on me like he used to. It was just straight to his bed, where he sat and watched me for quite some time afterwards. I returned to the movie at hand. I called him a few times, but he didn't respond. His ears didn't so much as raise to the sound of my voice, or the pat of my hand on the worn-out couch beside me. I'd missed my buddy, but I wasn't about to move him physically toward me. And a few hours later, I went to bed. The more I think back on it, I don't recall him blinking once. He just sat there like a statue. When I turned off the light, I could still see the reflection of jade green following me as I went into my room and shut the door. I could have sworn that I heard him walk in the night. The sound of nails clinking against the wooden floor coming up to the door in my room, but they were slow and deliberate. They weren't like the quickness of Sandy realizing I'd gone to bed and coming to curl up. I heard the noises stop outside of my bedroom, but I didn't hear his whine. I thought nothing of it and fell into a deep sleep. I figured it must have been a dream. Sandy was still sitting in the upright position I'd left him in when I went to bed. It was as though he didn't move a muscle the entire night. And when I said good morning, he didn't so much as wag his tail. He did follow me into the kitchen, but he paused at the doorway when I put his bowl down on the floor and filled it with the supermarket dog food. Once again, his back half moved weirdly as he slowly made his way toward me. There was a nagging feeling that something was off-putting about the way he looked that day. It was like he'd gotten a little longer overnight, like when he was walking to the door the night before. He didn't come into the kitchen. I figured he must have been hungry being out in the wild for so long, but he eyed me like he was waiting for me to come a little closer rather than touch the food. It goes without saying, but after a few moments of this staring contest between me and my unblinking dog, I called off that foolishness and called out his name loudly. Sandy! It's not even a flinch. I didn't want to move closer to my dog in order to leave the kitchen, but this was my Sandy, and the most damage he'd ever done was eat flies. Sure enough, as I passed him, he turned and his body swayed unnaturally, but he didn't move toward me. When I left that day, I couldn't find anything. The deer tracks in the mud were made a few days prior and went cold off naturally made trails through the woods. I couldn't hear bugs or birds or even the howl of a nearby coyote. The only sounds for miles away from the campsite were my own breathing and the sound of crunching leaves underneath my feet. When the sun started to set, I started making my way back, but I should have just packed my shit and left. Just behind a cluster of trees, with the house just visible enough beyond the rise, I figured I found out the reason why the animals had abandoned this place. Generally, when there are mass animal deaths, that usually means that something is wrong in the area of the slaughter, and wildlife are usually smart enough to get the hell out of Dodge. Even cats are bred instinctively to not like drinking water that is close to where their food is, because if you saw a dead animal close to the stream, you'd realize the stream was tainted and find another water source. Hundreds of squirrels were disemboweled and strewn across the grass in an almost perfect circle. Most of them were skinned. When I turned to heave up the contents of my stomach, I saw there were dozens that were inside out. I couldn't help but vomit repeatedly as I tried my best to walk through the circle of tiny organs and mashed up bodies, not just over the sight, but because the smell was ungodly. I don't know how long they'd been out there, but if I'd stumbled across this sooner, I'd have left with Sandy in tow immediately after. Gradually, the bodies stopped and delved off into a random dead squirrel here or there. The biggest thing I managed to find just a few feet off the unholy feeding ground was a deer. It looked as though something had decided to skin it alive from hide to neck and drape some of the skin over a branch like someone was tanning the hide. I don't know how long it had been there, but it smelled like it had been dead for quite some time, despite the fact that there wasn't a single fucking fly. The head had been cut off clean, just above the shoulders, and then I realized the organs had been removed. I moved from a walking pace through the forest to a jog. Thankfully, the cabin wasn't too far off. I heaved one final time, wiped my mouth off on the back of my sleeve, and looked up to the house to see Sandy, watching me from the window. I tried to reason with myself and tell myself that Sandy's odd behavior could have been trauma. I know it's stupid to think of it now, but at the time, it was the only reasonable explanation I had to keep myself from going insane. Sandy had realized there was something up with this place, and the second he noticed it, I should have paid attention to the warning and taken off back into town. Once the door was shut behind me, I started packing the food and essentials back into the boxes, moving quickly to try to get my things into the truck before night came. It'd be dangerous to try and maneuver my way through the trails at night, as the hills of Kelly's Mountain were steep, and in pitch darkness, with my only companion being my headlights, it would have been easy to slide off in the ravine and never be heard from again. I didn't want to stay one more night, but I had no choice. I had just gotten back to the house, just moments before the sun finally receded past the horizon, and we were bathed in a navy blue sky once again. I didn't pay attention to Sandy. He just sat at his bed and watched me pack. I figured no harm, no foul. I'd throw his stuff in the truck in the morning and we'd be back in town before night the next day. Glancing at him for just a moment, it was a passing thought that he was looking a little longer today. And when I went to bed, it was hard getting to sleep for the next few hours. It must have been close to 4 or 5 in the morning when I heard it. It was the sound of whistling. The same whistle I used to call my dog. I broke out into a cold sweat when I realized that whoever slaughtered those squirrels and hung up that skin and left what he didn't need could have very well broken into my house. The door to my room didn't make a sound as I opened it slowly, thankfully. I waited for a moment, listening to someone call my dog for a few more seconds, before I dared poke my head out the door frame to get a good look at whoever it was that could have hurt Sandy. The outside door was open. All I saw was the back half of Sandy, too long and lanky, almost coiled around the back of the door. His front half was outside. Whatever it was that was impersonating my dog, it was whistling slowly, calling for Sandy, when I could have sworn that it hunched down to the ground again and said, "Sandy," in the most ungodly voice I'd ever fucking heard. I closed the door just as softly as I'd opened it. I don't know how long I waited with my back pressed up against the door. I knew I left my gun and my bag on my coat rack. I know I didn't sleep. I waited until I saw the sun break over the horizon, and then waited some more, until it must have been midday, and I finally got the balls to open the door again and make a break for it. I wouldn't die in that place. Sandy was gone, and the door was open. His food was untouched, but the fridge was open, and all the meat was gone. I didn't bother packing his stuff. I just threw my bag over my shoulder and made my way to the floor as fast as I could and turned on the ignition. I couldn't describe the feeling that overcame me as I realized that I'd have to leave Sandy in this place. The thought that he could be dead was never a thought in my mind. I didn't think I could cope with the knowledge that whatever I allowed in my house, whatever disemboweled those animals, could have done the same to him. I made my way down the winding paths and the roads as fast as I possibly could without veering off the cliffs. I felt like I was turning in circles down this labyrinth that would take me back to that house, but when I reached the pavement on the stretch of road that led back to town, I felt relief wash over me, thinking I was safe. Just as I was pulling off into the cement, I felt something hard hit the back windshield, sending broken glass into the passenger seat. I only got a glimpse of the deer's decapitated head catching on the broken glass and tumbling into the back seat. I cried for most of the way home, hands clenching the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. I wish I could leave this with a positive note. I wish I could tell you that I found Sandy at home waiting for me. I wish I could tell you that it was the end of it. A traumatizing experience in the woods that I'll get over with time. Last night I found it hard to sleep. I kept replaying the entirety of my trip to Kelly's Mountain in my head. I figured I wouldn't be sleeping for a while and laid there, listening to the wind through my open window. I could have sworn that I heard the whistle I used to call my dog with, coming from the forest edge. If you go on trips with your dog, I advise you don't let them out of your sight for too long. What comes back might not be your dog. I went camping with my friends, and a stranger joined our group unnoticed. I was the first to notice an extra person had joined our group. I counted 6 of us sitting around the campfire, but I knew we had left home with 5. The 6th person had joined us somewhere along the way, but where and when exactly, I cannot be sure. All the glowing faces looked familiar, like I'd known them all for a lifetime. That is why it took so long to find the man out of place. I had to go through the faces one by one. I went through my history with them, recounting how I met them, how I knew them. I fit each one into my memories like puzzle pieces. First, there was Mark. He was sitting next to Sarah, chatting her up as always. I met Mark and Sarah 6 years ago in 10th grade. Mark and I played wide receiver together on the school football team. Sarah was a cheerleader. Mark had always had a thing for her. The three of us started hanging out after games, Mark flirting non-stop, and Sarah always hilariously rebuking him after a while. Then there was Ben. We had been best friends since first grade, inseparable ever since we bumped heads playing tag during recess. He had his arm around his longtime girlfriend, Justine. She started at our school when she moved from Chicago in the 7th grade. Ben sat next to her in English, and soon she became part of our group at the time. She was quiet and shy when she first arrived, but once we got to know her, she opened up. She was one of the coolest and nicest people you could ever meet. She had also become close with Sarah in the past few years. Then there was the sixth face, the piece that did not fit. I stared at him, and his name escaped me. That is, if I had ever had it in my memory banks in the first place. He looked familiar, but I could not place him in my memories. But why? If I recognized him, could I not remember his name? Why did he sit among us, acting as if he belonged? He stared at Mark and Sarah as they chatted. He laughed when they laughed, smiled when they smiled. I couldn't figure it out. The question burned in my head. How had a stranger joined our group without any of us noticing something amiss? Yo, Porter! Ben pulled me from my thoughts. Your head up in the clouds or something? I was just telling Justine about our 5th grade teacher. What was his name again? Mr. Smith, I said. Oh yeah, Mr. Smith. I was telling Justine how you could rile that guy up like nobody else. Remember that time you handed in an assignment printed in yellow ink? Ben and Justine laughed. Yeah, I remember, I said. I can still see the steam coming out of his ears. And they laughed again, and I joined in half-heartedly. When I glanced the strange man's way, he was watching us, grinning. He was always watching, always on the periphery, never partaking. Part of the reason he had flown under the radar. I was stuck with the sense that he was studying us. My skin crawled. Ben drained his beer and threw the empty can in the cooler. Well, I gotta take a leak, he said, and walked into the woods, swallowed up by the dark. You should know how to push people's buttons when you want to, huh? Justine said. I shrugged. I was having trouble focusing on the conversation. The weight of the situation, the reality of it, was starting to hit me. The strange man had attached himself to our group unnoticed, and who the fuck knew what his motives were? Questions raced through my mind. None I could answer. How had no one else noticed yet? Why had it taken me so long to notice? Was I going insane? Did I have amnesia and forget this was one of our friends? What the hell is going on here? The strange man stood with a jerky motion. I gotta take a leak, he said. It was the first time I heard him talk. He spoke with an odd lisp. It sounded like he had to force the words from his throat. He walked with an awkward gait, like Ben, disappeared behind the dark veil of trees. No one else flinched. Justine kept talking. I always loved the long relationship you and Ben have. It was so hard moving to the cities and leaving all my old friends behind. I mean, well, I can't complain too much. I wouldn't have met Ben and all you guys otherwise. Justine, don't you see what's going on here? Huh? You're telling me you haven't noticed? Noticed what, Porter? What are you talking about? Who was that guy? I gestured to the vacated spot the strange man left behind. Oh, him? He's, She trailed off. She frowned into the fire. I could see her mind ticking over, and her eyes twinged with concern. I knew I wasn't going crazy. I don't know, she said. Who was it? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. We stared at each other. Maybe... Justine was cut off. An ear-piercing scream came from the woods. It sounded like a shrill, injured cat, a large cat. The sound split the air and cut our conversation short. A blanket of silence fell over the four of us. Only crackling campfire persisted. The woods were still and quiet. The fuck was that? Mark broke the silence. I don't know, Sarah said. I've never quite heard an animal like that before. It sounded like some fucked up mountain lion, Justine said. You ever heard anything like that before, Porter? I shook my head. My fingers tingled with adrenaline. Ben was still in the woods, and the strange man was out there with him. Dread filled my gut. There ain't no mountain lions out here, Mark said. It's probably an elk. They can make some creepy sounds. Sarah agreed. Justine bit her lip and scanned the woods. It's probably okay. I think Mark's right, I said to her. But I wasn't sure I believed it. Mark and Sarah had started up their conversation again when the strange man bumbled out of the woods. They paid him no mind. I was hoping something would have triggered in them by now, but they were oblivious. The strange man took a beer from the cooler. He fumbled with it, struggling with the tab. It was as if he had never opened a can before. When he finally had it open, he sat, beer in hand, and continued to watch Mark and Sarah, a thin smile on his face. He never did take a sip. I watched him from across the campfire, his head wavering behind the heat. I touched on what made me uneasy about this strange man. Aside from the fact that he managed to infiltrate our group without any of us noticing for a long time, he moved with jerkiness and awkwardness, like a newborn animal. Nothing he did was smooth or well-practiced. It made everything he did look like an act, an imitation. I didn't make the connection at the time, but I should have seen this man was not quite human. But at the time, I wasn't sure what to think. I guess I just thought he was a freak. I considered calling him out then and there. I wanted to ask him what the fuck he was doing, but I'll admit, I was scared. I had visions of this guy being some horrific serial killer, and I didn't know how dangerous he was, or if he was armed. I didn't want to push him into doing something drastic that got us all killed. As time went by without any sign of Ben, I became convinced the strange man had done something with him. I watched him plotting, planning, and marking his next target. Anger sprouted from my fear, and I started to see red. I needed to stop him. We used an axe to chop firewood for our campsite, and it was leaning against my seat. This man was dangerous, and I was sure of it. I convinced myself that I needed to do something before another one of us was next. I clutched the axe handle. The smooth wood felt reassuring in my hand. Justine touched my arm. Porter, where's Ben? I'm getting nervous. It's okay, I lied, patting her hand. I'm sure everything is okay. I stood with axe in hand. I'm going to get some more firewood, I announced, more awkwardly than I hoped. Okay, dude, Mark said. Porter? Justine's voice wavered. Speaking up was a mistake. I'd drawn the attention of the strange man. I walked past him, trying to act as nonchalant as possible, but I was never a good actor. He watched me the whole way. He maintained his glare as I reached the perimeter of the woods, and as he looked back, his head rotated around an unnatural distance. That was enough to chill my spine. I was hoping he would turn around to look away and give me an opening, but he never did. I'm not exactly sure what happened next. I never saw him stand up and walk over to me. I never saw him move a single muscle, but in an instant, he was standing in front of me, inches away from my face. It was as if he had teleported. A metallic smell stung my nose, and the strange man stunk of blood and copper. The axe trembled in my hand. Any thought of actually using it fled my mind. I locked into place, my skin covered in goosebumps. Power radiated from him. He spoke to me. He said in his forced tone, and he smiled wide. At that moment, Ben emerged from the woods. Ben! Justine cried. Jesus! Ben said as Justine squeezed him. Did you guys hear that cat thing? We think it was an elk. Where were you? Why'd you take so long? Justine asked. I guess I wandered too far off and lost sight of the campfire. It took me a while to find my way back. For a second, I thought I was going to have to freeze my ass off out there alone tonight. The relief washed over my body like a wave, crashing into my muscles. I felt each one relax. At least Ben was safe. I looked for the strange man, but he was gone. He somehow slinked away while I was distracted. He was good at going undetected when he wanted to. My thoughts turned to getting out of there. Even though Ben was unharmed, that guy was still trouble. I started back towards the group and caught the middle of their conversation. I don't know, actually. Yeah, who was that guy? Ben said. I thought he was with you guys, Sarah said. Yeah, isn't he your friend? Mark added. I thought he drove over with you three. No, Ben said. I don't know who he is. The panic spread over everyone's face. They were finally feeling what I was feeling. The realization had set in. We need to get out of here, I said, before he comes back. Yes, please, Justine said. We have to leave now. That guy was a freak, right, Porter? Yeah. I explained to them how I noticed that he was the odd man out when we were sitting around the fire. I explained the odd behavior, and they all agreed the guy was strange and possibly dangerous. None of us could pinpoint exactly when he had joined the group. He had slipped in unnoticed and unaccounted for. It was uncanny. We packed up our tents in record time. We trekked for 15 minutes to our cars through the dark woods, flashlights in hand. We heard the screech of the elk again, if it was an elk, which I have my doubts about now, and we took some comfort from the fact that it sounded farther away. Even so, we picked up our pace for the final stretch of the walk. I felt like I could finally relax behind the wheel and locked doors of my SUV. Justine and Ben sat in the back, while Mark and Sarah followed behind in Mark's beaten-up Ford Laser. We were heading out of the woodlands and were planning to shack up in a motel for the night, before heading home in the morning. I thought we were free and clear. We wound our way around the dark roads that snaked through the woods. I let a smile open my face when we finally reached the exit road. It was an arrow straight stretch of asphalt that split through the last few miles of woodland. I pressed on the accelerator. I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there, and I think Mark was feeling the same way, because he sat close on my rear bumper. I remember thinking, at least we'll have a strange tale to tell after all this. I didn't think it was about to turn into a horror story. The trees and the dashed lines on the road blurred past us. My headlights reached out for the seemingly endless road, and my speedometer needled its way toward 100 miles per hour. I don't know what possessed me to go that fast, and I wish Mark didn't follow my lead. It was a mistake. The strange man appeared from behind a tree. He walked into the middle of my lane. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The next sequence of events happened so fast it plays like a slideshow in my mind. The tires screeched. There was a smell of burning rubber. The strange man folded over my bonnet and got sent flying down the road. He snaked across the pavement on his back, moving with such speed it looked as if he was gliding on ice. More tires screeching. Mark flew past in the opposite lane, fishtailing. He fought it, and for a moment I thought he had it saved, but the car hooked right into the trees. The sickening sound of crunching metal reverberated in the air. Mark's car slammed into a tree, driver's side first, sending fragments of glass and metal flying. The car bounded off one tree and into another. The front passenger side impacted this time, and the passenger side cavity caved in, sending a wheel bouncing into the woods. The crumpled heap of car came to a rest. Justine was the first out the door, crying out Sarah's name. Ben went after her, and I followed after him. Everything felt surreal as shock coursed through my body. It was as if I was watching it through a screen. I floated over the asphalt as Justine and Ben sprinted toward the steaming wreckage, the crash scene dimly lit by my SUV's one remaining headlight. There are two screams I'll never forget. They imprinted themselves on my brain, and I'll hear their echoes at night forever. If I happen to get Alzheimer's later in my life, I know the last thing to go will be these screams. The first one I heard when I was 13. It came from my mother. It flooded the house, splashing off the walls. I ran out of my room and saw her crumpled at the front door with two police officers standing by. They had notified her that her eldest son, my brother, had died. The second came from Justine when she saw what was waiting for us in that Ford Laser. Mark was unrecognizable. He was a shattered mess of bone, skin, and blood, melded and intertwined with the crumpled steel. Sarah was blinking slowly, her breathing labored. Her one arm shattered, broken in too many places to count. Her legs were crushed at the knees from the front of the car, which crumpled back into her leg space. Her legs would have been flat if I could see them. Justine turned away and fell to her knees, face buried in her hands, shoulders heaving. Ben tried to comfort her, but he turned away and threw up on the side of the road. I pulled out my phone and struggled to dial 911 with my fingers shaking. I kept pressing the wrong numbers. My voice was small and distant as I explained what happened to the operator. She told me to stay on the line, but as I looked down the road, I dropped my phone. The strange man was standing there. His grin reached from ear to ear, showing a grandstand of teeth. His shoulders shrugged up and down as if he was laughing. In fact, the fucker was laughing.
If I were not in shock, I would have gone after him right then and there. I would have torn his heart, if he has one, right from his chest. But all I could do was stare, mouth agape, struggling to keep the tears behind my eyes. The strange man started for the woods. I watched him go and watched him change. I saw it. I know I did. This was no illusion, no trick of the mind. This was real. I saw him shapeshift. I saw its true form. We were not dealing with something human that night. After countless hours of research, I believe I saw what others have called the Goat Man. Its horn stuck out unevenly from its head, its grinning snout bared rows of sharp teeth, and walking upright, like a man with an awkward gait, it vanished into the shrouded woods.
It has been 8 months since that night. I've only seen my friends a handful of times since then. Our relationships have shattered and are left in ruin. All we are now to each other is a stark reminder of that night. Mark is dead. Sarah survived, but as a triple amputee. Justine and Ben broke up, and here I am, rugged with a scraggly beard and uncut hair after spending every sleepless night researching the monstrosity I saw that night. The Goat Man. I'm going back to those woods. So help me God, I'm going back. I'm coming for the Goat Man, and I'm not stopping until one of us is dead.
Out in the woods. What you're about to hear was posted on the 4chan's Paranormal board on Halloween Day of 2013 by an unknown user by the name of Prozac 101. Being a daily visitor, I was one of the first people to reply to their post, and I think it's best that I tell you now that I was pretty creeped out by what I'd read. Probably the most I'd been in a long time. It's kind of hard for me to explain the strange feelings I got, but there was something quite different about their story, due to the fact that I couldn't stop thinking about it for days after it had been first posted on the board. Here's the story. Hey, I just thought I'd share a couple of spooky stories from my childhood to get everyone all hyped for Halloween. When I was a child, it was just me and my mother. We lived in a property owned by my grandma, a 3-story old farmhouse right at the fringe of the woods. It was far off the road, down a long, unlit gravel driveway. It felt very isolated at night, being so distant from any other houses, set in an area that hadn't been inhabited for 30 years before we started living there. Quite often, I was a fairly rambunctious child. So, while my mom went off to work, I would occasionally skip the morning bus just to stay home all day alone. The big house had a habit of feeling incredibly lonely and sparse, so I spent most of my time playing in the forest expanse out back, some distance into the woods, far enough that I couldn't hear my mother when she called. There was a toppled pine tree which had crashed into another. An even larger trunk on its way down was now frozen there, forming a long arc over the forest floor. I loved to climb up the jagged stump at the base of the fallen tree and then steady myself to a point just above the middle. I was never able to make it all the way to the top because it just got too steep for me to continue any further, and I had a pretty bad habit of freaking out from how high I was. One day, I was sitting in my usual spot in the fallen tree, which was a good distance from the ground, just listening to the birds singing and simultaneously feeling the warmth of the sun on my neck, when I heard something strange from underneath that paralyzed me in shock. "Hey, kid." I was gripped by a sudden strong surge of fear for a moment. The voice had come from directly underneath me. I strained to look down, but couldn't see anything over the ledge. For a long time, I just sat there in absolute silence, and I was at the point where I was almost soon to convince myself that I had imagined hearing a man's voice at all. "I know you can hear me." His voice was much louder this time, As I yelled something out and scrambled up the log a bit higher, trembling nervously, I dug my fingernails into the bark and held tight for dear life. I sat there, trying to collect my nerves for God knows how long. Although I couldn't see it, the presence of the thing underneath me was still clear. The birdsong was much softer, more cautious this time. And when I listened closely, I swear I could hear the faint echo of a human breathing. Gathering all of my courage, I vowed to prove to myself that it was all in my imagination by leaning over the edge as far as I possibly could without slipping right off. Digging hard into the bark behind me, I stretched out along my arms and peered over, getting a full view of the empty forest floor and undergrowth, when suddenly, "Come down here or I'll come up and grab you." It was as if it was being screamed right in my face. I released my grip on the tree in fright and plunged off the platform. I was saved only by grabbing a nearby branch, and for one awful second, my bare legs dangled in the cold air. When I pulled myself up, I ran at full speed to the top of the collapsed pine, to the point that I'd never reached before. I sat there, just below the rustling canopy, pissing myself and staring at the distant base where the splintered wood rose, fully expecting at any moment to see someone crawling rapidly up the pine towards me. Instead, all I heard was the wind whistling in the leaves above and below me, and occasional snippets of birdsong. It was about 2 hours before my mother got home and found me, after much worried searching, trembling, and crying at the top of a fallen tree. Although this incident spooked me and my mother, in time, I somehow recovered, exhibiting that naive, hard skin of a child. Although I never went as far into the forest as I used to, and never again even approached the fallen tree, and never again even approached that fallen tree. Once when I was 12, I had the chore of taking fire just at the edge of the woods, and to bring it back inside the house. It was a tiresome job, and I always chose to do it at dusk when the air was brimming with mosquitoes and swampy fog that usually coated the lawn. By the time I had made my last round, I would sprint back to the house. One of my least favorite things about this job was that the shed was full of barn owls. If you have ever seen a barn owl's face staring at you from a dark roof corner, then you'll know how uncomfortable that shed made me. One of these nights it got mistier than it ever had before. A thick silver fog covered everything and limited my line of sight to the short sphere around me. Even though the shed wasn't far from the house, I found myself feeling disoriented, and more than once, I walked in the wrong direction, both times for some reason walking straight into the woods. By the time I'd reached my last load, it was too foggy to see the street. My eyes stung in the moisture and it made my vision blur. Lurching forward, I managed to walk headfirst into a tree, dropping all the wood I was bundling onto my feet with a hard crunch. As I went to pick them up, with my foot throbbing pretty hard, I realized that the ground was too misty for me to see my knees. I decided to head to the house, since we had more than enough wood for one night. However, it was getting pretty dark, and I couldn't make out any signifiers of which direction I was heading in, even though I cautiously walked for several feet in all directions. Trying to figure out my position in the mist, I still couldn't figure out any points of identification. I couldn't even locate the fence or the gate. And the more I walked, the more I seemed to stumble into trees, pine needles, and mud crunching under my feet instead of dew-covered lawn. After a while, I finally realized that I couldn't even find the shed anymore. Cursing myself for being so dumb, while trying to ignore my thumping heart and sense that something else was at play, I became aware that I was lost somewhere in the fringe of the forest. Screaming out for my mother at the loudest possible volume was only met with the resounding silence from the depth of the mist all around me where I stood, affirming that I had wandered too far from the house to be heard. As a deep panic started to settle on me, I noticed a glimpse of something pink moving against a nearby pine tree. Coming closer, I saw that it was a ripped-out square of pink paper. On it, there was an arrow, pointing left, looking vaguely like something my mom might make. I rationalized to keep me from getting lost. So, foolishly, I followed the direction set by the green arrow, shivering in the increasing cold. I kept walking for about 5 to 10 minutes before needing to stop to take a breath. My heart was pounding so fast it was beginning to hurt. As I was sitting down, however, I spied what appeared to be another note fluttering on a nearby trunk. I noticed that this one was embedded with a long nail. It bore another arrow, this one pointing up, and a small, sloppily written note that said, "This way." Despite my increasing panic, I convinced myself that these notes were my only shot of getting back before nightfall. I was desperate to get the hell out, and my brow was cold with sweat, so I followed the green arrow, to the point where I could dimly make out another spot of pink, up an incline of collapsed stumps and leaf litter. At this point, it was getting pretty dark, and I had to strain both my eyes just to see a few meters ahead of me. Following the green arrows, feeling less and less sure of where I was, I stumbled through the woods, groping out in the mist to feel for the trees. Although I was terrified of something unseen grabbing my arm, I came across the third green note, which had another arrow pointing up again. This one led to an increasingly steep slope that I didn't recognize being anywhere near my house, and with a poorly drawn smiley face right above it. At this point, I became too freaked to cope and started to cry a little bit. As I slumped against the pine stump, the possibility that I would be out in these woods all night was beginning to sink in, like a syringe being driven into the veins within my arm. I caught a glimpse of another pink square in the near distance. Squinting hard, unnerved by these notes, all of which looked fresh and without sign of decay despite the previous week's nonstop rain, I read it afar. What I read made my blood turn cold. I stood to my knees, dead silently, wobbling on them in fear. My ears were sensitive to any tiny prickle of noise in the mist. For a long time, I stood there in the rolling fog, reading and rereading that horrible note over and over again before a snapping stick somewhere behind me caused me to sprint blindly, and twigs snagging at my ankles and cutting up my face as I ran. Written on the note in big green letters was my name. I felt like I was running for hours. All the while, the rain and mist lapped at the back of my neck like the decaying breath of someone running right behind me. Somehow, I made it back to the house. All the lights were off, and I struggled to find the keys for a moment. When I found them, I bolted indoors and quickly crawled into bed, where I remained, unsleeping till morning. Mom just thought I'd come inside and gone to bed, and hadn't thought to leave the lights on. It was a miracle, or some freakish coincidence that I even found the house at all. The final incident at that damned house was witnessed only by my mother. Up until then, she'd never experienced any of the strange things as I had, although we mutually shared the peculiar, oppressive quality that the house's interior had on us, and its placement in this dreary, imposing woods. Although I was obviously never a popular kid, by living way out in the country in the opposite direction from everyone else at my school, I did make some friends in my first year of high school. One of these friends, Amanda was her name, invited me over one night, and I accepted. My mother drove me out to the place, which was about 3 miles away, then drove back home. The night went well. We watched a horror movie, suitably, devoured some pizza, and probably smoked a little pot. My mother went home alone, where she intended to get some writing done. She worked for a magazine at that point. It was about midnight when I received an off-putting text from Mom, in all caps. If this is a prank, I need to know immediately. Thinking it was some kind of joke, I texted back. Calm yourself, is what a prank? Almost immediately the response, are you at home? Of course I responded no, though I was thoroughly weirded out. I didn't receive another text until around 3 a.m., when she told me to go to my grandma's in the morning and to not by any means dare go home. I remember those bleak torrents of rain the day I went to my grandmother's, and how terribly soaked I was when I finally got there. I'd had to fight the temptation to go home and drop off my bags, but Mom's disturbing messages from last night were enough of a warning not to do so. When I arrived, Mom and Grandma were having lunch. At first, my mother seemed to be in some sort of composed state, but when I got a better look at her, I noticed that all of the color had drained from her face, and she was slightly trembling. At one point, she even sent a small glass crashing to the floor after flinching at the cat brushing against her ankles. It wasn't until later that day, when my grandma was sound asleep, that she told me what happened. She went further as to forbid me from telling old Grandma, out of fear that I would horrify her superstitious soul too much. This is what happened the night I was at Amanda's. As she described in lurid detail, my mother was sitting on the first story in the living room, where she sat on the couch by the fire, curtains open to view the sunset on the canopy, going over her latest draft. At first it was so faint that she barely noticed it, but after a while, my mother became aware of, and vaguely irritated by, tiny thumping noises near her head, at the window. When she went over to investigate, she saw fat brown moths of a kind we often get at that place, buzzing madly into the glass. Reasoning that it was the cause of the sound, she returned to her work. However, feeling rattled in some way. It was when the noises started to get sharper and louder that she paid more attention and saw that rocks were being thrown at the window from the total blackness of the forest edge. She saw them appear from the shadows of the bush, and then fall in an arc and bounce off the window. Looking carefully, she could see small cracks from where some heavy ones had hit, right beside where her head had been moments before. Temporarily captivated, she tried to peer into the darkness enough to make out where the rocks were being thrown from. Then, with a startled shock, she jumped back from the window as she saw me standing half behind a tree right near the window, grinning wide and staring at her, my only visible eyes stretched wide open, showing all the white. She barely stifled a scream seeing her own daughter standing there, just staring and smiling. Not only did the figure not move or blink, it was standing by one of the nearest pines, far from where the rocks were shooting out of the bush. As they continued to do so in a loud downpour, my face unceasingly continued to press at her, smiling. Thinking this was all some kind of sick prank, hence her text, my mother shouted my name at the top of her lungs, frightened to the core. However, instead of responding, the mouth of the thing that looked like me behind the tree just started moving as if it was mouthing silent words really, really fast. Suddenly it turned its head to the side and seemed to be talking to someone else behind the tree, who couldn't be seen, but she could see a formless black shape hanging against the other side of the tree. The girl that looked like me kept staring at my mother and doing the silent speed-talking thing, then turning and whispering to the thing next to her. Then she would turn back and start up again. Then, breaking the monotonous spell, she suddenly pointed straight at my mother and started laughing. My mother screamed and fled to my bedroom on the second story, the only one with a working lock, where she shut herself in and sat in fear at the end of the bed while rocks began to patter against the window downstairs, dry heaving and weeping in fear. In my room, my mother said she did not feel safe. There was an awful smell and a weird humming noise in the walls. She tried to pray for a time before giving up and just listening to the rocks pelt on the walls and windows. Somewhere in the kitchen, she caught a distinct, vibrant sound of a window actually smashing and the weird, continuous humming. Listening more carefully, she could identify it as the softest hint of a mumbling voice. In absolute horror, she recognized the voice and then, virtually too afraid to look, she tilted her head up to the closet door where an awful white face could be seen staring right at her, mouth contorting and gaping in what sounded like highly sped-up whispering. The closet door was only a meter away from my mother. It started to open slowly. In an unimaginable explosion of terror, she immediately bolted to the door, only to fumble with the lock as bigger rocks came crashing through the window, which burst apart in a spray of glass shards before finally getting out and running out of the house, completely keeping her eyes off the woods, getting into her car and driving off. She said that as she glanced back, right at the end of the prolonged drive, she saw two unmistakable human forms standing at my broken bedroom window, watching her as her car got further and further away from our house. This would be their final farewell, as my mother never stepped foot in that house again. As my mother told me this story, she broke down into tears. I didn't doubt her, and I still don't, and fully believe that she experienced what she said she did. It was also quite clear that we were done living at that house once and for all. I only went back once, with my dad, who I see very rarely now. He came from another state to help us move. Mom had already found a place in town and moved in. My dad and I just loaded up his truck with all that was left in the house. It was a silent, sunny morning when we removed all the stuff and emptied the place. I wish I could say there was some closure, some final spooking to cap it all off, but there wasn't. It was just a relief to be out of there. There are, however, only two things left worth mentioning. When I checked the house for any sign of intruders, we found that several windows, including one in my bedroom and the kitchen, had been smashed and the rocks were lying on the floor. Dad went out to the trees for a bit to take a leak. When he came back, he asked how long we'd had the swing set for. Needless to say, we'd never had a swing set, so I was fairly unsettled to discover that the week since we'd been gone, someone had assembled a rope swing from the highest branches of the old pine over the ridge, against which was the fallen log I'd stopped climbing on many years ago. It was obviously new rope, and a nicely polished sanded-down wooden seat at the base. Dad, wanting to keep my mind from recent events, he doubted the affair and thought my mom was mentally unstable. Said that a neighbor probably set it up, not realizing it was on our property. Of course, he knew as well as I did that we literally had no neighbors for at least a mile in any direction. There were no houses in that place, and never in my time living there did I ever see any other signs of human habitation. But I let it all go, and was pleased enough just to say good riddance to that horrible place as we drove off for good. For the most part, I found it best to try to forget what happened at that place. Sometimes I just can't help but ponder it, though. It's been long enough now that I no longer feel scared talking about it, but for a long while, I couldn't. Seeing as it is Halloween, what better time to share? My grandma just recently sold the house to a new family, that being a young couple and their little son, shortly after we moved out, despite my mother's desperate insistence that it be left empty. Now she refuses to talk about what happened altogether. I'm less anxious about it, although sometimes I can't help but let my imagination get the best of me. All I can do is think of that old house, the fallen down tree, the new occupants, and that swing out back, gently spinning in the breeze as that little boy toddles obliviously towards it. I found a diary while I was camping in New Hampshire. The diary was from a while ago, 21 years, according to the dates. It was sealed really well in plastic wrap and stuffed in a watertight bag. If I hadn't hit the thing with my shovel when digging a hole to take a dump, I never would have found it. I wish that would have been the case, because I can't stop thinking about the stuff I read. I'm only going to share the fucked up parts. But all I'm leaving out is the lady talking about how she and her husband were spending the month camping and having a good time. There, and I just saved you 5 pages. Here's where it got weird. 7/2/1994, 7 a.m. Last night, James and I got woken up by a ridiculously bright flash of lightning. There was no thunder either. James said it must have been heat lightning. He's probably right, because it was distinguishably hot and muggy all day. And once the sun went down, it got even more humid. We eventually got back to sleep, and this morning, the air seems a little less like a wet sponge. We're hoping to do 12 miles today. 8 p.m. I don't even want to write this down because it's so gross. But James asked that I do it anyway, so we'll remember to report what we saw once we get to a ranger station. Like I could forget something like this. Anyway, here. All day while we walked, we saw animals, deer, birds, raccoons, squirrels, chipmunks, and a black bear. That's pretty par for the course out here, but when we went off the trail for a little bit, about 100 feet off the path, we saw, well, many things. Strewn across a wide area that I estimated to be a couple thousand feet were miscarried animals. They were all at different stages of development. It was horrible. 7/3/1994, 2:45 a.m. I'm not able to sleep after the events of yesterday. James, of course, is snoring like a buzzsaw despite the big flashlight lighting the tent up. What the hell could have caused something like that to happen? I've heard about animals going to find a safe place to die when they're sick or old, but I'll be damned if something like what we saw is in any way normal. The heat lightning just happened again. This time there were 3 flashes clustered together within a couple seconds. No thunder. Fuck, that's creepy. James is mad that I just kicked him to wake him up and tell him about it. Sorry, hon. 7:30 a.m. I got to sleep about an hour after the lightning. Thank God we brought some good coffee to brew over the fire. We're gonna do 10 miles today, although it might be less because the map says we're getting into a pretty hilly area. Good for the glutes. 7/3/1994, 9:15 p.m. Pretty good walk today. We're both going to be sore tomorrow, though. The map does a decent enough job telling us where the hills are going to be, but it's shitty at indicating how steep they are. On the bright side, and I never thought I'd be at a point in my life where this sentence would make sense, we didn't see any more fields full of animal fetuses. 6:10 p.m. My dickhead husband smuggled some fireworks in his pack and decided to wake me up by setting them off right outside our tent while screaming, "Happy 4th of July!" Of course, he was naked as he did all this and was presenting himself to me through the tent flap while holding a sparkler in each hand. I've come to the conclusion that I love his sense of humor between 8 a.m. and midnight, and anything from 12:01 a.m. to 7:59 a.m. makes me want to choke him. Waking up to explosions and his dick and balls is not quite how I envisioned our morning together. Take away the explosions part, though, I'm pretty okay with it. It looks like it's going to rain today. The clouds are low in the sky, and it's pretty breezy. Gusty, too. The rain gear we brought before we started our hike kept us dry during the storm last week, though, so I'm not too bummed about it. 6:30 p.m. No rain while we walked. James shot a rabbit an hour ago, and he's about to skin it and get ready for the fire. He's making me learn how to do it, too. It's pretty much the last thing I want to do, but there's no reason why he should have to be stuck with the job every time we want to eat some cute forest critter. Ugh, here we go. 7:30 p.m. I had just finished throwing up. As soon as James started working on the rabbit, we saw how sick it must have been while it was alive. Again, I'm only going into detail so we can report it to the ranger station, but for fuck's sake, James, if I have to learn how to skin a rabbit, you can learn how to write clear, descriptive sentences. That's a fight for another day. Under its fur, the rabbit was absolutely covered in what looked like big, whitehead zits. They were under a lot of pressure, too, because when James poked the tip of one with the knife, it burst and flung grayish-white pus like 10 feet and onto the tip of my shoe. Cue me throwing up for a half hour while he apologized and tried not to laugh. We still have a good amount of beef jerky and stuff in the food pack, so it's not like we're going to go hungry, but it would have been nice to have something a little different. The rain finally started, and we're stuck in the tent. And here's the lightning again. It's flashing over and over and over. Sometimes it's a few quick bursts, others it's a single one that lasts upwards of 4 or 5 seconds. It's those long ones that scare the shit out of me. I've never seen lightning like that before. James kept telling me that it's unusual but not unheard of, especially at this time of year. It appears to be tapering off a little now. I'm pretty glad it coincided with rain this time. I guess it really is just plain lightning. James a pretty reassuring guy. Early bedtime. 7:05, 10 a.m. I'm freaking out because James is trying hard not to freak out. We've been up since 6, and when we opened the tent, the ground outside was covered in dead birds, and dead bats, dead bugs, and I mean covered. I guess we didn't hear them hitting the ground because of the rain that started up again while we slept, but we still have no explanation to why they're all fucking dead. That's not the worst part, though. They're all covered in those zit things like the rabbit. We're deciding to cut the trip short and just get the fuck out of here. The map says there's a ranger station about 40 miles to our west, and James says we can get there by tomorrow afternoon, if we really move. Both of us are at the point where really moving sounds like a great plan. 7:06, 12:30 a.m. We walked fast and walked far. The whole way, we saw dead animals. They weren't as tightly clustered together as they were around our tent, but we still saw a lot. I remembered walking under a tree where the ground was littered with dead wasps. And when I looked up, there was a huge nest with nothing flying around it. The forest is almost silent, too. No birds, only insects, and even their sounds are few and far between. I never realized how omnipresent their din was until it was nearly gone. Fuck. Just a minute ago, the first live deer we'd seen all day walked into the lit area around our tent. It stared at us for a while on the outskirts of where the light fell, and when it turned around, I saw a dead fawn hanging halfway out of her body. As the deer rotted away, the fawn slid out and hit the ground with a wet thump, still connected to its mother by a tangle of afterbirth that stretched until it too slid out a few feet later. Fuck everything. Good luck trying to sleep tonight, Mel. Okay, something just happened while we were sleeping, and I'm freaking the fuck out and can barely breathe. I don't know what to do other than write it down to make it make sense. The lightning came, and it stayed. The whole forest was lit up. James and I tried to convince each other that it was just the weather, but it stayed lit for a whole minute, then 2. I begged James not to go outside, but he unzipped the tent and went out. I panicked and didn't want to be alone, so I followed him. And the entire sky, not just one area where the lightning might be, was white. Brighter than the sun at noon. It hurt my eyes really bad to look at, and James was squinting hard, too. I squeezed my eyes shut to recover a little, and when I reopened them, he was gone. I ran around and looked and didn't see him until I turned back around, and he was right there, staring at the sky.
Except he was wrong. He didn't answer me when I screamed his name. He didn't even blink, and I could see bumps starting to form on his neck and face. The light was so bright. I pushed James to try to get his attention, and when I did, the area under his shirt where I pushed got soaked with something. Well, I know what it was, but I couldn't look. I couldn't. I can't. He's still outside, and he's not moving, just standing and staring at the terrible bright sky. His pupils are gone, and all that's left is the blue and white. He's different. He's wrong. His skin is getting worse, and I'm fucking terrified. Little lumps are popping up on my hands while I write this, and they're coming to a head, and now one of them just broke open, and that's my blood on the page. I know the wetness I feel on my thighs is blood too, blood signifying the end of what I'd been waiting to tell James on our anniversary next week. I keep thinking about the dead fawn sliding out of its mother. I'm going to wrap this journal up in a bag and run in the direction of the ranger station. I don't know what else to do. I'll leave it under a tree or in some safe spot right off the trail so someone can find it if something happens to me on the way. This page is soaked through now. I have to go before I get worse, before James gets worse. The light is so bright. And that's what was in the diary. As soon as I read it and typed out what was inside, I mailed it to the CDC because I have no fucking idea what was wrong with that lady or her husband, and I sure as hell don't want to catch anything. The last page she wrote on was disgusting. I wish I'd been wearing gloves when I touched it. It was encrusted with dried stuff, probably that pus she wrote about, and it smelled awful. I washed up real good and left the note for the CDC guys to be careful with it. I'm pretty reluctant to go back in those woods again, but I'm just being stupid. I bet the whole thing was a prank by some high school assholes, and I'm going to waste the time of some pretty important guys when they get what I mailed over. Still, I'm more than a little creeped out. Everything that lady wrote about is just so far-fetched.
Hi at Black Liquid.
I still wonder.
Your channel https://dlive.tv/Black Liquid is currently being featured on the DLive homepage.
In the mid-90s. It was probably something else, though. It had to be. My friend is camping alone, and his texts are starting to scare me. My old college roommate, Dylan, lives just outside of Denver. Like most Colorado natives, he loves to camp. The crazy kind of camper who does it all year, even in December. Whenever he goes into the mountains alone, I have him check up with me just in case. I'm kind of worried about him, so I'm gonna check with him right now. Yo, I just parked my car, heading to the trail now. You're crazy, man. How cold is it? It's not bad, actually. It's 30s. You gotta come out here soon. It's beautiful. Well, we'll see in spring when it warms up. Have fun, man. Watch out for any staircases in the forest. Nice, dude. Real funny. Dude, are you up? Yes, sir. You okay? This is so weird. I woke up this morning and there's someone else out here. On the mountain? It looks like you're not the only winter camper. No, not a camper. I can see them on the horizon, but they haven't moved, like, at all. What? I don't know, it definitely looks like a person, but they haven't moved. They're probably 300 yards away, but standing completely still. Oh, that's super creepy, dude. Keep me updated. They still haven't moved. I made breakfast over the fire and acted like I didn't notice anything. I'm gonna check it out. Alright, let me know. Maybe it's a stump or something. Dude, it's a fucking scarecrow. What? Like a farmer's scarecrow? Yeah, man. The fuck other kind of scarecrows are there? Its clothes are weird, though. How so? The clothes are modern. It's wearing a nice black jacket and jeans and stuff. Face is kind of scary. A burlap sack with black eyes and a huge smile stitched on it. Why is this thing out here? I'm tempted to steal its North Face jacket. I posted a picture of it on my Snap story if you want to see what it looks like. I don't know, dude. I'd leave it alone.
Maybe it's some sort of conservation study or something, like to see if bears will attack it. Hey, you might be on camera, and I know you have weed and shrooms on you. Good point. Speaking of which, it's time to pack a bowl. Have fun. Something's outside my tent. I'm sure. Dude, please, this is serious. I can see their shadow. Call the police, Dylan. No, I don't want to make any noise. They probably think I'm asleep. I have my knife. I'm texting inside my sleeping bag so they can't see my phone light. I thought I heard a noise and I woke up. I guess I didn't zip up the tent all the way, and I assumed it was the wind, but then I saw their silhouette. What the fuck, man? Should I call the police for you? Where are you? Longitude and latitude, now. Dylan, dude, please respond and drop a pin so I know where you are. I'm alright. Thanks for finally responding. I just about had a heart attack. Barely slept. I was gonna call the police or the park ranger or something, but I don't know where you are. There's something weird though. The scarecrow is right outside of my tent. Someone put it there last night while I was asleep. That's the shadow I saw. I don't like this at all. Go home, man. Seriously, that's messed up, even if it is a joke. I'm about 4 miles from my car. I'll text you when I get back. Also, I forgot to mention something. What? My hat was on top of the scarecrow this morning. Someone must have gotten to my tent last night while I was asleep and put my hat on its head. Text me as soon as possible. That was earlier. Hopefully he gets back okay. 3 dots. It looks like he's responding. Oh shit. Someone slashed my tires. And there's another scarecrow by my car. I've been working with Denver Park Rangers and police. They're not telling me anything. They said that they have the situation under control. I'm not convinced. Here's my last conversation with Dylan. Please tell me you're calling the police. Hang on, I'm gonna see how bad of a shape my car's in. And yes, I'm calling them. Alright, let me know as soon as possible. What's going on? I'll text later. Not safe. Dylan, please let me know what's going on. Alright, I have a second to catch you up. I can call you, but I have to keep my voice low. This is messed up, dude. I don't know what to do. I don't want to be here. Also, my iPhone's dying, and I'm going to have to switch over to a shitty flip phone I use for work. What the fuck, dude?
I'm loving the design, Anthony.
Safe? So I went to try to start my car to get a quick charge on my phone and see how bad the tires were. The engine wouldn't even turn over. The scarecrow was standing right in front of my car, like a foot away. It smelled so bad, dude, like rotting meat. I called the police and told them about the car and that I was stuck. They transferred me to the ranger station to explain where I was for assistance. That's when it got weird. What do you mean? The ranger seemed pretty lax about it at first, like, where are you? Stay calm. We'll send help. Just stay where you are, etc. Monotone voice like he's used to it, but then I mentioned the scarecrow, and the ranger was different. Different? He became really serious and panicked. Here's how it went. Did you say scarecrow? Yes, sir. I need you to be very clear and very honest, son. What exactly did it look like? And you said there's one by your car now. Yeah, it smells terrible. What is this one wearing? Nothing, just burlap and cloth. This one's face is frowning, but wait. It looks like there's something on its chest, like there's a piece of paper pinned to it. Anything else? Yeah, something's written on the paper. Son, I need you to listen to me very clearly. Okay? I have some bad news. I'm in my truck now, and I was headed your way. The bridge leading to your trail is partially collapsed and impassable. We're not sure how it happened, but we have emergency crews working on it right now. I need you to start moving this instant. Right now, you're at the north side of the mountain. I need you to get down to the south face. That's where we'll meet. Do you have a compass and map? Yes, sir. Good. All right, here's the exact point to meet. And he explained where to go. That's the exact point where I'll meet you. Do not stay where you are. Get away from your car. Most importantly, do not hang around those scarecrows. Do you understand me? If you see any more, I want you to run as fast as you can away from it. Clear? I will. Trust me. I need you to keep moving. What's going on? Am I in danger? What does the scarecrow have to do with anything? Listen, just keep moving while the sun is up. Make as little noise as possible. Are you wearing bright clothing? No, I'm not. I have a dark brown coat and gray pants. Good. Try to stay out of plain sight as much as possible. Keep moving. Move quickly. And call me if you see or hear anything unnatural. Unnatural? You'll know. But only make phone calls if absolutely necessary. When night falls, stay warm and hidden. No fires. If you hear anything in the night, do not run. Stay as still and quiet as possible. Wait, will you tell me what I should be looking for? Get moving. Now. Wait, Then he hung up. Where are you now? I'm moving south. There's creepy stuff going on. What do you mean? I walked by the spot where the campsite was last night. The scarecrow, the one wearing my hat, wasn't there. Just gone? Yeah, nothing at all. Dude, I'm so sorry you're going through this. My eyes are watering just reading your text. I hate this, man. I just want to be home. You gotta do what the ranger said, and we'll get you out of there. Do you have data on your work phone? No, just talk and text. Great. Plenty of battery? Yes, thank God. I'm exhausted and scared as hell. Still making my way to the other trail on the south side to meet the ranger. Keep moving. I see a scarecrow. One from the camp. It's way up in a tree. Way up there. Dude, how the fuck did it get up there? What the fuck? Send me a picture. I can't get a good shot. It's so high up and this camera sucks. It's just hanging there. Looks like it's staring at me. I'm so freaked out and tired. Something is dripping off of it. Get away from it, Dylan. The sun's about to set. I'm going to find a place to sleep. Dylan, you never told me what was on that note. The one that was pinned to the scarecrow. By the car. Oh, shit, you're right. It said, are you scared yet? Who the fuck do you think is doing this? Dylan? Dylan, are you okay? Text me back when you can. I don't want to waste your battery. It's getting closer. What is? Fuck, it's right next to me. Oh God, I need help. What is this thing? Is this thing even human? It can't be. It stopped. I'm behind a tree. I don't know if it knows where I am. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, that smell. It's so bad. I'm gonna make a run for it. It's too close. Please tell me you're okay. What is it? Dylan, I'm going to call the police. Oh, shit, dude, what happened? Dylan? Hello? Dylan, are you okay? What happened? Hello? 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 Are you scared yet? What the fuck? Where the fuck are you? Are you okay? Dylan? That's the last I've heard from him. I'm working with the authorities now, and they're trying to track Dylan's phones. Update. I just heard back from the police. All they found was another scarecrow. It was sitting in the driver's seat of Dylan's car. It was wearing a dark brown coat, gray pants. The scarecrow was filled with meat. They're not sure what kind, though. The police are having me fly out to Denver now. As soon as I landed in Denver, I powered up my cell. I had a series of texts from Dylan's phone. I'm not sure what time they were sent. Come find me. Who the fuck is this? Where's Dylan? I'm with the police. We will find you. There was no response. After I got my luggage, I rented a small truck and drove to the ranger station. The police officer I spoke with told me that they were letting the ranger handle the investigation for now. As soon as I arrived, I was escorted to a back room. I assumed that it was the same ranger that had talked to Dylan. He was a lanky, disheveled man with shaggy black hair and pale white skin. He reeked of smoke and looked like he hadn't slept in years. I sat down across from him. He placed his hat on the table, lit a cigarette, and spoke. I called you down here because, at first, we needed your phone as part of the investigation, but I'm afraid that's no longer necessary. His raspy voice was tattered and broken. His clothes shared the same features. What happened? I'm sorry, but I can't discuss any details at the moment. You need to leave this to the professionals. We'll do everything we can to find your friend. That's bullshit. I'm so sorry, but we cannot have civilians interfering. We need you to stay safe and out of the way. I got text messages on my phone right after I landed. Something happened to him. I know this is hard. We're searching all of the possibilities, but we do not believe there's been any foul play. Teenagers in the area have been known to play pranks on lone campers. You're more than welcome to help us with reports and how hard it is to lose a friend. Oh, and these teenagers slash tires, steal phones, and send violent threats too? Fucking do something! You even told Dylan he was in danger. I promise. We were working night and day. I think I was too upset. I stormed out. He didn't even attempt to stop me. Something. I'm gonna figure this out. I went to the only place I was familiar with in the area, Dylan's apartment. I still remember his door code from the last time that I visited. I was overcome with feelings of fear and sadness. As soon as I saw a picture of Dylan in the kitchen, I couldn't help it. I had to cry. After a few moments, I collected myself, opened the fridge, and pulled out a beer. I needed to sit and think. As I got up and threw the empty beer away, I saw something in Dylan's kitchen. His Colorado map. I'd forgotten all about it. Dylan used this large topographical map to keep track of all the places he trekked. The map was riddled with black thumbtacks